tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that the opposition seemingly believes that the treatment of Taliban prisoners is a top priority for Canadians, and given the high volume of documents, we are asking for unanimous consent to table related documents untranslated and without prejudice to the procedural arguments now before the House. Mr. Speaker, these documents are mostly in English, but there are also some French documents.
Is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary asking for consent to table these documents? Is it d'accord? Agreed? Agreed. Dankeschön. Thank you. The documents are now tabled. The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table on behalf of my colleagues Part 3 of the estimates consisting of 95 reports on plans and priorities.
These documents will be distributed to members of the Standing Committee to assist them when studying Part 2 of the estimates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie regarding its participation in the Bureau meeting of the Assemblée, which took place in N'Djamena, Chad, from February 2nd to February 4th, 2010.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for York West.
And I'm pleased to stand today and present part of the thousands of petitions that I am receiving from Canadians, and particularly the residents of York West, that are opposed to Bill C-384 that would allow any medical practitioner to assist in death. Clearly, my constituents, as many others, have very serious concerns and issues with this, and I've asked that I table these many, many petitions, which I will continue to do at every opportunity as they are coming into my office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with two petitions today. First is a petition signed by citizens from across the country calling on the government to extend funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which will expire on March 31st this year. As the petition states, residential schools have caused incalculable physical and mental trauma to Aboriginal people in this country, not only to residential school survivors themselves, but to generations of First Nations. The Aboriginal Healing Foundation is fostering important healing processes through counselling and cultural programs delivered in communities from coast to coast to coast. The Healing Our Spirit BC Aboriginal HIV/AIDS Society of Vancouver is one organization delivering valuable programs thanks to this foundation. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to stand in this House and present the petitioner's request that funding for these vital healing programs be continued until the need for healing is ended, a day that is still sadly in the future. Second, Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by citizens from Vancouver Kingsway and across the Lower Mainland calling on the government to press for an urgent review of NATO's policies regarding nuclear weapons. The petitioners note that the continued presence of 25,000 nuclear weapons around the world pose a constant threat to all life on Earth. Canada has signed and ratified the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a legal obligation committing this country to work towards the elimination of nuclear weapons. Accordingly, the petitioners ask the government to work to eliminate reliance on nuclear weapons from NATO's strategic defence documents and to reaffirm its commitment to the goal of total global nuclear disarmament.
Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to table two petitions today dealing with the maintaining of a moratorium on postal service in rural areas. These people are from Fernand-Boileau and another area in my riding. I would like to reiterate on behalf of these citizens the importance of maintaining postal services in rural areas. It's also important to maintain a moratorium on postal services. They must be provided. As you know, in rural communities, these services are essential. In small villages, the post office is often a meeting place, a place where citizens share information. These are small communities, and on behalf of these communities, I'm very pleased to table these petitions today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition from about 100 constituents. They are supporting Bill C-474, which is about the approval of genetically engineered seeds in Canada, which are not also approved in our in our export markets. So this is a concern. They're also concerned about unexpected and unwanted contamination from genetically engineered crops, and they're concerned with government seed regulations and regulations of novel foods and plants with novel traits, which do not include assessment or consideration of potential impacts or harm from the release of these seeds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, it's an honour to rise in the House today to present a petition on behalf of many of my constituents in my riding of Ottawa South. I would like to recognize the ongoing hard work and dedication of countless members of the Riverside United Church and the Anglican Church of the Resurrection, and particularly Mr. Norman MacLeod, who took the time to personally meet with me on this important matter. The petitioners express grave concern with the government's decision to cut Kairos' funding with no warning or explanation, and call upon the government and the International Cooperation Minister to reverse their decision, restore Kairos' long-standing relationship with CETA, and reinstate its funding. Mr. Speaker, Kairos is the human rights and ecological justice organization of the Canadian churches. Since 1973, Kairos and its predecessor coalitions have helped Canada act on its overseas aid obligations by channeling matched CETA funds to human rights and women's groups in Africa, Latin America, Asia Pacific, and the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to table this petition on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last couple of weeks, it's been my honour to visit with my constituents in Burnaby and New Westminster at public meetings in New Westminster and Burnaby. There have been hundreds and hundreds of residents out, all concerned about the HST that is being imposed by the federal government. And I have in my hands a petition signed by dozens of residents of Burnaby, New Westminster, and other areas of the Lower Mainland, calling upon the government to rescind this HST. What they say is very clear, that these petitioners are saying to the government that they cannot afford the $500 each that will come out of pocket as a result of this HST, that they believe it's an unfair tax shift, and that at a time when so many families in British Columbia are struggling to pay their bills, they feel it is completely inappropriate for this Conservative government to impose the HST on British Columbians. I table this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition from approximately 50 of my constituents, and it's a petition asking the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise in the House today to table a petition from residents who are very, very concerned about the fact that the Aboriginal Healing Foundation funding is going to end on March 31st, and they draw to our attention something that we all know, and that is that the residential schools caused extensive physical and mental trauma experienced by the survivors that was also passed on to future generations. And they tell us in very clear terms that the foundation has had a mandate at encouraging and supporting Aboriginal people in building and reinforcing sustainable healing processes that address the legacy of physical and sexual abuse in the residential school system. And the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to leave a true legacy of action to the residential school survivors and through an extension of funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to present this petition from dozens of constituents. Petitioners request the Minister of Industry and House of Commons to amend S36 of the Investment Canada Act in order to make the details of undertakings made by foreign companies during Canadian acquisitions public. We further request that the Minister of Industries make the undertakings made during the acquisition of Inco and Falconbridge public. We support Bills C-488, 489, and 490. Mr. Speaker, as you know, a couple of companies in my riding have been taken over by a foreign company, Valley from Brazil, and they've been a net drain on my community. And these petitioners in the future want this to stop. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to present two petitions on behalf of constituents. The first petition calls upon the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. And the second petition calls upon Parliament to change the tax laws to allow small and medium-sized businesses to compete on a more level playing field with large retail cooperatives. These petitioners specifically request that Parliament change the tax laws that allow retail cooperatives to avoid paying corporate income tax through patronage dividends paid out as non-cash shares. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to submit a petition in support of a national housing strategy. These petitioners are calling for an increased federal role in housing through investments in not-for-profit housing, housing for the homeless, access to housing for those with different needs, and sustainable and environmentally sound design. But investments that actually go beyond the one-time stimulus investment in Budget 2009 and 2010. And they're asking for swift passage of Bill C-304, very timely request since this bill is soon to be reported to the House and have third reading. So the petitioners and I look forward very much to the Minister's response. Thank you.
Honourable Député de Papineau.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Present a petition to support a universal declaration on animal welfare.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present two petitions this morning. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians are calling on the Parliament to adopt Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights. Bill C-310 will compensate air passengers with all Canadian carriers, including charters, anywhere they fly. The bill also provides compensation for overbooked flights, cancelled flights, and long tarmac delays. It also addresses issues such as late and misplaced baggage. It requires all-inclusive pricing by airlines in all their advertising. The legislation, Mr. Speaker, has been in effect in Europe for 5 years, and the question is, why should an Air Canada passenger receive better treatment in Europe than in Canada? The airlines will have to inform passengers of flight changes, either delays or cancellations. The new rules must be posted in the airport, and airlines must inform passengers of their rights in the process to file for compensation. If the airlines follow the rules, it will cost them nothing. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the government to support Bill C-310 that would introduce Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, the second petition signed by many Canadians is calling on the Canadian government to match funds personally donated by the citizens of Canada for the victims of the Chilean earthquake. On February 27th, Mr. Speaker, 8.8 magnitude earthquake occurred in southern Chile. The Chilean-Canadian community has mobilized. They've had fundraising events in Winnipeg on March the 6th, where $10,000 was raised. This past Saturday, on March 20th, 1,000 people attended a social event to raise money. The question is, when will the Prime Minister give the same treatment to the Chilean earthquake victims as he did for the victims of the Haitian earthquake and match funds personally donated by Canadians to help the victims of the Chilean earthquake?
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord?
Agreed? Agreed.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills.
Of Bill C2, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and on the previous question.
Order. When this matter was last before the House, the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster had the floor. There were 10 minutes remaining for questions and comments consequent upon his speech. I therefore call for questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday I was here to hear the member's speech, and I know that he has some concerns about the human rights aspects. And in fact, he made one point in his speech where he said that our trade agreements should have one common element, and that is that there is this respect for human rights. The dimensions of trade with Colombia are not major, but I think that the issue about, Mr. Speaker, at what point in time does the criteria of human rights kick in and supersede the benefits of a trade agreement? And I think, secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would be interested in the member's comments with regard to whether or not the entering into a trade agreement would be premature given the reconsiderations by countries such as the U.S. and the U.K.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the member. I know that he is sincere in his concerns about the human rights abuses that are ongoing in Colombia. I certainly hope he can make those views known to his caucus and his leader, because we're very concerned in this corner of the House by the deal that seems to have been concocted between the Liberals and Conservatives to try to ram this bill through, despite the egregious, ongoing and growing human rights violations taking place throughout Colombia. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to cite just yesterday the Flanders government, another European government, rejects investment treaty between Colombia and Belgium, saying in Colombia there is a huge gulf between the human rights rhetoric and the reality. And Mr. Speaker, what we saw yesterday is the liberal trade critics saying that what the Liberals are going to try to do with the Conservatives is have the Colombian government report on itself. I mean, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Can you imagine allowing elementary school kids to give themselves their own grade? Criminals can choose their own punishment. I mean, if you extend that ridiculous notion to other aspects of government policy, you can see that this government is very desperate to ram the bill through. The Canadians oppose it, and they say no.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
For Elmo Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member for his address to this Bill C3, this bill. I wanted to ask the member, given that the United States Congress has yet to pass the legislation which has been before it now for a number of years, and given that Republican Congress people have told us as early as last month that they don't feel that this legislation has any chance of passing the Congress with the Democratic majority in control, then the question is, why does this government, which normally likes to follow the United States in anything it does, why is it trying to be a leader in what is basically a very unpopular piece of legislation?
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. He's been front and center on this issue as well. In the U.S., the treaty will simply not come before Congress. It has been completely tabled, set aside. In the European Union, government after government after government has rejected a proposed treaty. So what we have is this Conservative government with some Liberal allies trying to push this agreement through at the worst possible time, Mr. Speaker. We're in an election period where election observers, impartial election observers, have talked about widespread fraud, widespread fear, coercion being used by the government to try to ram through a puppet election, and you've got the Conservatives trying to reward them for bad behavior on the electoral front. And so the question, I think, stands in this House. Why the Conservatives, at this worst possible time, would try to aggravate the human rights situation in Colombia, rather than standing up to the Colombian government and saying, you need to have free and fair elections, you need to stop with the fraud, the coercion, you need to stop with causing fear in your population, you need to have democratic elections in Colombia.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank my colleague. This has been a real passion for him over the last year, and I'd like to ask my colleague if the other European countries are denying the free trade with Colombia, and I know that there have been a lot of murders in Colombia of union activists and people that just want to make Colombia a better place to live. Why is if all these other countries are not willing to participate in this free trade with Colombia? Can he tell me what the motive is for the Canadian government to want to participate in this free trade agreement with Colombia?
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Nickel Belt for his question on this issue. He's been speaking out very clearly and very strongly as well against this appallingly bad judgment shown by the Conservative government. Why are they pushing it forward at this time? Why, when every other Democratic government is taking steps back and trying to put pressure on the Colombian government to improve the human rights situation, why are the Conservatives rewarding bad behavior, rewarding criminal behavior, rewarding murder, rewarding the ongoing violence that exists? And I have to note, Mr. Speaker, the Colombian Association of Jurists talks about the military arm of the Colombian government and sexual abuse of women and ongoing murders. We know about the so-called false positives, the growing number of killings that are taking place, and the paramilitaries linked to the Colombian government, and yet there's not a single Conservative member willing to stand up for human rights, not a single Conservative member willing to stand up and say, this is an appalling human rights situation, and we're going to stand with the people of Colombia, rather than standing with a government that has its hands stained with blood.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the Canadian Labour Congress, more labour activists and trade unionists have been murdered in Colombia than in every other country on the planet put together. Now think about that. In this country here, we have trade unionists and working people who gather to sit down, and for what? So that they can sit down and discuss with their employer the working terms and conditions of their employment, to make sure that they try to get a fair piece of the economic activity they produce. And in Colombia, they kill people. Imagine in this country if 40 trade unionists, 40 Canadian trade unionists were killed this year by paramilitaries. I see the honourable member across shaking his head. Really? Stand up and tell me what's wrong. I'd like to hear where he disagrees with this. 40 trade unionists murdered this year. And this is a country that this government wants to sign a free trade agreement with. There are other countries in South America who are taking steps to progressively mobilize their economy and share their resources more equitably with their people. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend, what other countries in South America does he think are on the right path that Canada maybe ought to be looking at signing closer economic relations with?
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for his question, because he's been very sensible on this issue as well. I know, read the reports. Unlike a single Conservative MP, he actually understands the situation. We have Conservatives laughing in this House, Mr. Speaker, and the death toll in Colombia. It is absolutely inappropriate. If they feel it's somehow funny when trade unionists are killed or human rights activists are killed, well, I think they should go and defend that in front of their constituents. If they think it's somehow funny that 4 million people have been displaced by violent paramilitaries connected to the government and guerrillas as well, then they should go and stand and talk to their constituents. Because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this appalling approach of the Conservatives, this disregard for human rights, is something their constituents don't share. Their constituents believe in Canadian values, their constituents believe in labour rights and human rights, and their constituents, quite frankly, I think they believe they are completely off-centre with trying to force through this bad deal with a bad government when Canadian values are being repudiated. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the Conservatives are embarrassing themselves today by trying to push this through when they should be aware of the egregious and ongoing human rights violations taking place in Colombia against human rights advocates, against labour activists, against Afro-Colombians, against Aboriginal peoples throughout Colombia. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor during this important debate on the implementation of the free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia. In my opinion, this is an extremely important debate because there is no consensus on this agreement, neither in this House nor among the Canadian public or the people of Colombia. The debate we began yesterday will mean that the government cannot claim to not have been informed of the viewpoints of parliamentarians in favor of respect for human rights in Colombia, Mr. Speaker. Up until now, one wonders whether this government is listening to what parliamentarians have to say. In 2008, the Standing Committee on International Trade had tabled a report regarding this free trade agreement, the same agreement with Colombia, in which there were many recommendations, including the following, and I quote, "The committee recommends that a competent body conduct an independent, impartial, and complete study of the repercussions of such an agreement on human rights, a study which would be verified and validated as it would formulate recommendations to be implemented before Canada considers signing, ratifying, and executing a trade agreement with Colombia," unquote. It's the committee that stated that in 2008. Today, as a member of this committee, I doubt that this report was even read by government members. Unfortunately, it seems that the Conservative government is turning a deaf ear and seeks to go forth with this agreement, even in the total absence of impact studies on this agreement, as demanded by many groups, including the Bloc Québécois. We try to seek the valid reasons that might justify the signature of such an agreement, but we can't find any. The Conservatives and the Liberals only have a single argument to put forward, that is, free trade brings about prosperity. Free trade solves everything. And of course, no one is against prosperity. Not me, nor any of my colleagues in the Bloc. However, it's false to believe that bilateral agreements put in place without any serious criteria would achieve that goal. In every bilateral trade agreement, we have to understand the reality of the country with which we're doing business. We have to take the time to assess the consequences of our decisions, both on our own territory and on that of the partner country, and not just from a commercial standpoint. Human rights are important too. In this particular case, Colombia, it seems that the impact on the trade between the two countries would be negligible compared to the harm that this could cause for Colombia's capacity to see to the interests of its own population. Even the prosperity agreement falls by the wayside when you look closely at who will really benefit from an increase in exports. Contrary to what some may think, for the farming sector, for example, free trade is not always welcome. For small farmers in Colombia, an increase in trade also means an increase in imports. Free trade with Canada, which provides for the immediate elimination of customs duties on wheat, peas, lentils, and barley, among other things, would have a devastating impact on Colombian agriculture. And yet, in that country, agriculture accounts for 11.4% of the GDP and 22% of jobs in Colombia. Some organizations, such as the Canadian Council for International Cooperation, maintain that following a free trade agreement with Canada, 12,000 people will lose their livelihood because of Canadian exports of wheat and barley industrially produced here, and that the value of the national production of wheat in Colombia will drop 32%, which will lead to a decline of 44% in the level of jobs and salaries. Those are quite serious consequences, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, another possible consequence of competition and the progressive loss of market share is that this would favor the establishment of coca plantations, because that becomes the only product for which there's always a large foreign market that remains profitable. The sale of coca, and then drug trafficking, guerrilleros, paramilitaries, a link with power, corruption, and so forth. That is a cycle that is very difficult to break, and that brings about the victimization of innocent people. Colombia must find a way to get out of this, and Canada can contribute to that effort, but in our opinion, a free trade agreement is not the way to achieve that. When you look at this bill closely, it's difficult to understand why the Conservative government, supported by the Liberals, is so hell-bent on trying to get this kind of trade agreement approved. From different standpoints, this agreement goes against the whole notion of responsible government that works for the well-being of its citizens and also for humanitarian well-being. In a country that has the worst balance sheet in Latin America when it comes to human rights, although Canada has economic interests in that country, it has an obligation to bring about conditions that will improve the situation. And until we get proof to the contrary, the Conservatives are not fulfilling their duty on this issue. As a farmer myself, as someone who went through the agricultural union movement, I get the chills when I hear the fact that unionists in Colombia are targeted for attack. And they are targeted simply because they stubbornly fight for the rights of workers in that country. Today still, there are people who are paying with their lives for their desire to have their rights respected. Just yesterday, there was an attack in the streets of Bogota, and there were people who lost their lives. It's horrible. And that's not even counting the number of children, women, and men who have to leave their homes and their comfort because of conflicts between the state security forces, paramilitary groups, and guerrilleros. Increasingly, economic displacement forces small subsistence farmers and miners to leave their land and leave them over to large agri-food businesses and mining companies. Entire populations have to be displaced. Once again, no significant measure is suggested in this agreement to correct such injustice. And it is completely false to believe that such an agreement will help this cause and solve the situation. One has to ask, why do we want a free trade agreement with Colombia? One can only wonder what the real reasons are that motivate this government, and not forgetting the Liberals, who seem to want to ratify this accord at any cost. Canada is the 5th export destination for Canadian exports in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's the 7th source of imports in the same region. That means that Canada has more important commercial partners than Colombia. During the last few years, trade between Canada and other Latin American countries have increased significantly, which reduces the proportion of trade with Colombia compared to other countries in that region. Moreover, Canada mainly exports cars and grain, respectively 23% and 19% in 2007, and the vast majority of Canadian investment in Colombia is, of course, in the mining sector.
In my humble opinion, in order to ratify a free trade agreement, there must be equal status of both states concerned. Both nations need to be favoured trade partners. And the level of trade between the two countries must be sufficient in order to break down trade barriers. But let's be frank. Colombia does not account for a very big market. Trade between both countries, Colombia and Canada, is particularly limited. Is the main motivation for the Conservative government for a free trade agreement not trade but rather investment, perhaps? That's the question. Now, I'm asking this question because the agreement includes a chapter on investment protection, which, without a shadow of a doubt, will make life easier for Canadian investors who invest in Colombia, especially in the mining sector. This chapter is very much based on Chapter 11 of NAFTA, which, in point of fact, is a charter for multinationals at the expense of the common good. More specifically, Section 11 of NAFTA, and as I said, and I'll repeat it, it is based primarily on the section on investment in the agreement. It includes the following points. Foreign investors can go before international courts and tribunals themselves, and therefore fall through the gaps when it comes to foreign governments and not be subject to their scrutiny. The notion of export is also so broad that any piece of legislation or statute would in fact reduce the profits of investors and would be tantamount to expropriation and lead to a lawsuit. And thirdly, the amount of any lawsuit wouldn't be limited to the value of the investment, but would also include the potential profits for in the future. And that is ridiculous. This chapter has been decried by all. Since then, there have been many trade agreements signed that have chapters that are very similar to Chapter 11 of NAFTA. The Liberals have been criticised for this kind of agreement, and yet they signed many of them, and they are they are backing Bill C2 today. So this is a step backwards. We are delegating the right to multinationals to determine what is the common good. And I would dare hope that the Conservatives and the Liberals don't actually believe that the multinationals are going to serve the public by giving them the resources they need and by working for human rights, workers and the environment. When I listen to the Conservatives and the Liberals rehash their arguments about supporting developing countries and promoting progress, well, they're not wrong there. The Bloc Québécois and I myself believe that it is our duty to enable other societies to make progress, and we need to give them all the resources that they require in order to achieve this. However, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement in no way will lead to such improvements and progress. No significant steps have been made in this piece of legislation, that is C2, in order to improve the economic, social and environmental situation in Colombia. Let's not use pretexts to meet our goals, but take advantage rather of business opportunities to develop fair and equitable globalization, which includes the notion of human rights, workers' rights, environmental and trade rights. Now, there's another factor that we must take into account, and that is the environment. The accompanying agreement on the environment really doesn't meet the expectations of environmentalists or anyone concerned about environmental standards. The agreement includes no penalties for failure to for non-compliance with the most minimal of requirements. And it will in no way encourage Colombia to move forward with adopting new environmental conservation members. Based on the CCIC report, and I quote, not only will the agreement on the environment not improve environmental regulations and the enforcement of these regulations, but it will contain measures that will be devastating, in fact, for the environment and conservation, and in fact may discourage future reform of legislation on the environment, unquote. And that's what's worrisome. And that's what the Conservatives and Liberals are supporting. Just like Belgium, we should be reasonable here and forgo any agreement that may hurt human rights for Colombians. Even the American Congress put an agreement with Colombia on ice because they have decided that more light should be said on the human rights context in Colombia before entering into such an agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, we haven't invented our arguments here in the Bloc Québécois. We should remember that any free trade agreement should have as its goal improved opportunities for workers, including better salaries and better working conditions. However, even in Quebec, we've observed that many companies prefer to close their factories and take advantage of low foreign wages and also an opportunity to not have to provide workers with exceptional working conditions or even good ones. And what does this do? It accentuates unemployment in Canada and Quebec. It violates human rights and it makes companies even more wealthy. For 11 years before becoming a member of Parliament, I was the president of a company for over 11 years. And I am a member, in fact, of the International Trade Committee and have been so since last year. And from my professional experience and experience at that committee, I can tell you that if I was a president of a union in Colombia, for example, given all the decisions that I made freely in Quebec to defend farmers, if I were Colombian in that situation, Mr. Speaker, I think I would have received serious threats. And I think, in fact, that my life may have been threatened, including that of my 3 daughters. I just don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why the Conservatives and Liberals are so hell-bent on signing this kind of agreement. For what, in fact? For minimum benefit on the economic front. Perhaps they just want to roll out the red carpet for mining, extractive and agri-food companies who want to invest in countries where investing is cheap and where there is enough to mine and where there's low cost and cheap labour. In these areas, entire populations will have to be uprooted and displaced. There'll be an exodus to other parts of their own country which they don't call home. So once again, I don't understand the Liberals and Conservatives' stance on this issue. As I said, they're hell-bent on having this agreement signed with Colombia. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and I will fight to the bitter end to prevent this agreement. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, who did a great job at explaining why his party is against this agreement, and they happen to be the same reasons as why our party is against this arrangement, not only for Canada, but also because it's bad for Canada as well as for Colombia. Now, I'd like to ask him the following question. The notion that this kind of trade with Colombia, the notion that it's going to in some way promote human rights and improve the situation on the ground in Colombia, that's something that we just quite frankly don't believe. We believe that it'll be quite the opposite. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are being helped by the Liberals, and they're the arguments that they keep rehashing, and I'd like to know his thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question indeed. And as I said in my speech was based on everything I heard over the past year in terms of testimony at the Standing Committee on International Trade. And based on that testimony, my understanding is that there's nothing in that agreement that will improve human rights in Colombia in any way whatsoever. And I'll remind you that Colombia has the worst record in terms of human rights in the Southern Hemisphere. And this agreement certainly isn't going to improve things. A number of witnesses appeared before us and suggested things that might be helpful in making future decisions. For example, some of them recommended an independent inquiry so that we could go over the agreement with a fine-tooth comb and evaluate and assess the benefits and possible spin-offs for the Colombian public. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his excellent speech. In his speech, he said that yesterday there was a terrorist attack in Colombia, or an attack rather, and when the member for King's Hants in fact gave the green light or the go-ahead for an amendment which I think was basically a farce or a sham in terms of human rights, at the very same time that he was hopping into bed with the Conservatives, there was an attack in Buenaventura in Colombia, resulting in deaths and injuries. This area there's a lot of drug trafficking in this area. There hadn't been any homicides for a couple of years, and Mr. Juan Carlos Abata is saying that he's very concerned about the rise or resurgence of violence, primarily due to drug trafficking in that region. It was a car bomb that was set off near the police station and town hall. And I think that kind of attack or terrorist attack should be enough to encourage the Liberals to rethink their position. And I wonder what the member for thinks about that. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's a very good argument that my colleague's making. He's the new international trade critic for the Bloc Québécois, and I really enjoy working with him. Now, in my speech, I referred to the danger of getting involved in this way with Colombia. I gave my example of being a union president in Quebec and tried to put myself in the shoes of union presidents in Colombia. Now, my colleague referred to the attack that took place yesterday. There was a car bomb. There were some deaths and some people injured. Let me give you an example. Last summer in my riding office in Rimouski, well, there are Colombian families that have been in my riding for a number of years. I can't remember the father's name exactly, but that man still has children in their 20s who live in Colombia. And each and every day, he does everything within his power to bring his children over to Rimouski. It's been a number of months, nay, even a number of years that this father hasn't even heard from his children, perhaps because they were members of a union, perhaps because they have fallen off the face of the earth. He just doesn't know what's happened to them. And I can tell you that meeting this father, listening to him tell his life story with such passion and emotion, I can tell you that despite what some people think, there are still big problems in Colombia. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed listening to my colleague's speech. The member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. He is really a driving force behind those of us who oppose this agreement. Now, there's a lot of problems with the electoral process in Colombia. Impartial and independent observers have said that there is in fact a fear of violence, electoral fraud and intimidation and bullying at the hands of the government. These Colombians just want democracy in their country, and yet there's not a single conservative member that has risen to condemn the practices of the Colombian government, and not a single conservative who has risen to defend democracy in Colombia. So I'd like to ask my colleague why the Conservatives sit on their hands when it comes to the violation of human rights in Colombia. Is it because his government is in some way allied to this regime that has its hands dirty in this way? The Honourable Member. Well, these are questions that one is right to, within one's rights to ask. Based on the testimony that I heard in committee, the fact is that you have to admit that there are big problems in Colombia. The fact is that there are problems from a democratic standpoint. Now, why do the Conservatives and the Liberals want this agreement to be ratified at whatever cost? In my opinion, it is to lay out the red carpet for Canada's extractive and mining companies. I'm convinced that the government is being lobbied heavily by these companies because I can't see any other valid reason for ratifying this agreement. We've demonstrated that economically speaking, we're talking about peanuts. So, quite clearly, they're laying out the red carpet for Canada's big mining companies.
Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise debate C2, formerly C23, in the House today, and to talk about the free trade agreement with Colombia. But I'd like to put it in contextual form initially, Mr. Speaker, and that's from the sense of why is it we're authorizing a trade deal after the fact, and why hasn't parliamentarians had the opportunity to discuss at the front end of an agreement whether indeed we want to pursue free trade agreement with certain places rather than simply at the tail end of it having put a rubber stamp on it as the Conservatives would like us to do under this present government, along, of course, with their co-conspirators in this deal, the Liberals. So, I mean, it seems to me if we're going to enter into free trade agreements with whomever across this globe,
that what we ought to be doing in this House is actually deciding what the framework of those trade deals should be. And in fact, you know, free trade begins with the letter F, but it ought to be the word fair trade agreement, not free trade agreement, where indeed the partners inside of it, whether that be bilaterally or multilateral, are equal partners. And that includes those folks who work for a living, whether they be unionized or non-unionized, whether they be in a manufacturing sector or a service sector or be in the agricultural sector. And no matter where it is they work, that they are seen to be equal partners in trade deals that will affect them whether they indeed want it or not. Because what we're seeing with this trade deal, Mr. Speaker, is clearly the effect we've seen on us as workers in this country. And I've spoke to this before. The StatsCan report that talks about income disparity in this country is a disgrace. What the report clearly showed, since we signed the first free trade agreement almost 20 years ago now, a little over 20 years ago I guess now, we see our income either stagnant or declining. And yet, under the previous Liberal government and now under this present Conservative government, they tell us that free trade is good for all of us. Well, I beg to differ, because workers that I used to represent when I was in the Canadian Auto Workers and workers that I now represent and have the pleasure to represent in this place are testimony to the fact that it is the opposite. They are not better off. In fact, in a lot of cases, they're not even equal to where they were as far back as 1985. And if that's prosperity, Mr. Speaker, to be stuck in 1985, then I really don't understand the meaning of prosperity. For sure, there's a small percentage, and it's less than 1.5% of those wealthy elite in this country have done remarkably well. And I suppose for them, free trade was a wondrous thing. But when it was sold to us as Canadians, it was sold to us with the aspiration that this would be better for us, all of us, which meant for every man and woman in the working world of this country that they would indeed see their standard of living increase. And what we've seen is the opposite. So which takes me to this particular deal, Mr. Speaker, in the sense of when we look at it, what does it really mean? How important is it to our manufacturing sector, to our agricultural sectors, to any of the sectors indeed that we're suggesting and this government is suggesting is really important that we need to ram this deal through? Well, when we look at it, it's infinitesimally small. Doesn't mean to say that isn't significant to some of those players. Of course it is. But there are other markets elsewhere where we could actually enter into a deal that would be fair trade in nature because we'd be seen as co-equals. We would look at it from the sense of saying to one another, you know what, your rules are basically like ours. Your human rights issues are basically on par with ours, maybe better, and we could bring ours up. Your labor laws are on par with ours. Your environmental standards are on par with ours. The freedom that you have and we have here is about on par. But yet we're going to enter into an agreement with Colombia rather than some other place because they have less. And somehow we feel that's a fair deal. And what we've seen in part of this deal, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about specifically human rights, we see that the argument that's being brought forward is, well, things are getting better. And that's marvelous. That's great for Colombians. And we applaud the fact that it's getting better. But it's not yet good enough to enter into a trade deal. To suggest that somehow allowing multinational corporations to come in and perhaps generate some wealth for themselves will enhance the human rights for those who live there, I think is a specious argument at best and a falsehood at worst. So what we need to do, and what we'd had agreement before in the previous session, Mr. Speaker, was we talked about an international human rights group going in to monitor, to help to bring them up. Even the President of Colombia, Mr. Uribe, who was here before us, admits they have work to do in the human rights field. So they themselves say, we're not there yet. And if that's the case, if they have the understanding and they have factually said to us they have work to do, then why don't we let them go about doing that work and then come back to us when they're finished, rather than trying to ram this through before the president's term expires in another month or so, and of course he can't run again because their constitution has a two-term limit. He already tried to get an extension of the two-term limit to 3 and was denied by his own Supreme Court. So now we'll have to basically retire and go into another line of business, whatever that happens to be. So I don't see why we should shove this through so that Mr. Arube can, hoist the meeting and toast and say, well, we've done what we said we would do, without doing what he said he wanted to do, which was to ensure that people were safe inside his country, that paramilitary squads weren't still out there, that trade unionists could be safe and secure and not find themselves under threat and indeed murdered. Because it's astonishing for me, as someone comes from the labor movement, that if I look back to the leaders of my labor movement, going back to Bob White, to Buzz Hargrove, to before that, leaders like Walter Reuther of the UAW, those folks would probably be found in an alley with a bullet either between the eyes or the back of the ear. They'd been in Colombia. Because of the things they stood for, the things that they spoke about, and what they did for their members, trying to enhance the ability of their members to move up that socioeconomic ladder, get freedom of speech, allowed to collectively assemble, allowed to collective bargain. All of those folks would have never lived to ripe old ages to retirement. They all would be dead by now. That would be a great travesty. But in this land, as much as a lot of folks don't agree with the trade union leaders that I mentioned, we do it in a civil way. We express our opinions and we debate the merits of what we stand for on one side and what we stand for on the other, and none of those trade union leaders ever felt under threat, albeit Walter Reuther back in the 50s, there was a different issue. But that progressed from those days to the point where those leaders don't feel under threat, including the president of the CLC, Ken Giorgetti, who fears not to walk across this land and talk about trade unionism, and talk about human rights, and talk about the collective bargaining process, and the rights to organize, which the Supreme Court of this land has said that folks have, that they have that right under the laws of this land, which is an important fundamental right that we don't see in Colombia. Because as long as folks in Colombia, trade union leaders in Colombia, feel under threat and under duress, then my sense is this is not an agreement that we need to go forward with. So what are we doing in Colombia? What's the benefit for us in Colombia? There isn't a great benefit for a free trade agreement with Colombia. Certainly there's some power elites in Colombia who really feel they truly want an agreement with us, because it sends out a signal to the broader world that they should come back to the table to enter into negotiations with Colombia. Because what we've seen with the EU is they've walked away. They put their hands up and said, we're going to stop negotiations. We're no longer interested in talking until you clean up your own house in Colombia. So that being the case, it seems to us as a member of the G8 and the G20, if we see our partners in that club saying, you know what, it's time to let the Colombians take care of their internal issues and allow them that time to ensure that their population is safe, that their human rights record is on the upswing and indeed is at a level where trade unionists no longer fear for their lives, that indigenous peoples no longer feel as if they're going to be forced off their land, and that that country has actually stabilized itself. Not to take away from the work that's already been done, there's no question that we're seeing a decline in the violence in Colombia from where it was 10 or 15 years ago. But that still isn't at a place where we should be in a trade negotiations until they find themselves stabilized. And it's for them to do that, not for us to say, we'll send you a trade deal, we'll send you some of our products, we'll let some of our companies go into your country, and somehow that'll stabilize your country. Governments stabilize countries by a set of rules, by the understanding of its population that it respects those rules. And at the moment, that's not happening. And the statistics clearly point out to that. Now, some of my colleagues will point out to the fact, well, you know, there's not paramilitary death squads anymore, they're really narco gangs. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, yesterday's narco gangs is tomorrow's paramilitaries and vice versa. They're interchangeable. They go back and forth across that very, very blurry line. There's no question there's some narco gangs in Colombia. No one disputes that. But no one can suggest that somehow they demilitarized every paramilitary group in Colombia. That's not the case. The evidence shows that it's not the case, and we have to accept the fact that that's true. So at the end of it, if we know that to be true, then we know we can't get sustainability in Colombia when it comes to human rights and the right to collective bargaining and to collective assembly and the freedom and democracy that we know that we share here. And that's why you see our friends in the club of G8 and G20 have said no to Colombia at this time, not no to them on a permanent basis. And I think that's what this House needs to know about what New Democrats are saying. We're not saying no to Colombia forever. In fact, we're saying yes to Colombia. We want you actually to help get you back up on your feet. We'll allow you and help you with those institutions that you need to foment. And I would suggest to the government that what we ought to enter into Colombia is we ought to help them strengthen their government organizations, their court systems, so that they actually can indeed move forward like we did years ago. We had to develop ours and strengthen them, and eventually the rule of law in a free and democratic society like ours, where we respect it as individuals, will then be in Colombia as well. And then we become co-equal partners. Then we can enter into trade. Because trade should never be measured on just simply dollars and cents. It is about those who are affected on both sides of that ledger, which means workers here and indeed workers in Colombia. And what we've seen, if we look at the agricultural sector, we look at what happens to indigenous farmers when multinational organizations in the agriculture sector come in. When we talk to our friends in the Campesino movement, they say we get pushed off the land. And yet when we talk about how do we help folks who perhaps are not eating as well as they should, in the sense there's not enough nourishment, not enough sustenance, is we need folks on the land to actually grow food that can be consumed by those who live there. Because when you have to buy food from abroad, you're at the mercy of the price of the world market, which means, indeed, if you're poor already, you become not only just poor, you become hungry. So what we need to do is make sure that all of those factors are in play, that indeed none of the things that we see happening today are happening anymore. It won't be an idyllic society. It won't be a perfectly peaceful place. Nowhere is. In this country, we find from time to time folks get annoyed with things that happen. We have demonstrations. Sometimes those demonstrations indeed lead to the odd window getting broken. And I think that's what we'd like to see in Colombia, is that when the demonstrations revert to no more than a broken window rather than a bullet behind someone's ear, then we'll know they've actually gotten to a place where we can say to them, let's put our hand out and talk about trade. Now is the time that we can sit down and talk about the actual trade negotiations. And inside those, Mr. Speaker, I think what needs to be done, and I know my friends will talk about, well, it's an addendum to the back of the agreement with labor laws and environmental laws, and the fact that you can pay a fine if there's things going on. If you can make a complaint and then fine will be charged against you. When I wrote collective agreements in the bargaining that I used to do over a number of years, if you were serious about what you meant about something, you didn't write it off the agreement. Those used to be called letters off the agreement, which for the most part used to be hidden. Those are things you didn't tell folks you represented. You gave them the collective agreement, you kept the letters off to the side. That's why you did that. Because those were this so-called clandestine sort of semi-agreement between you and the employer. And that's, from my view, that's where those letters at the back of the agreement, that's what that's about. That's about a certain group of folks saying, we know they're there, and we know we can exercise them. But the majority of folks won't. So when they actually find themselves in a situation where they should use them, they don't even know they're there to try and exact a price that the folks should pay as far as the fine is concerned, which I find ludicrous, to be honest. I know my colleague, fellow Democratic colleague, has coined the term, kill a trade unionists, pay a fine. Seems rather cruel when you say it and hear it out loud. But that's a reality. That's clearly what this piece of the agreement talks about. It doesn't talk about how do we stop it. It doesn't talk about setting up fundamental rights and freedoms for trade union leaders to actually go about doing what we consider to be legitimate, which is organize workers if they so choose to be organized, collectively bargain for them because that's what they've asked them to do. represent them in the bargaining process and indeed the grievance processes as you work through, and from time to time engage this Parliament in advancing the rights of workers in the sense of what they believe workers are asking them to do. In Colombia, we don't see that. In fact, my friends in the CUT, which is the largest trade union movement in Colombia, who I've had the pleasure of meeting over the years, tell me that this isn't a good deal for workers. So if Colombian workers are telling us it's not a good deal for workers, why is it we're so pious to believe that we can tell them that it is? That this will be good for you? Reminds me of the 1985 debate on free trade, to be honest. This will be good for you. You know, in the words of the president of my union, who unfortunately said to General Motors during bargaining in 1996, "You're going to eat pablum because I'm feeding it to you because you're going to like it." Well, it turned out they didn't like it that much. They put us on strike for a long period of time. So the bottom line is, because we think it's good for them doesn't make it necessarily so. In fact, I would suggest that it isn't. That what we should be doing is listening to the workers of Colombia, to the workers in the fields, to the workers in the factories, to the workers in cities who are saying, no, thank you. Thank you very much for thinking about us. Thank you very much for saying to our government they need to do better with human rights. Thank you very much for saying I want to make sure that I'm protected. We appreciate that. We want you to continue that. But we don't want this deal at this moment. They're not saying they don't want a deal. They're saying not right now. We should respect that. We should respect the fact those are citizens of Colombia. They are workers of Colombia who are saying to us, thank you, but not right now. And it seems to me that to suggest that we know better than them is not only insulting to them, but is quite delusional for us. We are entering into a pact with whom? An elite? Because they say it will be good for workers? We saw the results here, and I mentioned them earlier. If you talk to workers in this country, are they better off today? StatsCan says unequivocally, no. It didn't work for our workers. It didn't work for ordinary Canadians who toil across this land. The proof's in the pudding. You know, they always say, well, where's the proof? The proof is in the report. The StatsCan report it clearly shows how we've done as working men and women across this country. We didn't prosper. Very few at the top did. By and large, 80% of us did not. So why are we foisting this deal on Colombians and telling them, oh, by the way, you will be better off? Reminds me of what we said when it came to the free trade agreement with North America, when it came to NAFTA and we brought in Mexico. It would be better for them. Well, I would challenge anybody to go across the Macadillo zone and say, okay, how are you making out? Well, what their threat is they're worried about losing their jobs to China, and yet they're the lowest wage rates in North America. Their wage rates don't sustain them in the Mexican economy, and yet they were supposed to be better off. So where we see this trade deal across the globe, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to free trade instead of fair trade, and I stress the word fair trade, which has inside of it many other pieces that this free trade agreement does not. What we need to be doing is saying no to this, respecting Colombian workers' wishes, respecting the citizens of Colombia who say no, and taking a step back and saying, when you're ready, when you've decided it's in your best interest, the workers and the citizens of Colombia should say to us, yes, let's sit down and negotiate a fair trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe the Leader of the NDP is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order in response to the government's dumping of censored documents in this chamber this morning. This purports to be a response in the government's response to the question of privilege and the associated motions that have been placed before you for a ruling with regard to the transfer of detainees and documents relevant to that very serious issue. Mr. Speaker, if this purports to be a response, it is frankly an insult. It is an insult to this chamber and to the rights of parliamentarians to request documents and to have those documents produced. The government has produced one copy of 2,500 documents and put them at the table. Contrary to normal practice, they haven't taken the time or trouble to make additional copies for members of Parliament. They're unavailable to the media so that they could properly report what has been done here to the public. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, what we have is a demonstration, once again, of the contempt the Conservative government is showing to this Parliament, and we cannot accept that. Mr. Speaker, our party has always been consistent, has always called for one thing: access to the documents in order to do our jobs, to monitor the government and to ensure that it is acting in the public's interest, without, however, affecting national security. Having access to the documents, Mr. Speaker, is the only way that we can make sure the government is accountable to the people the members of this House want to hold the government accountable.
Documents that have been tabled before you are highly censored. Well, the order that has been adopted cites the absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents. And given that the reality that the government has violated the rights of Parliament by invoking the Canada Evidence Act to censor documents before producing them, the House urgently requires access to the documents uncensored. And yet what do we have as the government's response? A pile of censored documents. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical situation. And I think that if this is all the government has to offer, then you have no choice but to rule on behalf of the House of Commons, on behalf of the traditions of this Parliament, to have supremacy when it comes to requiring the government to provide documents. I'd have to say it's a sad day when members of Parliament request information and they are treated in such a contemptuous fashion by the government. And that's why we are raising this point of order and drawing it to your attention. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I hear from other members on this, I presume on the same subject, I'd just like to share with all members my understanding the government did table 2 boxes of documents this morning. A single copy of each was tabled. At that time, many of these documents are not in both official languages, and that is why unanimous consent was required in the House to accept those. That was asked for and granted. As members may know, the usual practice of this place is when documents are tabled that are 1 or 2 or 3 pages long, the table provides copies of those as a courtesy to members. In this case, as the Leader of the NDP has mentioned, there are several hundred, many hundreds of documents, and so from a practical point of view, that's not possible. Having said that, the Journals branch has received those 2 boxes of documents. They are proceeding with them on a priority basis to create a single set of copies for each of the 3 opposition parties, and those will be delivered to the 3 opposition parties as quickly as possible. I cannot give you a specific time, but I can tell you that the Journals branch is proceeding on a priority basis. In terms of the contents of the documents, the Leader's point is well taken, but at this point the Chair is not in a position to comment on the contents of those documents. I believe the Parliamentary Assistant to the Government House Leader was also rising on the same point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for making one of the points I was going to make to my honourable colleague about the additional copies, which are being photocopied as we speak, and as soon as the additional copies are made in sufficient quantities, they will be transmitted at the earliest possible moment to the opposition parties. With respect, however, to the Leader of the New Democratic Party's contention that the documents are censored in some way, I would point out to all members of this House that there is a point of privilege before the House, at which point the Speaker will be making a ruling. once the government has an opportunity to make a more fulsome response to the original points of order. At that point in time, Mr. Speaker, and only at that point in time, will this House be able to determine should the government be compelled to release all documents in unredacted form. So the point that the honourable member is making, that we were compelled today to release documents in unredacted form, is simply not true. The government's position is still that we have the executive has the absolute right, on a basis of national security and confidentiality concerns, to release documents in the form that we have been releasing them. And we consistently stated, Mr. Speaker, that all legally available documents have been and will continue to be released. We maintain that position, Mr. Speaker, until further or otherwise advised by the Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Jean on the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, I raised a point of privilege in the House concerning this very issue that we see here today. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is very disappointed by the government's attitude. It demonstrates once again the government's bad faith. The government always comes back and says the same thing. We will table all the legal documents, and that's where we don't agree. What are the legal documents, Mr. Speaker? Is that the 2,500 pages that have been censored, that was just tabled, which are absolutely useless to members of the committee, because we always end up back at square one when we get witnesses before the committee who have read all those documents in an uncensored form, and that we as members have to put questions to them. We're not on the same wavelength. We are incapable of really getting into the crux of the matter if the documents we have at our access do not allow us to question the witnesses properly. Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament, the House of Commons, normally is an investigator. There are legal studies that prove that. We have powers to investigate to make sure that the government is towing the line. The Cabinet, they are the defenders of the kingdom. Right now, as we speak, the defenders of the kingdom have far more advantage than the Grand Inquisitors, if you will. We're being paralyzed. Let me remind you that the motion of December 10th was clear. The House orders that all these documents be produced immediately in their original form, uncensored or unredacted. This is not the 2,500 pages we got today. That does not comply with the motion of December 10th. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, is it that complicated for the government? They had all night to prepare this obstruction. Is it that complicated to arrive with photocopies here and say, here you are, here are the documents, we're giving them to the opposition parties? Once again, that shows bad faith on the part of this government, Mr. Speaker. They continually put spokes in our wheels, preventing us from investigating this properly. So not only don't we have the copies this morning, now they have to be photocopied on an emergency basis, but having looked at them behind your chair, they are censored, so they're pointless, they're useless to us. This is a new act of contempt, and it shows one thing. The decision the Speaker of the House must render is urgent now, because the government continues to come up with all kinds of schemes and scenarios to delay the main issue. It's camouflage on top of camouflage and more camouflage on the part of this government. Last week, I quoted many authorities who say that the House has the authority. I'll read Bourneau.
The ministers refuse information, especially at some delicate stage of an investigation or negotiation. And in such instances, the House will always acquiesce when sufficient reasons are given for the refusal.
Mr. Speaker, I could quote many other passages that I quoted in my question of privilege last week. But fundamentally, we always go back to square one here. only the House can say whether those documents are confidential or not. In the motion that we want to propose, there are provisions where members will have to judge whether such and such a document should come under a seal of public security or if another one should be disclosed. Not only should members of Parliament do that, but we should be assisted by certain people. So there will not be another layer of filtering. The government has its tactic. Let's give our documents to Judge Iacobucci and he'll decide whether document parliamentarians should receive. That's not how things work, Mr. Speaker. Opposition parties are united on this. It is up to members of Parliament to decide which documents should be publicly disclosed and which ones are security sensitive. That is a principle that is fundamental, and we're asking the chair of the House of Commons to examine this. It is urgent that you and your colleague come to a decision, because opportunities for contempt by that government continue to accumulate. The 308 members of the House elected by the public represent them. It's not a judge who represents citizens. Democracy says that members of Parliament represent the people. Members of Parliament can always ask senior officials or courts to assist them, but the ultimate decision is in their hands. We are the ones who were elected here. It is up to us to be accountable when things go wrong. We are responsible for collective well-being. Well, here we have proof that this government doesn't care about collective well-being. It's probably to shelter themselves behind the concept of national security, maybe hiding the fact that ministers made mistakes. Well, how do you do that? You give people documents and you censor them. I showed on camera a complete page that was completely redacted, all black. The question I asked is, how long did it take to translate that document? It certainly didn't take long. They made a photocopy and say that's the French version. Well, that doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is just a scheme by this government. They're trying to gain time and shelter or hide the incompetence of certain influential members of this government, and that's no good for democracy. That is why we're back here today and saying that what the government did today makes no sense. It is unacceptable to us, and it does not comply with the motion of December 10th. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the Liberal Party on presumably the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is, of course, a very serious topic. This is not the first time this issue pertaining to the documents related to Afghanistan has been raised in this House. It has been raised seriously and conscientiously by members of a number of different political parties, and it is extremely important that the Chair treat this matter with the gravity that it deserves, and we're confident that, of course, will be the case. But it's also very important that the government treat it seriously as well. The government's behavior today in bringing these documents, whatever they may be, to the House in the condition that they have is really a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. They want to appear to be doing something to leave the impression that they are being transparent with respect to the Afghan documents, when in fact transparency is the least description you could use to characterize what's gone on here. When the House opened at 10 o'clock, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader was in his place and put before the House 2 large cardboard boxes. He said those boxes contained documents pertaining to the motion that was passed by the House last December related to Afghanistan. He indicated that they were not translated, and accordingly he had to seek unanimous consent for those documents to be put forward. The House gave unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, as a courtesy, because obviously there is importance attached to any documentation related to Afghanistan. But here we have 2,500 documents, we are told, one copy of each, we are told, not translated, and still apparently in redacted form. That is, Mr. Speaker, I think you will have to agree, highly unusual. It may in fact be unprecedented in parliamentary experience. The government has known about Parliament's requirement for documentation since at least December the 10th. Indeed, an argument could be made that the requirement for those documents was known even before the date upon which Parliament passed the resolution. But the government has known that Parliament requires these documents. Now, more than 3.5 months later, they come to the House with one copy, untranslated, of 2,500 pieces of paper. One might ask, in this massive exercise of recalibration that apparently went on in the government after prorogation, did they disconnect all of the photocopying machines in the Government of Canada? What have they been doing with respect to this documentation issue for the last 3.5 months? They come to the House in such an unprepared way. For now, tabling under the rules of the House has not actually been effective. The government will try to make the argument that they have had a little exercise in transparency here today by bringing in these documents and dumping them on the table in 2 cardboard boxes. But that is not effective tabling under the rules. Substantively, tabling has not been perfected. What we've had here is a show, we've had a charade, but it is not legitimate. And I would call upon the Chair to note for the record that while the tabling of these documents may have begun in this chaotic and ad hoc way today, it is not yet complete, and these documents should be deemed not yet to have been tabled unless and until all of the documents, whatever they may be, are available to all parties in both official languages as required under the rules. The attempt at tabling that was undertaken today has obviously been far, far from perfect. It does not meet any of the transparency or information requirements of members of Parliament, and the government needs PDQ to get on with the job of producing those documents as Parliament has requested in a very legitimate way. And the obfuscation on the part of the government simply only serves to raise greater suspicions in the minds of members of Parliament and the Canadian public.
Before I go to the Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to clarify one small matter. When I was responding to the Leader of the NDP, I stated that the Journals branch of the House of Commons is preparing 3 copies, one for each opposition party. In his earlier statement regarding this point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary said, we are preparing copies, and I just wonder if he could clarify, was he suggesting that the government is also preparing copies, or that was he referring to those being prepared by the House of Commons? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was referring to, the copies are being made right now for the opposition parties, and copies will be supplied as quickly as possible. But the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, right now, in response to both the opposition House Leader and other members of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking on a point of order myself.
Parliamentary Secretary is speaking on a point of order, and I will go to the member from St. John's East once he is finished. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would merely point out to all members of this House that the unanimous consent was given to the motion earlier today that I introduced, and I want to again go over one line that seems to be conveniently forgotten by all members. And that line, Mr. Speaker, is when I said that we were seeking for unanimous consent to table related documents untranslated and without prejudice to the procedural arguments before this House. I say that because for those who are saying that we were compelled to produce unredacted documents today is simply not true, Mr. Speaker. We produced those documents as quickly as we could. I would think that my colleagues would have been quite frankly happy to see the government produce documents as quickly as possible. But without prejudice to the procedural arguments, Mr. Speaker, we still maintain our position that documents at this point in time and perhaps into the future will remain redacted where the government and the executive believes that issues of national security are at stake, Mr. Speaker. We will always honor that, as we should.
With due respect to the Parliamentary Secretary, he didn't answer my question. When he made reference to the copies being produced, is he referring to those that the Journals branch is producing, or is the government also producing these copies?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. In direct answer to your question, we are also, the PCO is also making copies.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct something that the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader said in terms of responding to the request of the Parliament. Last week, we raised a very formal notice and a request for a point of privilege to be determined by this House. The Speaker gave the Government House Leader and the Government itself time for an opportunity for the ministers who were affected by this to respond to the House. That was a week ago, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't a time limit allowed to see if the government could come up with some political stunt like they produced this morning in terms of making documents that were censored available to this House. These are documents that have been available for some time. The dates are in fact stamped on them. I've had a brief look at the piles of documents. Some of them say they were released in January, some were released in February, which I assume means released by the government lawyers. So these are documents that have been available for quite some time. If the government had any intention of trying to deal with this order, they would have been negotiating and discussing with the members of the House opposite how to do that. Do we have some sort of indefinite time for the government to actually respond to this point of privilege which has been raised before the House? This is a provocation and an insult to the Speaker. To have been given an opportunity to respond 1 week ago today, and we have no response, but today a political stunt coming up with documents that are censored, that are redacted, that we never asked to be tabled on the floor of the House in any event. I mean, the government has chosen here to interpret this order of the House on December the 10th as a request and an order to make all these things public on the floor of the House. What the order said was that parliamentarians, members of Parliament, be given access to an unredacted form of these documents. And it was very clear in my motion produced last week that that can be done and should be done. But this government refused to do it. What they're doing today is trying to, through a political stunt, avoid responding to the motion of privilege and taking advantage of the House's, the Speaker's generous notion of saying, well, we'll give you some time to respond. Well, they haven't taken that time. I would have expected, Mr. Speaker, that given the nature of Friday, that many members are not here, that we would have heard them from them on Monday if they had something to say. This is now Thursday, and what we've got is something, he said in rebuttal this morning, here are the documents. Well, if that's their response, Mr. Speaker, we would look forward to a ruling from the Speaker very quickly as to what the state of this prima facie case request of privileges, and we would look forward to having that happen very quickly, because this is an insult not only to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but also to the Chair and to the role of the Speaker in this Parliament.
Well said.
Before I go to other members on point of order, I'd just like to make one brief point. We have certainly been in a position to deal with the issue of copies, and members and parties will have to decide whether that is satisfactory or not. Regarding the contents of the document, obviously they were tabled this morning. At this point, the Chair is not in a position to comment on the contents of the documents. In terms of whether the documents provided were those that ought to have been provided, obviously the Chair is not in a position to do that. As all honourable members know, the Speaker is considering the points of privilege that were raised last week. This is clearly an important issue. I am confident that both the Speaker and his staff are listening carefully to the points that have been made by all honourable members this morning, and that those will be taken into consideration when the Speaker delivers his ruling on those points of privilege. And I urge some, if not patience, I urge members to wait until the Speaker feels he's in a position to make the right ruling in this case. As I said earlier, this is clearly an important issue, and I am confident that the Speaker is moving forward with all due haste with this matter. The Honourable House Leader for the Liberal Party on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, to seek some further clarity from the Parliamentary Secretary with respect to the documents that were put on the table today in a form that was clearly imperfect. Can he indicate to us if Mr. Iacobucci has seen the documents that were put on the table today? Has Mr. Iacobucci cleared those documents that were put on the table today? Or are we now facing a situation where there are two categories of documents? Certain documents that Mr. Iacobucci will see and will be asked to clear, and certain other documents pertaining to this same situation which will not be drawn to the attention of Mr. Iacobucci. There seems to be a double standard here in the way documents are being treated, and I think we need to have absolute clarity with respect to what kind of documents these are.
I'll go to the l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette on the same point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the Parliamentary Secretary responds, I think it's important to say that the parliamentary leader from the official opposition has raised a very good point, and that is whether or not the documents that have been brought forward are in fact acceptable as documents go. So later we'll be entitled to documents with more information, perhaps. It's a very good question that's being asked. And on the 10th of December 2009, there was an order from the House that hasn't been respected by this government. The order was very clear, and I'll repeat it. The House orders that all these documents be produced immediately in their original and non-redacted format. And now it's redacted. So the Bloc Québécois agreed that documents produced in English, untranslated documents, would be acceptable because it's the original form. The same goes for documents in French. So if in the Bloc Québécois we agree to have these documents released in their original form, well then it's on the proviso that it is an unredacted. And yet the government has strategically going about things here, trying to give a semblance of complying with this order, but in fact it's not the case. I think we have shown good faith in the opposition parties. The government, through this particular manoeuvre, has tried to respond to the question of privilege to the Speaker of the House. Now, I'd like to add a couple of things. My colleague from Saint-Jean earlier referred to Bourrineau, and on page 135, he quoted a text, and I'm going to give you a translation of it in French. Quote, "One must remember that in all circumstances it is the House that has considered reasons justifying the refusal of publication of information." So the reason is very clear. It's the House. The House must make this decision. There are ways of ensuring that a member gets his hands on information without jeopardizing the public safety, but it's up to the House to determine whether information should be transmitted to a committee on Afghanistan. The opposition parties are prepared to negotiate on the method with the government of transmitting this information, but in terms of the substance, the government must comply with the order of the 10th of December. And I don't think with today's stratagem that they are going to avoid any sanctions from the Speaker if he decides that there is, in fact, a breach of privilege. I think that this is a stratagem which has confirmed the opposition's fears. I know you're asking for patience. I know the Speaker has to have the time to consult before making a decision, but if we wait too long, the situation will degenerate. As we've seen this morning, the government has provoked us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Let me start first with a quick response to my honourable colleague, the House Leader of the Bloc Québécois, who seems to make the point, Mr. Speaker, as others have done before him today, that the House Order of December 10th is something that our government must comply with. I would point out to the honourable member and all members here that we are disputing that because, Mr. Speaker, as I have stated on several occasions in this House and outside of this House, that it is the government's position that we are complying with the House order, which means we are producing every legally available document. But, Mr. Speaker, we maintain the position that interests of national security and documents relating to national security and documents that may be injurious to national security will continue to be protected by this government. And, Mr. Speaker, the House order of December 10th did not even contain one reference to the concerns that we have over national security. The House order of December the 10th merely stated that all documents, without respect or regard to national security, should be tabled. Well, we are disputing that, Mr. Speaker. Hence, we have now a situation where the Speaker will be ruling on several points of privilege on that very point. What must the government, in the opinion of the Speaker, do with relationship to production of documents? And this is a very, very fundamental question, a constitutional question, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the Chair will be responding in due course once they have heard all arguments from the government. But to suggest that we must comply with the December 10th order of the House is absolutely incorrect, Mr. Speaker. That order is, quite frankly, under review right now. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, once again, that in response to all of the arguments that the documents tabled today contained redactions, Mr. Speaker, that all documents that we are producing on a regular basis, documents that we have produced in the past and will continue to produce in the future, are being examined by independent, arm's-length, nonpartisan government officials who only, Mr. Speaker, only have 2 points of interest in their deliberations: whether or not the application of law is being followed and whether national security provisions are being observed and protected, Mr. Speaker. The documents produced today have contained redactions. In the opinion of those nonpartisan, independent public officials, redactions are necessary. Until we hear otherwise, Mr. Speaker, other arguments or other rulings from the Chair, we will continue to produce the documents in a similar fashion. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would also point out to you, with response to questions from my honourable colleague, the Opposition House Leader, who asked whether the documents we table today are in fact, have they in fact been examined by Justice Iacobucci. No, they have not. Justice Iacobucci has not vetted these, but what we have stated, Mr. Speaker, and what in fact is occurring as we speak, is that Justice Iacobucci will be examining all documents. And his purpose, Mr. Speaker, of those examinations are to examine the redactions to determine whether they are proper. So, Mr. Speaker, the documents today will be reviewed by Justice Iacobucci in due course. He will be advising our government, and in due course then that opinion will be presented to the House for all members. But it is an independent review by Justice Iacobucci who will be determining whether or not the redactions are in fact proper. And that is the argument we have been advancing time and time again. Let Justice Iacobucci do his work. The position this government has taken is redactions done by an independent, non-partisan group of officials are proper. And for the opposition members to say, we want to ignore all of that, we want to ignore 140 years of parliamentary tradition and just give us the documents in an unredacted form now, without regard for national security, is quite frankly improper, Mr. Speaker, and that is an argument we wait with great interest to hear from the Speaker on his interpretation of our position as well as the opposition positions. And, Mr. Speaker, I agree with your contention, and I implore all of my colleagues to let the Speaker examine these arguments carefully and make a ruling, and I'm sure he will be doing in a most expeditious manner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Outremont on the same point of order.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter in relation to your remarks earlier when the leader of the New Democratic Party rose. You responded to explain a number and clarify a number of things. I'd like to suggest that perhaps without necessarily wanting to do so, you gave an explanation which doesn't stand up to reason. So I'll just explain. You said that it was due to the fact that the documents were not translated that we did not have any photocopies. But that has absolutely no relationship with what the actual situation. The parliamentary assistant did, in fact, ask for permission, which was granted to him, to table documents which were untranslated. But let's be clear about this. The redactions in English are exactly the same as redactions in French. You understand what I'm saying here, don't you? No need to say anything more. Now, the speakership was aware, as of last evening, of the government's intention to table documents today. So, right from the outset, there's no possible excuse except contempt. And may I tell you that this should be part of the context of your consideration. You should look at the notion of contempt of this Parliament, of its elected representatives and the institution. What they've done is tabled a whole host of redacted documents, completely flying in the face of an order from this House on the 10th of December. And what's their pretext for doing so? Oh, they didn't have enough time to photocopy all of this. I don't want your remarks in response to the leader of the New Democratic Party to be misinterpreted in order to bolster the government's arguments. I'm sure you wouldn't be trying to do that. I'm sure. But I should point out that there is no logical link between the fact that we exceptionally agreed to these documents being tabled with a view to giving the government an opportunity to respond, and yet what we've seen is the government changing its story, spinning things wildly. This is part of this Conservative government's contempt for this institution and Canadians in general.
I'd like to respond to the honourable member from Outremont. When I responded earlier to the leader of the NDP, it was my intention to make 2 points. The first had to do with the translation issue, simply pointing out that it is the normal practice that documents are tabled in both official languages. Because that was not done in this case, unanimous consent was required and was granted. That is one issue. The second issue has to do with the providing copies. If I misspoke, I apologize, but my intention was to reference the fact that unanimous consent had been given, that the documents were presented only in one language. The subsequent issue dealing with making copies is not related to that in any way. If I could also remind all members, it seems to me that the two central issues being discussed here today, the first being what the government ought to do, and the second being whether the government has met that obligation, it goes to the heart of the points of order that were raised last week. And as I said earlier, this is a serious matter. I know that the Speaker is taking it seriously. The 3 points of order deal with those matters. It will not be possible at this time to deal with some of the questions raised here this morning, because ultimately those questions will be dealt with in the Speaker's ruling on those points of privilege. So I would urge all members to wait until the Speaker delivers that ruling. If there is the honourable member from the Yukon, if he has something he feels he needs to add, I will take a comment on the point of order at this point.
Yes, just very briefly, like to ask the Assistant Parliamentary Secretary. He said that PCO was photocopying documents. How many are they making available to the opposition party? Well, to our party in particular.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my honourable colleague's question, I mentioned this a little earlier in one of my previous interventions. We are making sufficient copies for all opposition parties. As far as the timeline, all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is we're getting them produced as quickly as possible.
It seems to me that each of the parties has had an opportunity to put their views and their positions on this matter on the record. Quite some time ago, when we left the regular debate in this House, the honourable member from Welland had just completed his speech. And so at this point, I would ask if there are any questions or comments for the honourable member from Welland. The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be very pleased to ask the honourable member a question on his very good speech on C2. And the member for the block and the member for Welland did talk about the getting behind the real reasons for this trade deal, and because we know that the Colombia does not provide a big market for Canada. So clearly there's other reasons why this agreement is being pushed to the fore. And the suspicion is, of course, that it has to do more with mining companies and big business interests than anything else. In addition to that, perhaps the member would like to comment on the fact that, as he mentioned, not only the EU is withdrawn support from their deal, and Britain has cut off military aid agreements to Colombia, but in addition to that, the United States Congress, in fact, congressional leaders, have as recently as a month ago indicated to us that there is absolutely no chance that this agreement will pass the Congress. So since this government continues to always want to follow the United States, why are they trying to lead in this case?
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And he's right. There is a certain group that believes there's an upside for them, and that is truly mining companies who are looking at Colombia and, in fact, are in Colombia at the moment. And as we've seen, there is a great debate around how well are they doing. In fact, there's a private member's bill before us that talks about a sort of code of conduct for mining companies to do abroad what they do at home, especially Canadian companies. And I actually agree with that sense of, the conduct should be the same in both places where we treat everyone the same. But it is quite enlightening, as my honourable friend from Elmwood Transcona said, the number of countries around this world who have put up their hands and said, not right now when it comes to free trade with Colombia. They've said, we're going to take a step back, we're going to sit down, we're going to rethink this, and in the meantime, they've asked the Colombian government to basically go back and find a way to sustain itself within its own house when it comes to workers' rights, the protection of indigenous people, the human rights of its populations, its narco trade that it has in narco gangs, and the paramilitaries. When it does all of those things, then the time is to say, when Colombians ask us as workers, do we wish to enter into a fair trade agreement, then I think we ought to do that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask. Given the fine work that the member from Welland has done in terms of the importance of agriculture and certainly the agricultural industry to Canada, and I'd be interested. A lot of his work has been focused on the way in which this government hasn't stood up for the agricultural industry in Canada. So I'd like him to comment on sort of the hypocrisy that we're seeing here, where this government is saying, let's support this agreement because it's good for Canada's agricultural industry, livestock industry, and the parallel with the way in which they ignore the calls for supports from that industry on the ground, the attacks on the Canadian Wheat Board, the attacks on the Canadian Grain Commission, and I'd like to hear his thoughts on that area.
Good question.
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it's a great question. I know she's doing great work on behalf of her constituents. Clearly, when we look at the agricultural sector across this country, we see a business operation, a business model that has the highest rate of bankruptcies of any other business in this country, that quite literally is falling out from underneath folks who have been in the business of agriculture for generations in some cases. The family farm, as we once know it, is almost but eradicated across this land. And that happens through all kinds of things. One of it is a devoid and good policy that will help the agricultural folks in this country actually survive what we see as a crippling of them when it comes to prices. And what's held out by a policy from this government is, we'll get you another free trade deal that takes us into another market, and that'll help you. What we've seen in the agricultural sector is, as markets open up, the price for their commodities goes down in a lot of cases, and they're actually poorer for that. So more markets doesn't necessarily enhance the agricultural sector in this country. So ultimately what we need to be talking about is, what does the agriculture sector look like in Colombia and here, and how can they be linked? There are things that we grow in this country that Colombia wants to purchase that they don't grow. But to allow multinational agribusiness into Colombia to drive campesinos off the land and destroy the family farm the way we've done here is not a model for prosperity in Colombia, nor is it a model for agricultural workers in this country and owners of family farms across this land who need help from this government and need that help now, don't need to have more impediments put in their place, and open markets in some place, wherever it is, including Colombia, that isn't helpful to both sides in the agricultural sector is not a good deal for either one.
Hear, hear. Est-ce qu'on est à la période de questions et commentaires? Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just in 2008, the House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade passed a recommendation that the Human Rights Impact Study be undertaken to determine the real impact of a trade agreement, which this government has totally ignored. But curiously, at that time, the Liberals were in favor of this impact study under their former critic. And then they had a change of leaders. And the new critic, the member for King's Hants, took over. And now we see a virtual marriage on this issue between the Liberal Party and the Conservatives. They're working in lockstep. We see no speakers from the government or from the Liberal Party speaking to this motion at all, and they are joined as one. Can the member explain why this has developed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona for the question. And it's a very important one. Clearly what we see is the government and Her Majesty's opposition in lockstep when it comes to free trade. This from a group who at one point, as you correctly said, was in full favor of the International Committee looking at the human rights abuses in Colombia. Yeah. Who now, and I know that to be true because I have the great occasion to actually sit at that committee, not only to substitute, but go on most occasions, and actually have witnessed the fact that they no longer are in that position as a Liberal Party, to the right, which is really a sense, I think, of they believe in free trade first, and clearly they put human rights second, which is really unfortunate, because at one point in time they actually said human rights first, free trade second. And it seems what they've done is they've decided to, as you said, my honourable colleague, they've seemed to marry their position with the Conservative government. So now we basically see, when it comes to international trade, there is no difference between the government and Her Majesty's loyal opposition. They are indeed united as one. They are the same when it comes to trade deals. They have no different viewpoint. They're both free traders. They both say the deal's okay, let's go ahead and sign it. Let's get on with it. They raised not a hand in opposition to it. They continue to say it's okay. And that really, from my perspective, and I know from the Democrats' perspective and from the Bloc's perspective on the committee, is unsettling to say the least. Because what it really tells us is that we'll put profits before people. Shame. And that is really shameful. It really is. What it should be about, what we should all be about, is not only representing our constituents, not only representing Canadians from coast to coast to coast, but indeed when we enter into agreements with whomever around this world, that we respect them and want them to have the things that we have as they want for us. They want us to have that shared responsibility and that sharing and caring that we talk about. Then I would look to the Liberals and say to them, respect the decision that you had before when it comes to human rights in Colombia and say, let's have the investigation first and say no to this free trade agreement with Colombia.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We would have preferred not having to resume this debate on Colombia. That's maybe one of the only positive things about the prorogation would have been the elimination of this bill. Because if I remember correctly, it was called the C-32, rather, the Act to Implement the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. We're surprised in the Bloc Québécois, as in the general population in Quebec, to see just how hard the government is pushing to negotiate with a country like Colombia, when in fact we have very little trade, do very little trade with the country. There are other countries and communities, the European community, for example, where it would be in Canada's interest to negotiate a free trade agreement or a partnership agreement. Now, when we know that the government showed such a little interest in negotiating with the European Union, we're surprised now to see just how eager it is to implement this free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia. Now, the first reason why the Bloc Québécois cannot support this legislation is because of the clauses dealing with the protection of investments. Now, Madam Speaker, it's always surprising to see, in fact, that have been concluded with the European Free Trade Association. In that case, there was a clause with respect to protecting investments, be they Canadian or investments by member countries of the association. It's the Economic and Cooperation Development Agreement. It's always been a clause that's been included. So if there are disputes among investors, be they Canadian or from other members of that association, the countries negotiate a settlement to make representations before the courts, the respective courts, and not the companies. Now, we have an example, and I would like to, in passing, remind you that we're not opposed to opening up the borders. No, we've signed on to and supported a number of free trade agreements, NAFTA, for example, and others, but it's the presence of those closed clauses that are such that it's no longer the governments that negotiate, but the companies, in fact, that can go to the specialized tribunals to take action with respect to a social policy. And in the views of this government, that is in the interests of the people. Now, in passing, I'd like to remind you that recently, in the case of the softwood lumber agreement with the United States, the London Tribunal, and it's not an American company, but the government of the United States challenged a decision made by the Quebec government, and it was lawyers from the government of Canada representing interests of Canadian companies that were responsible for the negotiations in London. So with NAFTA, this was put in place, and I think that NAFTA was the first free trade agreement among developed countries, industrialized countries, Canada, or the free trade agreement, rather, between Canada and the United States, and industrialized countries are paternalistic and concerned about seeing policies that may be adopted in developing countries, policies that may have a detrimental effect on companies in Canada, the U.S., or in fact, Mexico. So with these free trade agreements, the free trade agreement, the NAFTA, we saw the inclusion of things like Section 11, Chapter 11, which provides recourse to a specialized tribunal for the reasons that I mentioned. Now, we can't accept this situation because in a case like Colombia, and it's true for Costa Rica, where we opposed that free trade agreement as well, these are countries that don't have a rapport de force with countries like ours. They're countries that are always simply forced to accept the rules that are imposed upon it by the Government of Canada or by large multinational corporations. So for that reason, the free trade agreement is not acceptable. As you know, in the Bloc Québécois, we work very hard to ensure that there is no straying from Chapter 11. And to date, we have been successful in our approaches, but this threat will always exist, where a company, an American company, it would surprise me if a Mexican company were to undertake that kind of approach, but if an American company were to challenge a Canadian government's decision, well, and in fact, I'd like to remind you of a case with UPS against Canada Post. There was a case because through Perlator, Canada Post was challenging UPS, but that was resolved, the issue, in fact. So we can see that multinationals do seem to want to use this kind of clause, which protects them, which is not always in the best interest of people. So those are reasons why we are opposed to the agreement, but there are even other additional reasons. There are the issues of human rights, trade union rights, and now they exist in Colombia. The government can boast, however, in Colombia, there are systematic cases where human rights are violated, union rights are violated, and I'll give you some examples. The Department of State in the U.S. has confirmed that 305 people were displaced in 2007. Over 300,000 people had to leave their residence or their homes due to violence. According to the Center for Human Rights and Displaced Persons, there is a 25% increase in the number of displaced persons in 2008. According to the same organization, in 2008, the worst year since 2002, this displacement has been the highest, and 4.6 million people were forced to flee their homes and land. In terms of percentage of the population, it represents more than 3% of the population of Colombia. So each day, 40 new families are showing up in Bogota, and as I mentioned earlier, Aboriginal peoples there are affected. They represent 4% of the population, but 8% of the displaced people. And as a result, Colombia is, after Sudan, the country where with the highest percentage of displaced people following threats of retaliation, violence. And as I mentioned, the country where the situation is the worst is the Sudan. Now, would this government consider signing an agreement with the Sudan? I think that would be quite risky, and I think in terms of our international image, that would be very damaging. But here, we've got the same situation with Colombia. Now, today I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about a case in my riding that illustrates this situation. And to Madam Speaker, the danger with the free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia is this. Canada has been criticizing the situation in Colombia, but we're abdicating our international responsibilities. And what's worse, there are cases of immigration that need to be dealt with. And this is what I was getting at earlier. In my riding, a constituent and his wife had to flee Colombia because they were threatened by the FARC and also by the government through a series of measures, a real saga. They arrived in Canada and they claimed refugee status. 13 other members of this couple's family are in fact, Colombia. The Tourbe-Cote family, a former Colombian parliamentarian, they received assistance from this parliamentarian from Colombia. And in fact, this person has protection from the Colombian police. Now, there are no guarantees that being under the protection of the Colombian police or the special police forces for witnesses in cases like the one I've just mentioned. So, in fact, it's quite worrisome. There are cases of corruption. Corruption occurs. People try to buy out others there.
So the members of these two families, the family of my constituent and his wife's family, are being threatened right now. So of course, what they decided to do was to go to the Canadian Embassy in Bogota to ask for refugee status, and that was refused, Madam Speaker. And yet, when you look at the government website about the region where they used to live, because like everyone else, they went to Bogota to try to escape potential torturers who were threatening them. So they were in Quequeta. When you read this on the government's own website, the Canadian government website, that because of political instability in some regions, they ask Canadian nationals and Quebec nationals not to go there. So something incomprehensible here. Let me read you this, because I think it's worthwhile seeing what the assessment is from the very Canadian government. So let me read this. The presence in this region of drug traffickers who are armed, guerrilleros, paramilitaries, including the FARC, or the ELN, the Liberation Army, pose a security risk for travelers. They continue to perpetrate attacks, extortion, kidnapping, bombings. They attack infrastructure in this region. They use anti-personnel mines, especially in rural regions. It is advised to avoid Coca, Quequeta, the area where my constituent is from, Valle del Coca, Espes Antioquia, Espes except Medellin, the city of Buenaventura, because of the presence of similar military groups. That's on the government's own website. So, how can it warn Canadians and Quebecers who want to go to these regions against traveling there and telling them it's full of paramilitaries and guerrilleros of all kinds and bandits, frankly, and on the other hand, not be sensitive to the situation experienced by these two families? The worst part of this story, and this is what brings us back to the free trade agreement, is that the excuse the government representative gave, the immigration officer, is they are under the protection of the Colombian police, so they run no risk. Well, we know full well that a good part of the paramilitaries are in the police force and have direct contact with a large proportion of the Colombian Congress. So they sort of subcontracted this. Canada subcontracted through this immigration office the security these people need, instead of assuming their international responsibilities and allowing these 13 people to join their brother and son, uncle here in Canada, in Quebec, in the Joliette region. So they'd probably be a heck of a lot safer under the vigilant eye of the member for Joliette. No Colombians are afraid in our region. But they downloaded this, they subcontracted it to an immigration officer and to the Colombian authorities, and that's without this FTA. So imagine, with a free trade agreement in place, this tendency to avoid seeing reality in the face of what Colombia is all about. This would be even worse under an FTA, and we see more numerous refusals under fallacious pretexts, and would refuse to receive Colombians as refugees even though they're in danger. That's not a unique case. I will see this all the way to the end because I do not accept that for purely trade reasons or protection of Canadian investments, especially a few Canadian mine companies that are not very respectable. I'm not saying that's the whole industry. On the contrary, far be it from me to say that. But we have to be aware of the situation that is going on in many countries. It is unacceptable. It's unacceptable now, and it'll probably be worse under a free trade agreement, which will in some ways legitimize Colombian authorities. Some would respond that there are two parallel agreements under discussion, one that will be about trade union rights and human rights, and one on the environment. And that's interesting because while on the one hand the government is saying what we're negotiating right now with Colombia has nothing to do with human rights, it's strictly commercial. Recognizing that you have two parallel accords that do nothing really, but still they deal with areas that have nothing to do with trade and investment, this is proof that the Canadian government is admitting that this agreement has a far greater scope than simply trade. Now, let me remind you, Madam Speaker, that these parallel agreements appeared under NAFTA, and that's quite interesting. I wasn't a party to the negotiations, but I was part of a coalition that was closely watching those negotiations, a coalition called the Coalition on North American Integration. On many occasions, we met with Canadian negotiators. Let me remind you that a Conservative government was in power with a progressive Conservative leader, Brian Mulroney, but it was the same approach. They said, no, NAFTA has no consequences when it comes to the environment or human rights. It's strictly a trade deal. Well, unfortunately for the Canadian government and the Mexican government, I must say, Bill Clinton's election in 1993 and his inauguration in 94 completely changed the rules of the game because Bill Clinton was elected by saying that the NAFTA would be limited by environmental and trade union and labor rights. So, paradoxically, it's the U.S. government that forced the Canadian government to negotiate those agreements. And in fact, I remember that we had been brought here to Ottawa very quickly to give them a few ideas about what that meant, what an agreement on labor and the environment would look like. My colleague was involved too at the Secretariat. We made recommendations that were not taken up. These are agreements with no teeth. They're not compelling. We have proof now. Since 1994, we've been living with NAFTA and these two parallel accords, and we know that those parallel accords lead to nothing. They serve no purpose. And according to the reports by the two secretariats, nothing's happening. Even the situation is even deteriorating in Canada, the U.S., or Mexico. There are many areas where Canada and the U.S. have taken steps backward in the past few years, such as union accreditation in the U.S. and even in a good part of Canada. So what we need here are agreements that are integrated into the trade agreement. I'd even say that impose conditions on the privileges that come under the trade agreement or partnership agreement, as they're now called in Europe. This would be conditional upon the respecting the environment, international agreements on the environment, and international agreements, major conventions on labor, on the other hand. So that's where we're going, but unfortunately here in Canada, the Conservative government has not understood this. In the U.S., President Obama is talking about that. It's the second generation of free trade agreements, and they will integrate those dimensions, and that's why the ratification of the FTA is blocked in the U.S. Congress. Let me close, Madam Speaker, by saying that when you respect major international conventions, that doesn't mean you respect them in the same way. This is not a matter of imposing rules on developing countries. Let me give you the example of union accreditation. In industrialized democratic countries, there are many different forms of union accreditation. In France, in Canada, in the U.S., the situation is totally different. But in each country, there is one thing in common. There's pressure exerted to respect the right to unionization. I'm not saying it's always effective, but I would say that in law, this does exist. So what's important here is, for example, when it comes to trade union rights, we respect the right of association. I don't think that in Colombia we'll get very far with a free trade agreement when it comes to that. Questions and comments?
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the honourable member on a very well thought out speech. As we all know, Colombia is among some of the world's worst offenders when it comes to respecting human rights of social activists and trade unionists in the world. In fact, I note that a statement made by the vice chair of an expert committee of the Belgian Christian Trade Union Federation said that in the 9 years that he's been vice chair of that committee on the application of ILO rules and recommendations, the only countries that he's seen that are comparable to Colombia in terms of ILO violations are Myanmar and Belarus. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member might comment on the relationship between lack of respect for trade union rights, extrajudicial killings of trade unionists in the country, and trade deals.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question, because I think that's extremely important. In part of the business world and the political world, it is thought that liberalizing trade will automatically lead to an improvement in rights and democracy. That is not verifiable. So, before markets are opened up, there has to be some assurance that there's real political will on the part of Colombia, in this case, to solve the problem. A firm commitment that is written into the agreement. Labor rights and trade union rights will be respected. Let me reiterate that when we're talking about trade union rights, we're talking about fundamental rights. We're not talking about one or another form of negotiation or accreditation. I repeat, Madam Speaker, there are as many types of accreditation and associations and unions and negotiation approaches in the world as one can imagine. But what we do have to make sure of is that there's formal respect for the right of association and negotiation. Once again, that doesn't mean it'll be perfect, but there has to be some firm commitment on the part of both parties written into the agreement. Same for environmental rights. They're just as fundamental as trade union rights. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to congratulate the member for Joliette. The speech was very interesting, especially since he also told us about tangible proof via a couple in his riding, proof of what's going on. Now, this free trade agreement is a bilateral agreement which should, in principle, benefit both countries. We know that Canada will get very little advantage out of this agreement. However, Canada constantly wants to have us adopt this agreement. So I'd like to ask the member for Joliette, why? Why is Canada so hell-bent on having this agreement? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Terrebonne-Blainville for her question, because this allows us to propose an alternative to the Canadian government when it comes to opening up our borders to trade. As I mentioned, we are in favor of opening up those borders. The Bloc is not a protectionist party in any way, shape, or form, because that is very harmful to the economies of nations and worldwide. First of all, this trade agreement with Colombia is inherited from the Bush administration in the U.S. The conservative government was the lapdog of George W. Bush and is stuck in this situation where things have gotten rolling and they can't stop it. In the U.S., it's blocked in Congress until there are firm commitments regarding human rights. And secondly, that comes from the failure of the Doha negotiations. Wealthy countries, industrialized countries, tried to impose their agenda on developing countries, particularly emerging economies like China, India, and Brazil. Those countries, with the support of all countries, especially African ones, said, we don't share your vision of development. You're the only ones benefiting from this. And we saw this with the previous wave of negotiation. So we want another way of negotiating on other topics in another way. Of course, industrialized countries refused, especially the U.S., but it was also true of Western Europe and Canada. And that means that now the strategy is to negotiate bilateral agreements with the weakest countries. Negotiations with Costa Rica. Well, I really don't see that Costa Rica is a major economic partner for Canada. We are attacking, or maybe not attacking, but these are vulnerable countries, and we propose free trade agreements to them and try to circle the more promising countries for Canadian and American investors. This is a strategy the Americans have put in place too. Mao Zedong had the same approach. He said we had to circle the cities through the rural areas. That's what Americans and Canadians are doing with developing countries. Questions and comments?
Member for Churchill.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a great deal from the Bloc Québécois as well as from the NDP about the attack on human rights of Colombians and the way this agreement would maintain this attitude by the paramilitaries and a few that support the Colombian government in their own country. One of these attacks on human rights that we don't hear much about is the attack on women. We see here a government that says that it believes it's important to put an end to the human trafficking of women, but the truth is that Colombia is one of the worst countries in terms of that kind of trafficking, and that's because vulnerable women, Aboriginal women, Afro-Colombian women come from communities that were displaced because of development of mining companies or farming, agri-food companies, corporations and multinationals. So they're in an even more vulnerable position. So once again, we see hypocrisy on the part of this government that wants to support an economic system that will continue that kind of exploitation and this trafficking. And I know that the Bloc has been attacked many times because of some of its philosophies on that subject. So I'd like to hear the views of the member on that. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I thank the member for her question. I've pointed this out. She completed exactly what I meant to say. These are the most vulnerable populations, Aboriginals, women, Aboriginal women who are often targeted by these mass displacements that are being that are carried out in Colombia right now. A free trade agreement is not going to protect women. They'll protect Canadian mining companies, unscrupulous ones. I don't want to put everybody in the same boat, but there are some. There are complaints that were filed by humanitarian organizations and human rights organizations in Colombia itself. There were cases that made the papers concerning Canadian corporations. That is not good for Canada and Quebec's image. We in the Bloc want to leave Canada in good shape when we leave it, and we want things to be done properly. There should be laws to prohibit that kind of human trafficking that is being denounced. As a matter of fact, that's why in the coming weeks, our colleague from HoC will be tabling a private member's bill to truly target human trafficking, not like the Conservatives have done with some kind of showcase legislation, just to play tough guys. This is the image they send, and that's just smoke and mirrors, Madam Speaker. And maybe that powder and smoke and mirrors is aimed at Colombia. The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain has 55 seconds, so a very brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Joliette mentioned earlier that the Conservative government was the lapdog of the U.S. government when it comes to the free trade agreement with Colombia. I'd like to remind him that just yesterday we saw the birth of a new lapdog, the puppy of the lapdog, Liberals who are going to support the Conservatives to have this free trade agreement passed. I'd like to hear his views on this position by the tiny little puppy dog. The member for Joliette has 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, I'd just say that I'm very disappointed and sad to see the Liberal Party become collaborators.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we rise at second reading to debate among all parliamentarians a bill that deals with free trade. And at second reading, of course, parliamentarians are charged with the responsibility to really discuss and debate the principle of the bill that is being put before them. And I believe it's a fair comment that all members in this House could support to describe the principle of this bill before this House as one that engages fundamental principles of sound trade policy. And that's really what's underpinning this bill. And I would say that when we look at the issue of sound trade policy, we ask ourselves, what does that mean? What do Canadians want to be the underpinnings of Canadian trade policy? And I would submit for all parliamentarians these three principles. That sound trade policy is based on sound economic principles. That sound trade policy is based on sound environmental principles. And then third, that sound trade policy is based on sound social and ethical principles. And I would submit that all three of those principles have to be satisfied in any particular trade proposition put before this House if we are truly going to pursue a path of sound trade policy. And I don't mean one of the three principles, I mean all three of those principles must be satisfied. Consider each. Consider the principle of sound economic benefits. Well, if a trade bill put before this House does not reveal that it would be beneficial for both Canadian citizens and the citizens of the country that is the target of the trade deal, then I think that bill ought to be rejected. If that bill before the House contains aspects that will not promote and sustain environmental practices that we all know are necessary for this world to adopt, but instead, if it actually leads to environmental degradation, then that criterion is not satisfied either. And finally, if that bill raises serious questions of social and ethical violations of human rights, violations of basic social rights, if it contains measures that might exacerbate social inequality in either country, then that criterion is not satisfied either. And why should we have these three criteria about sound trade policy applied in this House? Because trade is an instrument of policy. Madam Speaker,
Hear, hear.
With our trade policy, we can influence, we can encourage nations, we can discourage and dissuade nations through the result of decisions made in this chamber here today. I don't say that our trade policy is determinative. We won't fix every problem in the world through our trade policy. But our trade policy is a reflection of what Canada can do on the world stage as we take a position that might help make the world a better place in certain corners of the world, or it might make it a worse place. So we can reward countries who are demonstrating positive behavior, and we can discourage nations that are violating human rights, damaging the environment, and exacerbating inequality in their nations. And that's because, Madam Speaker, in my respectful submission, trade is not amoral. Consider, would Canadians want us to trade if this country were still with us with apartheid South Africa? Would Canadians want us to trade if this regime were still in power with genocidal Rwanda? Would Canadians want us to trade were this country allowed today, or on the earth today, with fascist Germany? They would say no. They would say we would not want to engage those countries, to reward those countries, to give succor to those countries when they're pursuing policies that are dangerous, damaging, and in fact, death-causing. And that's because, Madam Speaker, trade on the international stage ought to be, should be, must be a reflection of Canadian values.
Here, here.
And Canadians want our country to be a positive force on the world stage. Now, the New Democrats have always made those principles a cornerstone of our own policy on trade. And that's why the NDP, we push for progressive fair trade agreements that fulfill the following requirements. The agreement must promote human rights. The agreement must be a win-win on jobs and raise the quality of jobs in both nations. The agreement must raise Canadian standards of living and standards of living with the recipient country. The agreement must respect and enhance environmental stewardship, and the agreement must preserve Canada's ability to legislate and protect our sovereign areas vital to our own interests. Now, I've studied this bill quite carefully in last session and this, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you this, that there is no doubt whatsoever that the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, as it is presently written, is contrary to all of the principles I've just enunciated, and it clearly fails the human rights test and has only a marginal positive economic impact on Canada to boot. Now, let's look at Colombia. It's one of the world's worst human rights violators. It is a renowned narco state. A Canadian who doesn't know anything about South American politics will easily tell you that they recognize that Colombia is a major source of harmful drugs coming into our country. It is a country with out-of-control paramilitary death squads, and it is a country of gross inequality. Now, those aren't just my conclusions, Madam Speaker. Those are the conclusions of a wide and disparate group of very respected international bodies. Let me quote from a few. Amnesty International and the Canadian Council for International Cooperation have expressed deep concern that the free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia has been signed without regard for the widespread and serious human rights violations that continue to be the daily reality in Colombia. They say that there's an ongoing and extensive link between state security forces and paramilitary death squads, which continue to operate despite government claims to have successfully demobilized them. There is an ongoing failure to bring the perpetrators of human rights violations to justice, despite several high-profile prosecutions. Justice remains the exception and impunity the norm, giving the green light to those who continue to abuse human rights.
Shame.
Now, this isn't just last year's or the year before's reality. It's carrying on this year as well. Most recently, these same groups have concluded the following. There continues to be use of excessive force by state security against the mobilization of Indigenous people expressing opposition to free trade agreements and other policies that they believe negatively impact their rights. There continue to be threats and attacks against land rights activists, particularly in areas of economic interest impacted by this agreement. In 2008 alone, there were threats and attacks on trade unions that increased by 16%, and more than 40 people were killed last year alone in Colombia. There has been an increase in extrajudicial executions by state security forces of civilians, and there have been repeated public statements by President Uribe and other senior officials demonizing trade unions, such as striking sugar workers, Indigenous organizations, and other groups that are speaking out about violations of human rights.
Shame.
Such statements have led to threats and violence, including killings. Following critical reports by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch in October, President Uribe publicly accused Amnesty International of fanaticism and dogmatism, and the America's Director of Human Rights Watch of being a, quote, supporter and an accomplice of FARC guerrillas. President Uribe also has demonized members of his own Supreme Court who were investigating links between politicians and the ruling coalition and paramilitaries. The United Nations High Commission on Human Rights issued a press release in March calling on Colombian state authorities to guarantee the protection of human rights defenders and leaders of grassroots social organizations. They also urged Colombia's Office of the Attorney General to promptly begin an investigation into these events. According to the Canadian Labour Congress, there are more labour activists and labour leaders murdered in Colombia than in all other countries on the planet put together. Colombia has 4 million internal refugees. Now, this is a snapshot and a picture of the country that we propose by this bill to engage in closer economic ties with. I want to talk a little bit about equity. I did a little bit of research about the domestic situation in Colombia, and two stark figures jumped out at me. 49.2% of Colombians live below the poverty line. And in terms of splitting up the population, in terms of their share of the wealth of Colombia, in terms of household income, the lowest 10% of people in Colombia have less than 1% of the nation's wealth, and the highest 10% of the Colombian population controls or owns 45% of that country's wealth. So we're talking about a country where there is gross disparity between the wealthy and the poor, and this is a country who we want to reward by engaging and giving them the benefits of increased economic relations with Canada. Now, I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, to shift gears a bit, that when this government prorogued Parliament, they claimed that they did this supposedly to recalibrate the agenda, to consult with Canadians and to focus on the economy. And when they came back in early March to this House, what is the first piece of legislation that they put before this House on any substantive issue? Could have been on any topic. They chose to introduce Bill C-2 on Canada-Colombia trade, a controversial and divisive piece of legislation, and a rehash, by the way, of old legislation that was introduced in the last House. Now, I reiterate, this government could have chosen to introduce legislation on any topic it wanted. They said they consulted with Canadians. Well, they could have brought in a bill on jobs. Jobs are a priority for my constituents. We have a need for a national industrial strategy. We have a need for a green energy, green economic strategy.
Yes.
We have to create jobs in this country to help the working class and middle class actually take care of their families, protect the environment, and position our country to prosper in the global economy. But did this government bring in a bill on that? No. They could have brought in a bill on housing.
Yep.
We have a need for a national housing strategy. My colleague from Vancouver East has put forward an excellent bill on this very subject that this government could simply adopt. The federal government could re-enter the affordable housing business. They could help create seniors housing, housing for disabled, co-ops, affordable rental stock, affordable market housing. They could have brought in a bill that would have housed millions of Canadians, which is also a priority in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway. Did they do that? No, they brought in a bill to deal with a murderous regime in South America, to increase economic relations with them.
Shame.
Did they bring in a bill on childcare? A national childcare program is long overdue. My colleague from Trinity Spadina has done excellent work in this regard. Many ideas have been proposed that the government could have adopted that would help working families, women, and parents across this land and help put Canadians back to work. Because when you have a quality, affordable childcare spot, that frees up parents to go back to work. No, that wasn't a priority for this government. They could have brought in a bill on pensions. Madam Speaker. Last session, the House adopted our motion unanimously in this House. We need to improve pensions for Canadians, strengthen the Canada Pension Plan, increase GIS and OAP, and lift seniors out of poverty. 1 year of this government spending on corporate tax cuts is more than enough to lift every senior in this country currently living in poverty out of that condition. What did this government do? The Minister of Finance just announced that we're going to engage in consultations on pensions. We get action on and engaging in economic activity with countries that are killing their citizens, but we get consultations on lifting pensioners out of poverty.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shame.
Now, we don't need consultation in this country, Madam Speaker. This House has unanimously adopted a plan, as we said, a New Democrat plan that we've put forward, and that's what we expect this government, a responsible government, to do. Now, I ask this. When the government prorogued Parliament and they went out to consult with Canadians, recalibrate, I want to ask one question. Did they consult with Canadians about the advisability of signing trade deals with human rights abusers?
No. No.
Did they go to Canadians and say, do you want to have a trade deal with Colombia?
No. No.
Did they go and say, how do you feel about 40 trade unionists being killed last year? You want to get a little closer with those people?
No.
No, I don't think they did. Now, I just want to stop for 1 minute and say this, because I think this illustrates very starkly how we feel on this side of the House about this matter. Ken Giorgetti, Buzz Hargrove, Robert Bouvier, Ken Luenza, Sid Ryan, Paul Moist, Leo Gerard, Judy Darcy, Hassan Youssef, Leah Castleman, Tom Dufresne, Jim Sinclair, Deborah McPherson, Ed Frenette, Phil Benson, Darrell Walker, Wayne Fraser, Bob White, Wayne Papard, Barbara Byers, Marie Clark Walker, Dennis Lemellen, Lorena Kawa, Don McLeod, Steve Hunt, Reed Johnson, Gary Croker, Irene Lansinger, Andy Ross, Barry O'Neill, Amber Hawken, Kay Sinclair, Phil Venois, Kevin Rebeck, Don McGill, Susan Spratt, Jim Pearson, Ivan Limpright, Cindy Oliver. Many of those Canadians. Pretend those people last year were murdered in this country by paramilitary groups. That's what happened in Colombia last year alone. Madam Speaker, I worked for a trade union for 16 years, representing workers when they had grievances in their workplace and sitting at bargaining tables with their employers in the private sector and the public sector as we sat cooperatively around a table and talked about each other's interests. And if I sat in Colombia, if I was in Colombia last year, there's a chance I'd have been killed. This is the kind of country that we want to sign a free trade agreement with?
No.
How would Canadians feel if those names in this country had been murdered by roving paramilitary right-wing groups and some other country in the world wanted to foster closer relations with us? How would we feel about that country and how they regard our civil rights, our human rights? Now, my constituents know about trade, Madam Speaker. My constituents in Vancouver Kingsway know about the importance of relations with other countries. Vancouver Kingsway is a multicultural riding. Citizens in my riding come from dozens of countries around the world. Many of them are involved in import and export businesses of all types. I have thousands of small businesses in my riding working with other businesses overseas. And I can tell you that my constituents favor building strong cultural, diplomatic, economic relationships with other countries. Because they recognize the benefits of economic cooperation, Madam Speaker. They know that we need to share our ideas and technologies, that we need to foster economic growth in developing countries and in our own communities, that we all want and have an interest in alleviating poverty, that we want to build a global community, and they know that trade can and should be mutually beneficial. But trade, they also know, has to be done right, and it has to be fair. Trade deals must benefit citizens. And trade should never, must never trump human rights. My constituents, and I believe all Canadians, do not favor giving trade priority over human rights. Canadians do not favor dealing with countries that are regressive as opposed to progressive.
Hear, hear.
This bill before us, Madam Speaker, is a bad-intentioned bill, and it's one that would not be consistent with those values I just spoke of. Many countries in this world are showing improvements in human rights, and many countries would see a real benefit to their citizens from increased economic ties to Canada. This government should be seeking out those countries, and we should be fostering closer relations with countries that build the kind of country and the kind of world that Canadians want to see in our own country and our own world. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage all parliamentarians to put aside their partisan interests and look at the facts, and join with all Canadians in building a trade policy that's consistent with the principle of peace, prosperity, and respect for human rights.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do agree with one thing that my honourable member said, and that is we will not put human rights before trade. I think all Canadians believe in that. But, Madam Speaker, last week, in lieu of the concerns that we all have as we move forward, I hosted a roundtable discussion with Minister Adriana Manchi, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Multilateral Affairs, to actually discuss and give us facts. Madam Speaker, with all due respect, the Conservative Party was there, the Liberal Party was there, the NDP Party was there. I personally invited the NDP, and I found it as an insult. Not one of them showed up to ask questions. But, Madam Speaker, my questions are these, because we must deal with facts. The European community is dealing with this country. 27 membership country. They have pretty rigid prerequisites to do trade, human rights, etc. They're also dealing with Spain, part of the members. But, Madam Speaker, on homicides, in 2000, they had almost 30,000 homicides. Now they're down to 50%. Kidnappings, Madam Speaker, in 2002, almost 3,000. They're down to 213. They talk about how the union numbers have increased, Madam Speaker. I can go on and on, but thank you for the time. I just want to point out to the member that what he's dealing with is innuendos, not facts. We should go there, work with these people, show them a different way, a Canadian way, and help indeed overcome some of these difficulties that this nation is going through. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments. The one thing that can be said about Liberal trade policy is that it changes year to year. I was in this country in 1988 when his party opposed free trade. I was in this country in 1993 when his party, the Liberals, said they would abrogate NAFTA. Of course, when they got in power, like on childcare and on housing, of course, they don't have any problem saying whatever it takes to get elected and then completely abrogating that when they get elected. But they did none of that. They did none of that. And now I hear the member standing up today saying that he's in favor of free trade. Well, I think, Madam Speaker, that it's a disgrace, and that for the Liberal Party in Canada to be standing up and encouraging Canada to sign a free trade agreement with a country like Colombia, where he says it's improving to still have, what, dozens of people murdered? Imagine if we had dozens of people murdered in this country, even 12. We'd say, well, that's improving. There shouldn't be one person killed in a country for standing up for their beliefs, for standing up for their basic human rights, to do something as audacious as want to organize their co-workers in a collective way to bargain with their employer. Okay, as long as one person's being killed for that purpose in any country, I say in this side, we should never reward that country with a free trade agreement. And I would urge him and his other colleagues in the Liberal Party to actually grab some courage and vote against this bill.
Here, here. L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellerin.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellerin. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened very carefully to my NDP colleague with respect to his position against the free trade agreement with Colombia, and I share his views. Because we are a party representing Quebec that takes a stand against human rights abuses. And civil society here and in Colombia are opposed to this idea. Now, this bill has come from a right-wing reformist conservative government, but the Liberals are now preparing to support this bill, despite all of the excellent speeches they've heard, despite what they've said in the past, and I really can't understand this. And it makes me fear for the future of the country, because the Liberal Party is the official opposition. So I'd like to know what my colleague in the NDP thinks about the future of this country, where the two main parties seem to be in agreement with this kind of legislation.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the thoughtful question. Well, I think what Canadians see is what we all see in this House, is that the current iteration of the Liberal Party is virtually indistinguishable from the Conservative Party in terms of major policies. And that's, of course, when you can discern what the policy of the Liberal Party is, because often they take contrary positions, they contradict each other day to day and year to year, and one finds it difficult to determine what they actually believe in. I must say that the members opposite the government at least have the courage of their convictions, and they actually are consistent with their beliefs and philosophy and principles, and I give them credit for that, however much I may disagree with them from time to time. But the Liberal Party is completely adrift. Again, I think that by pursuing a policy indistinguishable from the government on deepening and embracing trade with countries that have horrible human rights records and terrible deep social inequality is a sad testament to where the Liberal Party is today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got breaking news. Just a few hours ago, the Liberals floated this trial balloon about somehow letting self-monitoring take place. The Colombian government would monitor itself. Just like to read the first of the press releases that seem to be coming in. This one's entitled Liberals Sellout on Human Rights with Amendment to Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. It's signed by the Council of Canadians, Canada's largest citizen organization with 100,000 members, 5 times more than the National Citizens Coalition that former Prime Minister headed. It says the following: a Liberal proposal that would fast-track the passage of a free trade agreement with Colombia would put Canada at odds with international allies and betrays a parliamentary commitment to perform an independent human rights impact assessment first. Says the Council of Canadians, the Belgian government today rejected a new investment treaty with Colombia because of ongoing and often unchecked human rights violations and spying on NGOs by the Colombian Intelligence Agency. Incredibly, the Liberals are ready to ignore all this by letting the Colombian government monitor its own human rights violations. The Liberal proposal flip-flops on a previous commitment that the free trade agreement should not be ratified until an independent human rights impact assessment can be carried out first. And Carlene Picard, who is one of the several Canadian members of the pre-election monitoring group that went down to Colombia, said Canada entering into a free trade agreement with Colombia now not only sends the wrong message to Canadians, it also may make Canada and Canadian companies complicit or passive supporters of continued violence in Colombia. I'd like the Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway to comment.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I just want to express the gratitude of millions of Canadians for the fine work that the Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster has done on this file. You know, there's a fundamental lack of logic in this position that we should trade with known human rights abusers because we can make things better that way. If that's the case, then we have no principles whatsoever when determining who we're going to trade with. We could take the worst violator of human rights in the world, and we should start trading with them under that mistaken logic that if we trade with them, somehow that'll make things better. Now, another grotesque piece of lack of logic is logic that we can let a country like Colombia self-monitor. Well, talk about letting the cat among the pigeons. You simply cannot do that. We talk a lot in this House, I hear a lot from the other side about words like responsibility and accountability. Well, responsibility and accountability to me means that you put your actions before your words. You put up before you shut up. And Colombia should demonstrate to this world over an extended period of time that they respect international norms of conduct. And then and only then ought they to be considered to get the benefits of a free trade agreement with our country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for King's House. It has to be a very quick question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Just wanting to inform the New Democrats, who of course don't support any free trade agreement, that this agreement actually requires the Government of Canada and the Government of Colombia to co-author a report that will be tabled both in their Congress and in our Parliament on an annual basis. We will be able to debate that report at Trade Committee and actually hear from the authors of that report on our Trade Committee, where we can question them, and from NGOs and from civil society representatives and from the business community and from the labour unions on an annual basis. This actually sets a gold standard for engagement. So will the NDP stop misrepresenting this and calling it
Order. Order, please. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway. I must give him a few seconds to respond. 35 seconds for a response.
Well, again, the question from the honourable member is one that continues to perpetuate a lack of logic that is absurd. This deal will open up Colombian territories to foreign resource extraction. It will worsen the Colombian refugee crisis. There will be no Canadian jobs created by this agreement. It will be a benefit for corporations, not workers. It will make things worse for workers in Colombia. The trade unions don't want it. The human rights organizations don't want it. Civil society doesn't want it. And I wonder why this member is pushing so hard to trade with a country that is...
Resuming reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Exactement le 25.
Today is March 25th, 2010. And as you know, that the negotiations between Canada and Colombia began in 2002. On June 7th, 2007, the Minister of International Trade of the day announced that negotiations would resume with Colombia, as well as would be undertaken with Peru. There was a motion to study the agreement, this future agreement, with Colombia, and we began working in committee on the issue in April 2008. Now, Madam Speaker, the negotiations took 2 years. There were months of consultations with civil society, with government representatives across Canada and in Colombia. The committee also had an opportunity to travel to Colombia to consult in May 2008. And in May 2008, when we were in Colombia, we learned that the government, for all intents and purposes, had finalized negotiations, and we were told that they would be signing a free trade agreement with Colombia. Now, Madam Speaker, the committee had not completed its consultations. We were in Colombia at the time, in the process of consulting people. And the trip was something that opposition members greatly appreciated. They were very touched by that. At the time, it would appear that even the Conservatives were affected by it, because each time we met with witnesses who explained the situation to us, the situation with respect to the violation of human rights, displaced people, people who'd been assassinated, trade unionists primarily, the members listened to that. And when we traveled to a small town where displaced people had come, and we heard very touching evidence from people who had seen assassinations, the father, the husband, who had been forced to flee because of armed military forces, paramilitary groups, or members of FARC. And, Madam Speaker, we had to be very sensitive to it because we heard firsthand from people who'd experienced that been through that. And at the time, I thought that the Conservatives were touched by that as well. And I thought that the same was true for the Liberals. We now know, and of course we know how many times they've changed leaders in the last little while, and each time a new leader comes in, they change their ideas. Now at the time, well, in fact, I'd like to come back to this denial of democracy on the part of the government as well, because we went to Colombia when we learned that the negotiations had ended and that there was a willingness to sign the agreement. Now, Madam Speaker, you know what happened after that. Prorogation, election, prorogation, motion to limit debate and to not pursue debate any farther. Well, fortunately, there was another prorogation, and we've had an opportunity to start our debate over again on this bill. And there are some people who've taken a very serious look at the situation and who have maintained their position, have not changed it, because the situation there has not changed. The NDP is opposed to this free trade agreement, not for the same reasons that we are entirely, but we know that they are often generally opposed to free trade agreements. But for our part, we agree with them with respect to the human rights issues, the environmental issues, and all of the other things that occur in Colombia. President Uribe is someone I had an opportunity to meet on 2 occasions. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, he didn't convince me of the sincerity, of his sincerity. And I was having trouble understanding the high levels of satisfaction with the president there. When he was elected in 2002, it was thanks to changes in the Constitution. And he was enabled to run a second time and be reelected in 2006. And again, he was trying to amend the Constitution. And in Le Monde, a French paper, back in February, that the Colombian Constitutional Court on the 26th of February reviewed legislation adopted in September for a referendum, which, if it had been approved, would have amended the Constitution to enable the head of state to run again in the presidential election on May 30th. Alvaro Uribe, who has marked the country, and I'm opening parentheses, but I have to point out. But at any rate, for his strong-armed approach against the guerrillas and FARC, will not have an opportunity to run for a third time. Now, Madam Speaker, there are people very happy. Unions and civil society are happy. People who suffered under that during that 8-year period. Of course, the situation has been ongoing for over 40 years, where they've been living with corruption. But in the eyes of the people, and what the Conservatives bought into was a willingness to want to improve things, but not as quickly as possible in their entirety. So this willingness was in fact, desire was to change the Constitution and to enable the president to be reelected for a third time. And I'm quoting once again, Madam Speaker, from Le Monde. In July, 15 of their most precious resources were caught. And some people talked about the end of this movement. However, since then, they have gained ground and are present on over half of the territory. So you can see that efforts have been made, steps have been taken to put a good face on the situation for the benefit of the international community, just to get free trade agreements signed. And, Madam Speaker, just to show you just how much of a lack of seriousness President Uribe showed, he said he was prepared to do everything to get rid of violence, to establish a democracy, and it says here that the Constitutional Court overturned legislation to call a referendum according to the court. In the past, the courts had criticized the situation because it was flawed and contained violence. There are irregularities in terms of funding during the campaign as well, and during the legislative process. Now, Madam Speaker, we returned from Colombia in May 2008. We continued to hear evidence in committee, and we prepared a report. A report, Madam Speaker, which does not necessarily coincide with the position that the Liberal Party is taking today. Allow me to read for you some of the recommendations included in this report, which were supported by the Liberal Party. In the first recommendation, and I won't be reading through all of them because there are several, but I would like to read through a few of the main ones. The committee recommends that the Government of Canada not to sign and implement a free trade agreement with the Government of Colombia until the Canadian government has taken into account the recommendations of this report, including the recommendations in the dissenting report. The second recommendation states that the committee recommends that the Government of Canada continue to maintain close relations with Colombia, but not sign a free trade agreement with the country until it has received a confirmation regarding improvements that are maintained in terms of reduction in displaced peoples, impunity for crime, and that until the government of Colombia adopts a more constructive attitude vis-a-vis other groups. And the third recommendation, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Government of Canada use the work of Droit, Rights and Democracy, an independent organization mandated to conduct impact studies on rights and the environment when economic agreements are signed, as is the case here with the free trade agreement with Colombia. Now, Madam Speaker, it was clear what the committee was recommending. It was recommending that the government not sign the agreement until policies had been put in place in Colombia, until there had been improvements with respect to labor rights, the environment, on the issue of impunity, and until there had been an end, where there was a reduction in violence. And today, now,
we find out that the Liberal Party is saying, okay, we'll do an assessment. We're prepared to support you. We'll conduct an assessment, but only on March 31st of each year. Well, Madam Speaker, how can you accept that a government at the outset say that everything that is going on in Colombia will be solved automatically as soon as we start to have free trade and set in place a free trade agreement? Well, Madam Speaker, that is impossible. It is totally impossible, and in fact, the government should have used that, perhaps not to impose, I wouldn't say impose, because Colombia is a sovereign country after all, but do something so that Colombia is compelled to improve the situation for its population, and that improvement be maintained, and that it be proven. Now, why does the Conservative government want to have this agreement with Colombia? Well, the Conservatives have a plan regarding South America, of course. At one point there were negotiations with groups, but now they have a program to go step by step, country after country, without really thinking about anything else than taking advantage of the situation. Because, you know, this is more or less the bee in my bonnet when it comes to globalization. Why is it that globalization and the multinationals that operate throughout the world are in this rat race to benefit who and to disadvantage who? Look at many countries. This is what's going on. They exploit the labor force as well as the environment, and often even human rights are abused. So it's quite flagrant. Now, if we had globalization with a human face, where all those things are included in a free trade agreement and would provide tools or even teeth to that accord so that people respect human rights and, of course, respect the environment and respect workers. That is not what's happening. Why is there this great interest in this agreement, apart from this desire to have this piecemeal approach to obtain free trade agreements with Latin American countries? Well, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, as you know, the United States had signed an agreement when exactly? I think it was 2006, but they never enshrined it, never ratified it. It was never accepted by Congress. Why? Because of human rights concerns. Now, I've had an opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. when we met with senators and congressmen. There seemed to be some change in the wind, and that was before President Obama was elected. He was about to be elected. And in fact, that's not what happened, but that's another issue for Canada. They're trying to go as fast as possible. They want to get ahead of the U.S., probably negotiate tariffs and so on, and reductions in tariffs that are more favorable for the Canadian economy than what the U.S. will come up with. Now, Madam Speaker, did you tell me how much time I had left? 3 minutes, okay. Well, would you give me permission to continue 20 more minutes? No? Okay, fine. The Liberal gentleman doesn't want me to. It's not unanimous, but perhaps if I went on another 5 minutes, he'd change his mind. Anyway, to conclude, Madam Speaker, statistics about crime that are committed show a very dark face to Colombia. In 2008, while we were discussing the free trade agreement in committee, the crimes committed by paramilitary groups had increased 41%. When the Conservatives tell us things are going well, they're going better, there are improvements, it went up 41%. The proportion of crimes committed by state security forces increased by 9%. Despite the increase in crime, there is complete impunity. Only 3% of crimes resulted in a guilty finding. Since 1996, many trade unionists have been murdered. Maybe that number has gone down since 2001, but they started going up again in 2007. 39 trade union leaders were murdered, 46 in 2008, 39 in 2007, 46 in 2008, while we were hearing witnesses in committee. And the Conservative Party kept saying everything is going better. Well, during that time, everything was getting worse. There have been advancements in trade unionism, they say. Colombia doesn't have a legal framework to govern collective bargaining. 90% of their public service is not covered by legislation about collective bargaining. This is true in all sectors, just about all sectors. Now, I am sensitive to what the Colombian community is experiencing, and I do believe we must help them, but it's not by blindly signing any kind of free trade agreement that we can help. It's by showing true willingness to help them get out of this mess and then work as equals in similar conditions with the same capabilities to develop an agreement which would truly help both parties. Right now, one gets the impression that the Canadian government wants to exploit Colombia. They're already stuck in this so deeply that I hope Canada will not push them even deeper into it. Now, Madam Speaker, of course, at the time, we could have counted on the Liberal Party that really showed compassion and true willingness to improve the situation in Colombia before doing business with them. As a matter of fact, the Conservative government told us we have to hurry up because we need to do business with them. We need to export. We need to import things from them. Well, Madam Speaker, if you look at the numbers, there is no free trade agreement signed officially that applies. But there is an increase in trade with Colombia when it comes to people who reach agreements, business people, and they do business. The fact that we don't have an officially signed free trade agreement that's being applied does not mean that transactions between the two countries go down or don't occur. In fact, they're going up. So I call upon the Liberal Party and what they may remember. There are members of the committee that changed. They've changed leaders. We will recall that the previous leader of the Liberal Party was very sensitive to this situation. And in my opinion, this agreement would not have passed under his leadership. First of all, there's the environmental aspect. It was important for him and still is, but there's also the human rights aspect. It's inconceivable that one sign a free trade agreement without making sure that there are effective policies in place to make sure that we don't just throw smoke and mirrors at them and then later on they find out there's nothing much to it. You're indicating that I'm finished, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. Well, we now know what the government was doing while it was recalibrating after proroguing the Parliament. It was basically cooking up a deal with the Liberals to support this Bill C-32. This deal, Madam Speaker, make no mistakes, this deal could not pass this House if it were not for the Liberals changing sides and cooking up a deal with the government to support this government. Now, in 2008, the Standing Committee on International Trade recommended that a human rights impact assessment be undertaken. But that was under the previous Liberal leader, Madam Speaker, and previous critic for the Liberals. But there was a change of leader, a change of critic, and this new critic has been quoted as saying Colombia has more robust labor rules than Canada does. And I could go on. They've got numerous quotes from this member. And we know that Colombian labor laws stifle workers' rights. The rate of unionization is less than 5%, the lowest of any country in the Western Hemisphere. So it seems to me that the Liberal Party has gone completely 180 degrees in a position just in the last year on this issue. So I'd ask the member if he could somehow enlighten us as to what's going on with the Liberals.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. The member is asking me to shed light on certain mysteries of life, certain political mysteries which often are inexplicable. Look, there are about faces that go on. At one point, you know, you've tasted power, and then all of a sudden the wind shifts, you are febrile, and then it shifts again, and you say, what would I do if I was in power? I can't afford the luxury of being against this free trade agreement. We are free traders. We have to play the game, and there is a danger in that. And of course, this is behavior that's very hard to explain. It can be explained by saying that these people want to regain power, and they are behaving the way they have behaved in the past, and that is they behave like the Conservatives. There are many policies that the Bloc Québécois had proposed when the Liberals were in power. It's funny, today they support nearly all our policies, but when they were in power, it was always a categorical no. So the mysteries of life are still profound. They may be easier to explain, however, than Liberal mysteries. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're debating this Bill C-2 on the proposed Colombia Free Trade Agreement at second reading. And as the members know, Madam Speaker, we're here, hopefully, to put onto the table fundamental facts which should be driving the conversation and building up the case that if this matter should go to committee, if it gets approval in principle at second reading, goes to committee to hear from expert witnesses, that there will be a body of evidence coming from members here. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, second reading is being used for something a little different. And that's unfortunate, because I know that there are many honourable members here who do have the kind of information. So I would like to ask the member if he has anything to contribute to the understanding of the bill, whether or not he has any evidence that other jurisdictions who were discussing trade relationships with Colombia have had second thoughts, or there has been emerging information, Madam Speaker, that there is some reluctance now, and whether or not there is jurisdictions, in fact, who have announced that they will not be proceeding at this time, notwithstanding what leaders of countries said. These are important factors, Madam Speaker, which this House should be aware of, and we should use this time wisely. I ask the member for his comments.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, the member asks me the question, but he answers it at the same time. Obviously, everyone knows the situation with the U.S., and it's out of character that the U.S. is refusing to ratify this accord because of human rights concerns. European countries have done that too while we were examining this bill. But I would urge all members, and perhaps those who are perhaps less aware of what's going on, I invite them to consult the report of the Standing Committee on International Trade and consult the recommendations that had been made at the time. These recommendations were supported, I would say 100% by the Liberal Party, but given that I might be wrong, let's say 99.9%. And leave myself some leeway here. Maybe somebody abstained. Yes, he remained seated. Anyway, Madam Speaker, I would urge all members of this House to take a look at that document, to read it carefully, and to refer it to their colleagues who came to Colombia with me, with the committee, and ask them to talk about what they saw. These were not people who had direct interests, be it associations such as the mining companies or any other concern, business group in other sectors. These are people who were subjected to the oppression, the violence, and murder as well, and reprisals, of course, depending on their position in that society. I have Colombian nationals in my riding. I even have many. There is a lot of immigration into Sherbrooke. I think it's one of the regions that has the most. A lot of Colombian immigrants, and I have some who experience similar things to what the member for Joliette was telling us about earlier. I have some who are close to Colombian students who are being oppressed continually. Here we are in 2010, and this still goes on because, you know, where change comes from, it's often from young students, university students, who have a thirst for freedom and justice and who are oppressed and who are subjected to continual threats. So I urge all members to familiarize themselves with that report. They will see that with some effort, when it comes to international aid, help them in various sectors to get out of the mess they're in, then we might succeed in doing something and then end up signing an FTA with people who have done these things.
Thank you. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. A very brief question.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable member who's got so much experience with South America. There are countries in South America that are committed to progressive values. They are democratizing their countries. They are trying to raise the standard of living of their citizens, and they are making human rights progress. I'm thinking of countries like Brazil and Argentina and Uruguay and even Venezuela. And I'm just wondering if my honourable friend would comment on why he thinks this government has chosen to sign a free trade deal with Colombia, probably the worst violator of human rights in South America, as opposed to these other countries, and whether he thinks Canada's trade policy might be better directed at dealing with trade with other countries, including notably Brazil, which is one of the most powerful emerging economies in the developing world.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke, a very brief answer, please. Madam Speaker, it's not trade per se that is beneficial to Canada here in this free trade agreement. It's really investment. The agreement on investments, which is the twin of Chapter 11 in NAFTA, and which allows, well, you know, the best land contain the most resources is the land that people are displaced from forcefully, and we even die because they are murdered. Companies want that space, want that land. Well, imagine that this land has been taken over without the consent of the citizens. The day these citizens come and demand their rights after seeing it being sold to a Canadian corporation, imagine the situation that's going to create. Well, once again, the main argument of the Conservative Party is to protect the financial interests of those who invest in Colombia, regardless of what they do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today concerning the free trade agreement. The Bloc Québécois is against this implementation bill, very much against it, and we have a tough time understanding why the Liberals have changed their minds on this issue. Now, there was a member who said this morning that there's less violence now in Colombia than there used to be, that there are fewer murders. And our colleague has said that in 2008, and that's not so long ago, that there were 48 unionists or union members that were killed. Now, is life less important than it used to be? Is life in Colombia in particular not important? Because that's the message we're getting here. Or is the message that we're supposed to take away from this is that they don't want to be blamed for being against or for an agreement with Colombia in the upcoming election, whenever it comes. Now, Madam Speaker, we've always been in favour of free trade. When the free trade takes place between countries that have a fairly similar standard of living. Now, it was the case with NAFTA. It's certainly not the case with the free trade agreement with Colombia. Madam Speaker, 77% of Colombians live under the poverty line. 12% live in major poverty. That means that there's 17% left of people, a segment of the population that lives in somewhat in comfort, and 1 or 2% have the concentrated wealth. And they're the people that the Canadian Conservatives are trying to enter into an agreement with. There are some Canadians that want to mine over there without being sued by the government because they were violating any particular statutes on labour or the environment, for example. Now, they think that this type of free trade agreement with Canadians and Quebecers who have money and will be able to develop mines, that they will be in fact exempt from legislation that Colombia may institute. Now, if we're all being sincere here, Madam Speaker, we'd understand that, if things were improving, it might be a possibility. If there was less drug trafficking, for example, if there was less poverty in Colombia, well, at that point we could perhaps, as countries of equal status or similar status, consider signing a free trade agreement. Now, the Liberals are now going to demand a report every year to determine whether the situation is improving. Now, imagine what this would look like. You sign an agreement and then you look at the reports. Do you really think that the agreement's going to be cancelled once adopted? Do you really think that they're going to change their minds after the fact? That's obviously rubbish. It's not going to happen. A report's not going to change anything at the end of the day. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, poverty is rampant in Colombia, major and significant poverty. And it's something we should be doing something about. There are 43 million Colombians, and as I said earlier, the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the few. So I have trouble imagining that Colombians who work in tough places like mines, that their human rights are going to be respected. I have trouble imagining that the unions will have any power whatsoever to change things, and in particular the government's attitude on certain matters. Now, if I may, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'd like to provide an overview of the current conditions in Colombia. And that's why there's a legislative stranglehold. Now, they say that this is all about trade, but the export products in Colombia are primarily grains and also cattle. Now, why would we want to trade grains and cattle with Colombia? Perhaps it's instead to get our hands on precious metals in the Colombian mines. So I don't think this is a trade agreement per se. This is an agreement so that Canadian companies won't be sued if there is any environmental damage. The environment is something that affects the entire world. But these Canadian companies don't want Colombia to legislate binding statutes on the environment because it'll make it harder for them. Now, what does environment include? It includes waste, for example, dump sites where there might be dangerous and hazardous materials. The environment means deforestation, where trees are cut down and not replanted. If there was a binding piece of legislation forcing companies to reforest, to replant, then that wouldn't, that'd cost them money. Now, if you have open-air mines that cover huge stretches of land with the rainfall, there can be hazardous materials that flow into the soil, there might be landslides that affect the surrounding population, and so on and so forth. Investors don't want this kind of binding legislation on the environment. Now, what about water? There's a lot of factors that affect the quality of water. There's of course, we've seen the effect on drinking water in South America from these mines. Water is wasted, and there's not even enough drinking water for the surrounding villages. And oftentimes, the underground water sources and the water table are contaminated, and that's even more dangerous because we're talking about water that will flow in a mile, 50, 60 kilometres away to other villages and towns. So if there was binding legislation, environmental legislation, then that would go a long way in helping us justify a free trade agreement. But the lack of such legislation means that investors won't face many environmental constraints. Now, if you look at the labour legislation, the same is true there. We want respectable labour and working conditions. Unions would make certain demands, but of course that would cost investors more once they set up shop, and so that would be too constraining for them, and they don't want that kind of legislation, obviously. Now, what about health legislation? Now, whether we're talking about open-air mines or underground mines, if workers' health can sometimes be affected over the long term by mining products and substances and so on. And of course, what it takes would be constraining legislation, and the companies don't want that. Now, once people finish their work, they expect some kind of retirement benefits, and companies in that situation would have to pay out pensions. And once again, these are constraints that would not be welcome to these Canadian companies. So I come back to the fact that this free trade agreement is more about protecting investment than trade per se. We're not talking about nations of equal status here. It's quite obvious that there's rampant poverty in Colombia. Some of the very wealthiest people in Colombia will be able to purchase commercial vehicles, cars for themselves. They'll be able to buy commercial vehicles for people working out there in the field. But it's got nothing to do with free trade that'll benefit people. This is what it is basically is they're putting their head in the sand in a partisan fashion on this issue. Now, the idea that the Conservatives are giving everyone is that they're trying to open up markets. A member yesterday afternoon said that this kind of agreement would mean that Canada was going to develop its foreign trade. Well, it's not through a free trade agreement with Colombia that we're going to develop our foreign trade. In Canada, we've developed our foreign trade with the United States because they are able to purchase what we have to offer. With the globalization and there's been a number of setbacks due to the financial crisis. There is a global crisis, but in a global crisis, poor countries are more affected than richer countries. Just look at what's happening in Colombia and the extent to which they have been affected. It's not the time to exploit them further. It's a time to come to their assistance and with an open mind decide that we can help the Colombians, that we could loan them money, that we can help them get on their own feet, that we can help them develop themselves. We're not going to do this by saying we're going to sell them things and they're going to buy things back from us. That will not benefit them and will not provide the kind of outcomes that the government is complaining will ensue. Globalization hasn't necessarily benefited each and every nation. Globalization has, of course, provided considerable benefit to a certain number of countries, including the United States and its satellite countries. Go and have a look in Africa and see whether or not globalization has benefited them. There's sold rice that is hugely subsidized in its production in the United States, and that has killed off the garment production sector because of the cheap garments that are being sold. So globalization isn't necessarily an asset for or of benefit to smaller countries or poorer countries, like Colombia, for example, that whose economy hangs in a fragile balance. Now, they don't benefit. We're capable of producing large-scale amounts. We sell them these trade goods at low prices, and it can destabilize a very fragile economic environment in those countries.
Please, order, please. Out of respect for the member who's speaking, I would just like to ask for a little order until 2 o'clock when the speeches will be finished.
The Honourable Member. So I'll continue, Madam Speaker, if I may. Now, as far as the unions are concerned, there's no protection for them in Colombia currently. in Colombia, you can murder a union member and there's a fine. Is that what protecting human life is all about? Is that what protecting human rights means? I don't think so. How could you expect us to agree with or vote in favour of free trade agreements when we know full well that human rights in the country concerned are not respected, even though Liberals have claimed this morning that there has been some progress made, but nevertheless 48 union members were killed in 2008, as my colleague pointed out, and that's 48 too many. And I don't think that in Canada we'd accept the fact that 48 union members were killed in 2008. That just doesn't make sense, does it? It's not logical. And because we respect human rights here. So why would we, in countries in South America, for example, countries where human rights are flouted far more often, where there's little progress, why would we accept that situation in those countries? So just because the agreement may be signed in 1 year, it doesn't mean that things are going to be perfect then. The social and economic conditions in Colombia, Madam Speaker, are in a deplorable state. And it's not just as a result of the number of people in poverty. I said earlier that 17% of the population hold the government up. They're the ones that support trade and whatever social legislation there is. It's not a democratic government in the sense that all the entire population is able to provide input or have its 2 cents worth, put its 2 cents worth in. A lot of them are illiterate. Now, if the Colombian government wants a free trade agreement with a country like Canada, one has to ask what is motivating them in this desire, if not investment. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that Colombia is not going to come and bite the hand that feeds it. That is, a Canada that would come and invest in Colombia by passing binding or constraining legislation that would hamper any such investment. And that's the problem when you're dealing with poor countries. They're not on an equal footing. Their status isn't equal to that of Canada's. And this kind of agreement quite clearly will allow investors to really ride roughshod. And I think that this is a poorly designed agreement, Madam Speaker. It's an agreement that will enable the Colombian government to continue in the same way that it has always. And I think that there is no legislation that the Colombian Parliament is going to develop that is going to stop improper investment. Now we have a male speaker in the chair, I can see. I can tell you that anyone who votes for this is doing so for partisan electoral purposes, Mr. Speaker. Now, when the bill is before the House again, the member will have 10 minutes for questions on comments. The member for Brome-Missisquoi. Now, statements by members.
Member for MacLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand in this House today to congratulate Senior Interpreter Maureen Vaudry on her retirement from the House of Commons. Bravo. Maureen is the longest-serving parliamentary interpreter in Canadian history, beginning her career in 1973 at a time when Pierre Trudeau was our Prime Minister and John Diefenbaker was still a member of this House. She has interpreted countless events, including royal visits, leadership debates, and the 1982 repatriation of Canada's Constitution. During her career, Maureen interpreted for Ed Broadbent, Jean Chrétien, she even interpreted Joe Clark's High River French, John Diefenbaker, Robert Stanfield, and John Turner, just to name a few. Her loyal service has made her a witness to history, not to mention an expert in parliamentary procedure. She has won numerous awards for her craft and has earned tremendous respect from her colleagues both on the Hill and off. Please join me, along with her husband Robert and son Simon, in congratulating Maureen Vaudry on 37 years of outstanding service to Canada and this House.
Honourable. Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other day during debates, members of the Conservative government were outlining the infrastructure and the rink money given to the ridings. I'm happy for them, Mr. Speaker, but for years I've been corresponding with various ministers requesting financial assistance for the building of the first Greek Canadian culture community in Toronto. My correspondence seems to have been passed from one department, one minister to the other. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is always no, no money. Greek Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are proud Canadians. They too have played a role in building this great country of ours. They too, Mr. Speaker, pay taxes. So I ask, why is this Conservative government turning its back on the Greek community? A government is elected to treat its people fairly and equally, especially today, March 25th, when Greek Canadians are celebrating Greek Independence Day and the Greek community of Toronto is celebrating its 100th anniversary in Canada. It seems that the Conservative government doesn't like Greek people. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. But come election time, they won't forget. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had an opportunity to meet with the delegates of the Annual General Assembly of Paututit. This association defends Inuit women, guides them in advancing issues regarding equity, and encourages them to participate in the social and political life of their communities across Canada. Paututit organizes activities to defend the rights of women and children, gender equality, and focuses on prevention of abuse. Founded in 1984 with modest means, Paututit is today an organization that is respected and has assisted thousands of women. At the General Assembly, the delegates reminded me of their concerns with respect to the government's not having signed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Aboriginal Peoples. I want to remind the government of the importance of adopting this bold instrument, which holds so much promise for the future of human rights. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I travelled to Ethiopia with Results Canada, an NGO. During the trip, I saw tuberculosis, and it has killed 1.8 million people, and that was in 2008. But it can be treated for $20 a person. I also noted the impact of the lack of basic health facilities and what kind of an impact that can have on an entire community. I witnessed the quality of work done by community health workers who provide care and clean places where women can give birth without endangering the lives of their children. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Results Canada for their efforts and their incredible work. However, the Conservative government has a responsibility towards poor people in this world. They must take action by investing in this type of effective and low-cost approach that saves the thousands of and millions of lives of women and children throughout the world. The women and children of the world can no longer wait.
Lisger.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the CanWest, CanSpell Spelling Bee participants from across Canada.
Hear, hear.
This grassroots literacy initiative encourages academic excellence in grades 4 to 8 students. Approximately 250,000 young spellers participated in the 2010 CanSpell competition. I would like to make special mention of Josh Matthews, who is with us on Parliament Hill today, with many of his fellow competitors. He is a grade 5 student from the riding of Winnipeg South, and he won the Winnipeg Free Press Regional Spelling Bee. Josh and the top spellers from each regional bee received a $5,000 CanSpell Education Award. Congratulations to all of you. I wish you the best of luck this week as you compete for the Canadian title. I would also like to point out that it is Josh's 11th birthday on Monday. Happy birthday, Josh, and good luck.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, March 26th, is Purple Day, a day to raise international awareness about epilepsy. I'd like to encourage my colleagues to wear purple in support of this special event. Epilepsy is one of the most common neurological disorders affecting 300,000 Canadians and 50 million people globally. In 2008, Cassidy Megan, a young girl who lives in my riding of Halifax West, founded Purple Day to build support for people with epilepsy. I hope all of us will join Cassidy and wear purple tomorrow.
Thank you. Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 203rd anniversary of the enactment of the Slave Trade Act by the British Parliament. This historical legislation resulted in the end of the Atlantic slave trade. However, today there are more humans enslaved than any other given moment throughout history. Over the past 2 days, Ottawa has played host to the Global Advocacy Days, the first conference in Canadian history to educate and equip modern abolitionists. The Global Advocacy Days have been organized by the Not for Sale and the International Movement of Students, Artists, People of Faith, and many others, all united to fight the global slave trade. Yesterday, I had the honor of speaking to these bright and dedicated Canadians who are fiercely committed to ending this modern-day slave trade that remains a terrible mark upon our generation. Today, I'm pleased to welcome our Canadian abolitionists and Dr. David Badstone, founder of the Not for Sale campaign, to Parliament Hill. After question period today, I invite all honourable members to room 200 West Block at 3:30 to meet these advocates and help end human slavery once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, today, an exceptional person in my riding is celebrating his birthday. Jean Brisson is turning 79. At this age, this phenomenal man continues to host a daily radio show on a radio station in Rimouski, and he's been doing so with the same remarkable passion and energy since 1949. Now, the time that I have here today is much too short to pay tribute to his entire career and to address his accomplishments as a consultant, columnist, TV and radio host, a telethon host. Mr. Brisson devoted his life to the community and to collective well-being. It's by getting involved in several social and human causes that Mr. Brisson has stood out. I wanted to wish him a very happy birthday and congratulate him for his brilliant career. Have a great day and a wonderful year, my friend. You're a source of inspiration for us all.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government's #1 priority is the creation of jobs and economic growth. I am pleased to announce that today the Prime Minister welcomed Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace decision to create jobs and invest in Canada by opening a new manufacturing facility in London, Ontario, which is just down the road from the riding of Oxford, Mr. Speaker. The new facility is expected to directly create up to 100 jobs in the London area, with a further 500 jobs through supplier activity. These are the kind of knowledge-intensive jobs on which the highly developed economy of the future will be based. Kongsberg's decision confirms that Canada has the right conditions to attract and nurture the new economy. Canada is open for business and will emerge from the recession more powerful, more competitive, and more prosperous than it ever was before.
Job well done, David.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, this House unanimously adopted a motion designating April 7th as the National Day of Reflection on the Prevention of Genocide. I rise today in remembrance of and in commemoration of the 16th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, of horrors too terrible to be believed but not too terrible to have happened, where 1 million Rwandans, mostly ethnic Tutsis and Hutus, were murdered in less than 100 days. But the worst horror, Mr. Speaker, is not only that of the genocide itself, but that this genocide was preventable. No one can say that we did not know. We knew, but we did not act. And so, as the Security Council and international community dithered and delayed, Rwandans died. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the great tragedy is not only how many Rwandans were murdered, but how so few intervened to save them. ignoring the compelling lessons of history, that the Rwandan genocide occurred not simply because of the machinery of death, but because of indifference in the face of incitement and atrocity. Jamais plus, Mr. Speaker, never again.
The honourable member for honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, Project Hero, which was started in 2009 by retired General Rick Hillier and Honorary Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Reed, is a unique program which provides undergraduate scholarships to the children of fallen Canadian Armed Forces, servicemen and women. Sadly, a ragtag group of radical leftist professors at the University of Regina are opposed to Project Hero, including the leader of the pack, whose research interests include Marxism and the Latin American left. Mr. Speaker, the attitude of these so-called academics is shameful. Project Hero is giving a helping hand to the children of men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of our country. Yet a bunch of comfortable academics sitting thousands of kilometers away at a university far from the fields of Afghanistan have the nerve to oppose this program. Mr. Speaker, these so-called academics should stop letting their extreme left-wing views in opposition to the conflict in Afghanistan get in the way. They should join Canadians in getting behind Project Hero.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a 21-gun salute to 21 young spellers from across Canada. They're in Ottawa this week to participate in the Can West Can Spell National Spelling Bee. And among them, I'm proud to say, is my constituent, Laura Weir, who won the Victoria Times Colonist Regional Spelling Bee. 250,000 middle school students participate annually in this competition. That's 250,000 young Canadians celebrating literacy together and setting an example, Mr. Speaker. Regional champions like Laura are available to help members and senators with our spelling today. And they'll be in Canada to cheer on the other senators on Saturday. Though only one winner can compete internationally, I congratulate all our Olympian spellers. They make us P-R-O-U-D proud.
Honourable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Starting tomorrow, the Liberal leader will preside over a thinkers' conference in Montreal in order to renew his party and offer a credible alternative to the Conservative government. This is, after all, the same Liberal leader who was prepared to bring down the government last fall without a plan to govern. 6 months later, he's launching a process to come up with some ideas. More than 250 participants are expected to attend this conference, and they'll have to pay a staggering fee, in fact, for the privilege of attending. This conference, the objective of which is, and I quote, not to provide short-term solutions or short-term strategies. This conference will instead launch a national dialogue on major issues that will determine the future well-being of Canadians. Oddly enough, the Liberal leader did not even see fit to invite his own members. Does that mean that
Honourable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte, Saint-Nord. Today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the Dean of Interpreters on Parliament Hill, Mrs. Maureen Vaudry, who, after 37 years of loyal service to Parliament, is retiring. Mrs. Vaudry began her brilliant career in the 29th Parliament. She was, among others, the voice of René Lévesque on the occasion of the unilateral patriation of the Constitution. She also interpreted during Meech Lake negotiations. In addition to doing yeoman service as senior interpreter on the Hill, Mrs. Vaudry finds the time to train budding interpreters at the University of Ottawa, hereby ensuring that parliamentarians will benefit from the same outstanding language service that they have received for years to come. My colleagues from the Bloc Québécois join me in thanking you for having been the English voice of the Bloc Québécois for the past 20 years, and we wish you a long and happy retirement with your husband. Thank you for your professionalism, Mrs. Vaudry.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to one of our interpreters, Mrs. Maureen Beaudry, who is retiring after more than 37 years of loyal service to Parliament. Members of this House would be unable to do their work without the support of this team of competent and devoted language specialists. Maureen Beaudry is a member of this team, one of the many who work in the shadows, lending their voices so that we can better understand the content and subtleties of parliamentary debate. Throughout her career, Mrs. Beaudry has seen a succession of governors-general, speakers, and clerks. During a turning point in our nation's history, she interpreted Prime Minister Trudeau, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and René Lévesque during the patriation of the Constitution. She was also present to interpret many of the Meech Lake negotiations. I'm told that parliamentary procedure is one of her passions. Her in-depth and unmatched knowledge thereof has enabled her to react promptly to the countless unforeseen challenges arising in this chamber. I invite all colleagues to join me in thanking Mrs. Beaudry and wishing her a happy retirement.
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, as the Liberal leader prepares to convene his Spenders Conference in Montreal this weekend, let's take a look at his track record. He promised that the Liberal platform would be ready last June, and yet he tried to force an unnecessary election last fall with no platform in place. All of this after coming back to Canada after being away thinking for 34 years. But now the Liberal leader is starting to think about what Liberal policies might be. But we already know. The only thing to come out of the Liberal Spenders Conference this weekend will be big, grandiose proposals that require higher taxes, including a GST hike. Canadians know that higher taxes kill jobs, and Canadians want a government focused on building jobs and building growth in this country. Our economy and building our economy is exactly what we're working on. Our Conservative government is working on that every single day. Mr. Speaker, let the Liberal leader muse from his professor's lectern during the Spenders Conference. At the end of the day...
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we learned in the press today that this government's officials have discussed with the Americans the possibility of keeping American troops in Afghanistan post-2011. This government made no mention of this in any of its quarterly reports to Parliament or any of its submissions to parliamentary committees. This is no way to run the foreign policy of a serious government. So my question is, will someone in this government tell us what in heaven's name is going on?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, and once again reiterated in the speech from the throne, we have been clear in stating that Canada's military mission will end in 2011.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Then, Mr. Speaker, the government will have to explain why this obvious trial balloon entered the press. The United States is asking Canada to keep as many as 600 soldiers in Afghanistan after 2011. The government didn't bring this before the Canadian people. This is no way to conduct foreign policy. Will the government commit to put any deployment in Afghanistan past 2011 to a vote in Parliament?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order.
On this supposed U.S. request, Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the Leader of the Opposition that we have not received a request of this nature.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, he did not answer my question. The question is this. We've heard rumors, well-founded rumors, about the extension of a military mission in Afghanistan after 2011. Can the government assure Canadians that any extension of our mission in Afghanistan will be put to a vote in this House? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me reassure the Opposition Leader once again that our military mission will end in 2011, as we've indicated during the speech from the throne. Canada will continue to maintain diplomatic and development relationships with Afghanistan through its embassy in Kabul, as we did in other countries.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, the government appointed Mr. Yakabuchi at the last minute on a Friday morning and then took 2 weeks to release his terms of reference, and this morning dumped some torture documents in the House without Mr. Yakabuchi reviewing them. What was the government's objective in hiring him, Mr. Speaker? Was it just a stalling tactic? Why is Mr. Yakabuchi being circumvented? Does he have a real job, or is it just more cover for this government?
Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
Quite the opposite. Mr. Justice Akabuchi is going to undertake an independent, comprehensive review of all the documents, and the government has said that officials will make all relevant documents available, Mr. Speaker, and the tabling today is part of that process.
Member for Vancouver South.
Speaker, as I said, this government dumped some torture documents in this House. They've been ready since January to be released to the House. Yes, yet there was no translation, no copies. They were in no particular order. This government has had 3.5 months to provide these documents, yet their response today has been totally incoherent and totally disorderly, like chickens with their heads cut off. When will they provide a coherent answer to this torture scandal?
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
At least we know how to vote, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you that, but again, Mr. Speaker, we've indicated that officials will provide all legally available documents, Mr. Speaker, and there's a process in place with Mr. Justice Akabuchi, and I would suggest to the Honourable Member, let Justice Akabuchi do his work.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec author Jamila Ben Habib, who's of Algerian origin and who's the author of A Contre-Courant, found out accidentally that CSIS had investigated her. When she asked CSIS about the reasons for this investigation, the only answer she got was a heavily redacted document which contained nothing but paragraph and page numbers. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to begin an in-depth reform of CSIS, as he promised some time ago? Perhaps the Prime Minister doesn't really want to have this reform because he shares the CSIS philosophy, that is, the culture of censorship and secrecy to the detriment of human rights. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
There's been indicated many times in this House, when redaction of documents are done, it is done at an arm's length from the government by senior public servants in the same way that the prior Liberal government did. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will look into this particular matter, but I can assure the member that any redaction that was done by senior public servants at arm's length from the government.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the website of the CSIS Oversight Committee is in English, French, and Arabic, Mr. Speaker. How can the Prime Minister explain that? Isn't that evidence that CSIS engages in racial profiling? Otherwise, why should they provide information in Arabic, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I'm certainly pleased that the CSIS information and website is in English and French. As to why the information is also in Arabic, I can't say at this point, but I'll certainly get back to the member with an answer.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we found out that the U.S. government is preparing to request the maintenance of 500 to 600 Canadian troops in Afghanistan after July 2011. They asked for this through NATO. The Conservative government has oft repeated that there would no longer be any Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan after that date. Can the Conservative government assure us today that it will not respond to this request and that it will respect the date of July 2011 for withdrawing the Canadian troops from Afghanistan. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, once again, allow me to point out that our military mission will end in 2011 as set out in the throne speech, as was repeated on many occasions before members of this chamber and everywhere else. In 2011, we're out. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government refuses to tell us what's actually going on concerning the extension of the Afghan mission. The same is true of the highly redacted documents it made public this morning. The government is pretending to cooperate, but in fact it is hiding the truth, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government refusing to comply with the House's order that requires that all documents concerning the torture of Afghan prisoners be handed over in their full and complete version? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I think the government has been very clear. The government has said that they will provide all legally available documents, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the redactions. These are done by nonpartisan public servants whose only interest is the protection of national security in this country, and that should have the support of the honourable member.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, this morning the government tabled a series of documents that is supposed to be its response to a question of privilege that is hanging over their heads. This is an old lawyer's trick. Inundate them with documents that are very highly censured just to buy time. This is contempt for this House, for elected members of Parliament, and especially toward Canadians. When are you going to stop your petty games and respect the order of this House? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
With respect for this House, that the documents were in fact tabled. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member and his party and others have been asking for these documents, and so again, this is what was done this morning, Mr. Speaker, and so I'm surprised that now the honourable member seems to be miserable about that.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, this House ordered the government to give elected members protected access to uncensored documents. Instead, we got 2 boxes of contempt for Parliament, for its Speaker, and especially for Canadians who have a right to know the truth about their government's behaviour. Behind the lie that this is about national security, it's the same old story. They're just trying to buy time to protect themselves. Right. Tell the whole truth, respect Parliament, and allow secure access to all the documents.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I would encourage the honourable member to have a look at the documents. There's 2,500 pages, Mr. Speaker. That he shouldn't jump to any conclusions until he's actually have them. This is not like the budget, you know. So they should read it and have a look at it, Mr. Speaker, before they come to any conclusions, Mr. Speaker. That's my advice to the honourable member.
The honourable member for Outremont.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs has just given 2 very different answers in French and in English. In his English answer, he said, Canada's military mission will be over in 2011. In his French version, he says, en
2011, it's quite clear we won't be there anymore.
Military mission. The other is a very general statement that we're gone. Yes or no? All troops gone from Afghanistan in 2011? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member listened to the answers, perhaps he'd know that I said militarily, so I will repeat. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to point out, for the benefit of the honourable colleague, that the military mission in Afghanistan will end in 2011. The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in last year's budget, the Conservatives stated that retirement pensions were so important that they would consult Canadians within 90 days. They did not respect that deadline. more than a year later, these consultations did not lead to any concrete proposal for the provinces at the December meeting, even less for Canadians. What's happening with the consultations? Enough with these empty promises. The provinces are requesting measures. Canadians want answers. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Parliamentary Secretary Ted Menzies led the approach on consultations, which is very important. My Parliamentary Secretary, yes, to Finance. And that resulted in very important amendments that were done in October last year. And they're very important for defined benefit plans in Canada. Now, together with the other governments in Canada, the other provinces and territories, we're working on further initiatives. But remembering always that this is a joint effort in Canada. This is not just a federal effort. We must work with the provinces and territories, and I counsel the members.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there are over 10,000 Canadian retirees who thought they'd have an adequate pension. They're about to lose 30 to 40% of that income, as well as all their health benefits when they need them most. We cannot wait for more consultation. The government must take action immediately to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and deal with retirees as secured creditors. When will we see the legislative amendments necessary to protect these people? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As was stated in the speech from the throne, work is being done on that issue. It is an important issue for Canadians, and we have to try to move forward on that issue. But on the broader pension issue, again, I say to the member opposite, we have one of the best pension systems in the world in Canada, something we can be proud of, and we will make it better.
Honourable member for Don Valley West. Order.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last week, Corporal Darren Fitzpatrick died following injuries in Afghanistan. We offered our condolences to his family. This death surprised us. Since 2007, the government rarely reported on injuries and about the risks to its personnel. Nobody wants to endanger our troops, but wouldn't monthly reports help us better assist the injured when they come back? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Member, and I'm sure all members, we send our condolences to Corporal Fitzpatrick's family. I had the poignant experience of speaking with them today. I would indicate to the honourable member that the aim around disclosures of information is meant to meet a public balance, and that is, of course, to ensure that any decision taken around disclosures of information is in keeping with decisions taken by the commander on the ground, firstly, done so recognizing the importance of the necessity of operational safety, that is, to not endanger our troops with giving information that would assist the Taliban.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
This is the same government that wanted to shut out the media and the public from military repatriation ceremonies. The families of fallen soldiers spoke loudly. They wanted to allow Canadians to share their grief. This government always wants to manipulate the news. Wounded soldiers and their families have the right to be supported by Canadians. To support them and respect them, we need to know about them. When will the government put care for wounded soldiers over concealing the numbers?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, this was a decision taken by the commander on the ground in Afghanistan. With respect to disclosures, the yearly release of information avoids any direct incident-specific correlation between Taliban actions. Precise information of that nature, Mr. Speaker, with respect to locations, the number of injuries, could in some ways assist the Taliban in adapting their planning and their operations. Mr. Speaker, as a government, as a military, we will not do that.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. According to the Transportation Safety Board, 12 aircraft accidents leading to 28 deaths could be attributed to extreme pilot fatigue. They have abusive schedules imposed on them. Airlines even encourage them to falsify their logs. The result, according to the study, is that these fatigued pilots behave as if they were drunk. How can the government close its eyes on passenger safety when it has known for years that these companies are violating the rules? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Security of Canadians is a top priority for Transport Canada. We have significant amount of regulations that are enforced with respect to flight crew fatigue management. It is something that is incredibly important. All of our rules, Mr. Speaker, all of them are following the standards put forward by the International Civil Aviation Authority. All of them.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the government says it's worried, and yet Transport Canada didn't hesitate to change a significant study on air safety by withdrawing 2 recommendations regarding the impact of the biological clock on pilots. How can we believe that the government is concerned about air safety when Transport Canada is camouflaging this information and has refused to act since 2001? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we constantly seek to raise the bar with respect to standards, not just for aviation security, but also aviation safety. That includes mechanical aspects of civil aviation, but also those men and women who work in the system, Mr. Speaker. We're currently following all ICAO standards, Mr. Speaker. There are a good number of recommended practices that have been suggested in recent years, and the Department has established a task force to address these and what we can do to raise the bar and do a better job for Canadians, and we certainly welcome the advice and counsel of the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government, with the backing of the Liberals, has defeated a Liberal motion, if you can wrap your head around that, on maternal and children's health by saying it does not wish to reopen the abortion debate. And that's not the problem. The problem is that the Conservative government is calling into question a woman's right to choose. And what's more, it's trying to foist its outdated ideology on foreign countries. Why doesn't the Conservative government admit that all forms of family planning, including abortion, have a role to play when it comes to the maternal and children's health? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me again just say, what we want to do is to ensure that we take real action again and save the lives of mothers and children. And we already debated it in the House, and we are going to move forward. We do not want to play political games. This is an important issue. We know we can make strides. We are receiving information. We're reading reports. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that Canada will make a difference in the lives of those mothers and children.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, a coalition of social advocacy groups, including gynecologists, nurses and other public health specialists, reminded us this morning, basing their remarks on well-documented studies, that contraception and abortion save lives. Safe abortion is less costly than unsafe abortion. When will this government set aside its conservative and outdated ideology and work toward improving maternal and child health? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question because I can tell her I have personally read the report. I have met with Canadian representatives of every organization that was at the press conference this morning. CETA officials will be also meeting with the report, and that report will, of course, inform us as we move forward on this very important initiative to save the lives of mothers and children.
The Honourable Member for Avalon. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs has admitted to making the new War Memorial Program nothing but a political slush fund. He refuses to use an already existing external committee to approve funding for war memorials. His Deputy Minister recommends the use of this external committee, but the Minister says he alone will make the decision on who gets funding. Will the Minister stop playing petty politics and respect our veterans? I ask the Minister, will he listen to his Deputy Minister and allow the external committee to approve funding applications? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Alors, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, in the 2010 budget, we saw that an amount of $1 million was earmarked for the upcoming 2 years. And the purpose of this will be to give Canadians who wish to honour our deceased servicemen and women to do so. This is an initiative that Canadians look forward to. Mr. Speaker, our officials will review any applications that are made, and there's a formal process.
Surely the memory of those Canadians who paid the ultimate sacrifice defending our freedoms is beyond political partisan politics. These memorials are legacies for the Canadians, not the Conservative Party. The External Committee contains real experts, veterans groups, heritage and conservation professionals. How dare the minister substitute his judgment for the judgment of our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, according to the member, when he talks about restoring a number of monuments, there is a consultative advisory board that is considering the matter, but once again, the program for new monuments that will potentially be built will soon be brought before the Cabinet, and a definitive decision will be made. In the meantime, he should be satisfied with the fact that proposals are put before the Cabinet and decisions are made thereafter.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, page 242 of the budget states that UPI will receive $30 million for infrastructure upgrades. The statement couldn't possibly be more clear. I remind the Minister that all members and all Canadians are entitled to assume the statements made and documents presented in this House are assumed to be accurate, correct, and truthful. So my question to the Finance Minister is very simple. Is this statement true? And if it isn't, how can Canadians be expected to believe this government will honour any commitments in the budget?
Good one, Sean. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the budget is accurate.
Member for Charlottetown.
If so, Mr. Speaker, if so, considering that we're only 371 days from the time that this expires, could the Minister of Finance today provide us with the details of the initiative that he's talking about?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the budget text clearly refers to the benefits to the economy of the island we expect to see from these construction and renovation projects. Benefits that will not be seen just on campus, but throughout the local region as a result of the stimulus funding. Budget 2010 notes on page 242 that, and I quote, upgrades to the infrastructure at the University of PEI will create over 300 jobs and inject about $30 million into the economy.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our government is committed to job creation and economic growth. It's in line with our commitment to competition and foreign investment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry if he could tell this House, in fact, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't he just tell all Canadians about new advancements in foreign investment and job creation?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for this great and timely question. I'm pleased to announce that today the Prime Minister welcomed Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace's decision to create jobs and invest in Canada by opening a new manufacturing facility in London, Ontario. This new facility is expected to directly create up to 100 jobs in the London area, with a further 500 jobs through supplier activity. Kongsberg's decision confirms that Canada is open for business and will emerge from the recession more powerful, more competitive, and more prosperous than ever before.
Fantastic. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountains.
Canada's businesses need to be successful and the fiscal policies of this government. Yesterday, Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney blamed business leaders for Canada's, quote, abysmal productivity record. Despite years of across-the-board corporate tax giveaways worth billions of dollars, Canadian corporations just aren't investing in improving their operations. Will the Finance Minister admit that sweeping corporate tax cuts have failed to stimulate productivity, and will he instead adopt a plan of targeted assistance in key sectors to protect and create jobs?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the fact that by 2013 we'll have one of the lowest corporate tax rates between the provinces and the territories in the G7. We have the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7 by this year, by 2010. This is important for business in Canada, for small and medium-sized businesses to create jobs in our country, and I'm sure the member for the NDP wants to create jobs in Canada.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I do want jobs, but long before 2013. Steel slabs made in Hamilton by U.S. Steel are being shipped to the U.S., rolled into coils there, and then returned to Hamilton for customers like Honda Canada. U.S. Steel is moving Canadian product 1,500 kilometres for processing in the U.S., when Lake Erie Works, a top-notch Canadian facility in Nanticoke, is left sitting idle. 1,100 jobs are on hold in the Nanticoke plant, while steel is senselessly travelling back and forth across the border. Clearly, there's no net benefit to Canada when steel imports from the U.S. are up by 74% in 1 year. Will this government stop hiding behind its court case and act to help workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about foreign investment and talk about Canada's ability to compete with the world. Canada has a record of standing up for greater competition under this government. In 2008, foreign direct investment in Canada reached $505 billion, while Canadian investments abroad reached $637 billion, almost $130 billion more than direct investment in Canada. Competition creates economic growth, it creates innovation, and better options for Canadian consumers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Chief Justice of the Quebec Court of Appeal will hear from the Government of Canada regarding its meddling in the area of securities. Reactions in Quebec have been unanimous against this gradual undermining of the Quebec Financial Market Authority. Can the Minister tell us why he is mandating his legal counsel to deprive Quebec of a financial entity that is vital to the Quebec nation? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we respect the jurisdiction of the provinces and we support in the area of securities. Mr. Speaker, he should be in the Quebec Court of Appeal tomorrow at 9:30. Mr. Speaker, the three matters are clear. They deal with the supposed jurisdiction of the Government of Canada over the regulation and voluntary registration of issuers. But in actual fact, Mr. Speaker, the sole purpose of this federal holdup is so the government can get its hands on Quebec's financial industry for the benefit of Toronto. Shouldn't the finance minister focus on real problems and refrain from fixing something that isn't broken? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We have a terrific financial system in Canada in many areas, and we are the envy of the world for the stability of our system. We do not have that in the securities area, but I do thank the chief of the bloc opposite for his investments in the petrolier in Alberta.
Honourable member for Ottawa South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Ann Coulter, the intellectual leader of the North American Reform Conservative Republican movement, has the right to make her views known. In fact, it's important for Canadians to be exposed to her obscene, radical, and intolerant thinking, which underpins the extreme right. Given her views are completely out of step with mainstream Canadian values, will the Prime Minister stand here today and without equivocation publicly denounce her views while explaining to Canadians the link between his party and Ann Coulter?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the member is obsessed about importing the views of an American political commentator. That makes sense, given that he imported his leader from the same country. Perhaps he wants to engage in a broader debate about American politics. He has a leader that would be well qualified to do that. Speaking of views that are out of touch with mainstream Canadians, this member authored the Liberal carbon tax, which was rejected as a radical job-killing initiative by Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South. Order.
Mr. Ezra Levant, who stepped aside for the Prime Minister, ran his last campaign's war room, sponsored her national tour. The University of Ottawa Conservative Club organized Tuesday's speech. A former PMO and current Conservative assistant planned her reception at the Rideau Club. And Rainer Knopf, co-author of the Prime Minister's firewall letter and a repeat and generous Conservative donor, is organizing tonight's speech in Calgary.
Shame.
It's simple. Either the Prime Minister endorses her views or he doesn't. Which is it?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the member raises a whole group of vitriolic accusations against a government whose fiscal plan many of his members rose to support just the other day. I wonder if he will berate them with the same vitriol as he blames himself for authoring an out-of-touch, radical, job-killing carbon tax which led to his party's humiliating defeat in the last election.
Order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam. Order.
Mr. Speaker, for almost 40 years, the BC coast has been oil tanker free. However, that is now threatened by the Enbridge pipeline proposal that promises to bring tar sand crude from Alberta to BC's coast for export. Mr. Speaker, all it would take is one accident to inflict serious damage on the coastal ecosystem and the economy. The risk isn't worth it. Will the government step away from this pipeline and reaffirm the moratorium on the oil tanker traffic?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important Canadian project, and we have put in place a high-caliber regulatory review that is commensurate with the importance of the project to ensure that the environment is protected. I can advise my colleague that I, along with the chair of the National Energy Board, created a panel approximately a year ago that consisted of 3 respected Canadians, Sheila Leggett, Hans Matthew, who is himself a member of a First Nation, and Kenneth Bateman. Following public consultation, the terms of reference have been defined. They include consideration of all of the marine safety issues that the Honourable Member raises, and the government will continue to ensure a comprehensive regulatory review process, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this week a number of First Nations, businesses, and community organizations from across British Columbia came out against this pipeline proposal and the tanker traffic it would bring along. Yet this government is still working hand in glove with the Enbridge proposal to push this pipeline through. When asked, the people of British Columbia have said they do not want this pipeline. They do not want the oil tankers off their coast. Mr. Speaker, will the government stand with the people of British Columbia and say no to the Enbridge pipeline?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it seems a little early for my honourable colleague to have decided on the merits of the project, given that no application has yet been filed. That's commensurate, I suppose, with their approach on matters like the budget. But nonetheless, we have appointed a review panel, Mr. Speaker, that consists of 3 of the most respected people in our country. Sheila Leggett, who is a sitting member of the National Energy Board, one of the most respected regulators in the country. Hans Matthew, a First Nation citizen, experienced geologist, as I recall, and Kenneth Bateman, a lawyer and also an experienced member of the National Energy Board. They will do a fine job of ensuring a comprehensive environmental review, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Institute for Health Information released its latest report on wait times yesterday. Would the Honourable Minister of Health please share some of the good news with the members of this House?
Okay. Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the good news is the report shows real progress in reducing wait times, which has been a priority of our government. We are working closely with the provinces and territories who deliver health care, and it shows that 3/4 of people in priority areas are receiving the care within the target wait times. We have also increased transfers by 6% every year to provinces and territories. As well, an additional $1 billion was invested for the wait time reduction program. We will continue to work with provinces to improve health care delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, disclosure documents revealed that last year,
the Ministry of Natural Resources awarded $185,000 to Streetlight Intelligence, a Victoria-based technology company. The company's chairman is the former chair of the Natural Resources Committee, the Conservative member from Calgary Centre. When the government is telling Canadians that it is time for belt-tightening, how do they justify spending their hard-earned tax dollars to further the private interest of a Conservative MP?
The Honourable Minister. Order. Order.
Well, we're talking about respecting Canadian taxpayers here, and I just spoke with my colleague about this issue. I'll speak at greater length with my colleague, and I'll provide the outcome of that discussion. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Coach Canada bus drivers' language rights are not protected by Bill 101 because they are subject to the Canadian Labour Code. Since January, Montreal drivers have been receiving orders in English from Peterborough because the company decided to lay off its French-speaking dispatchers. And this is happening in the second biggest French-speaking city in the world, in the Quebec nation's metropolis. Why doesn't the Conservative government address this matter, as the BQ, the Bloc Québécois, has been suggesting it do? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Official languages are a top priority for our government. We know official languages is an issue which is close to the heart, very dear to the Bloc member, and we're going to look at the issue and see what we can do.
Minster.
Mr. Speaker, the Colombian trade deal has taken a sad new twist. Liberals and Conservatives believe they found a way to fool the public concerned about murders and massacres there. What is it? Self-monitoring. Unbelievably, the Colombian government gets to grade itself on its human rights record. Liberals and Conservatives don't care that Colombia has a worsening record of human rights abuses and is the worst in the world for killing of labor activists, with links for the violence going right up into the government itself. So why is the government still flogging this amoral deal that repudiates Canadian values?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government's always been prepared to advance human rights while advancing our trade agenda, unlike the previous government that didn't want to talk about human rights when they did the same. Certainly, we are very concerned with the rights of Colombians, and that's why in this trade agreement we have parallel provisions relating to labour, which cover human rights, and also with regard to environment, protecting the rights of the people of Colombia. We believe that by engaging through trade, we can advance the progress made by the Colombian government in advancing human rights, and we're prepared to work together with the opposition in doing that as well.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, through Canada's Economic Action Plan, our government has worked cooperatively with provinces and municipalities to create jobs and hope in communities across Canada. To date, almost 16,000 projects are up and running in the largest cities and the smallest towns from coast to coast to coast. Can the Minister of Transport tell us what the Mayor of Sarnia recently said about our government's record when it comes to the success of our efforts to provide stimulus to local communities?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
What a great question from the member from Sarnia. Let's look at what the Mayor of Sarnia said. Quote, "We had more capital spending last year than we've ever had. Wow. It's renewing the community and creating jobs for people. Wow. The Conservative government did the right thing by trying to stimulate the economy. The fact is, one of the roles of the federal government is to give hope to the people, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly the type of hope that the Economic Action Plan, authored by the best finance minister in the world, is accomplishing for the people of Sarnia."
Order. The Honourable Member for Malpeque. Order.
Mr. Speaker, farm organisations increasingly are speaking out about this government's failed farm policies. This week's Hill Times carries a full-page ad bluntly telling the minister his remarks lack truth. The ad by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, Ontario Pork, Ontario Cattlemen's Association, Ontario Grains and Oilseeds, among other states, Ontario farmers tell us agri-stability does not work. Why does this minister consistently misrepresent the facts Will he listen and act on farmer concerns?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just like primetime soap opera, we've been waiting months for the sequel, and finally here it is. Nothing has changed. What the member is caterwauling about, of course, is the right of every farmer to speak out against what they see as working or not working. We know full well from our work within the farm sector in Ontario and across this great country that our programs are far superior to what they ever brought forward under CASE. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with our provincial counterparts to make them even more accountable and bankable for farmers, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, climate change deniers, those dinosaurs that believe neither in science nor in climate change itself, are rampant in the Conservative Party. For example, Christopher Essex, Mark Mullins and John Wissenberger, 3 climate change deniers, were appointed to the Canadian Foundation for Innovation and NSERC. These appointments come hot on the heels of cutbacks to the Climate Foundation. Instead of attacking the research and science behind climate change, why doesn't this government develop a credible plan to fight climate change? The Honourable Minister of Environment. Mr. Speaker, today, once again, the Bloc Québécois has not been listening to the news. According to the Pew report, Canada was ranked 6th in terms of clean energy investment in 2009. And Canada is outperforming the United States, which was ranked 11th, with $11 billion since 2009 in clean energy. The Bloc Québécois should be applauding our efforts. The Honourable Member for Nickel-Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time that I asked the Minister of Industry to listen to what was going on in Ontario and provide FedNor an independent arm's-length status, he said that his fellow citizens should be happy with the current director of FedNor. But he doesn't come from Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I rejected that proposal and that I call on the Minister again to give FedNor the same status as other economic development agencies in Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
And Mr. Speaker, let's remember that it was this government that gave FedNor stable 5-year funding.
That's right.
Let's remember that it was this government who created the Community Adjustment Fund, which is delivering over $30 million towards economic development projects right across Northern Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, most importantly, let's remember that it was that party that voted against any funding.
Absolutely.
Being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Wascana has a question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the government House Leader would outline his program for House business for the period between now and Easter. And in answering the question, I wonder if he could bring some order into this issue around documents that have been tabled in the House of Commons today. They were tabled in a rather disorderly way, without any reference to the outstanding process that has been started by Mr. Akabuchi. And I wonder if the government House Leader could indicate when further documents will be forthcoming to the House, since they come in such large volumes. It would be of assistance to have greater order in the presentation of those documents, including sufficient copies made available in advance so that all members could have access to them at the same time and therefore better understand exactly what they mean.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his questions. Mr. Speaker, if I could, I'd first like to offer my condolences to the honourable House Leader for the official opposition, given that fiasco last Tuesday night that occurred in the chamber, where some of his members didn't know how to vote. I can certainly sympathise with the embarrassment I'm sure that he felt, and I want to extend my condolences. On the issue of the documents, Mr. Speaker, which I would think would actually be more likely a question for question period rather than contained in the order of business question that's posed to the Government House Leader on Thursdays. I would just point out, Mr. Speaker, that it has always been the intent, it's been our commitment indeed as a government, to make all legally available documents available to the opposition and through the opposition in Parliament to Canadians at large when they do become available, and that's what happened indeed this morning. Mr. Speaker, they were in their original form. Some of them were in English, some of them were in French. We made that known at the time that we tabled them this morning, and we asked the permission, the acceptance, the approval, the agreement of all opposition parties, and indeed they gave that approval before those documents were tabled in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. I find it a little ironic that the opposition has all along been demanding these documents, and yet when we make them available, then they criticize us for doing so. Mr. Speaker, as for the issue of the House business for the upcoming week to carry us through till next week, we will continue today with C2, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. Tomorrow we will begin with C3, gender equity and Indian registration, and C2 will be the backup bill should we need it tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Next week we will continue with the bills from this week, but we'll also be introducing the Budget Implementation Bill, and it's our intention to begin debate on that bill at second reading. Mr. Speaker, I would conclude by saying that with respect to the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, we have debated it for over 30 hours in this chamber, and the Standing Committee has already studied it twice. Unlike the Bloc and the NDP, this government is committed to pursuing a free trade agenda. Therefore, I would like to advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C2, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Colombia. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at a next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Here. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Orders issuing from the government. Resuming debate on Bill C2, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and on the preceding question. Before the question period, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi had the floor for his speech. There now remain 10 minutes for the questions and comments concerning his speech. Questions and comments.
For Burnaby New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member for Brome-Missisquoi with a great deal of interest, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think that the most important question that is before Parliament today is the fact that we are coming into an election period where the Colombian government has been accused by independent observers who are examining the situation of fraud, of having intimidated the population, and all of these elements are present in the report that was submitted by the pre-electoral mission that went to Colombia. So I would like to ask my colleague, given this anti-democratic situation that exists in Colombia, why is the Conservative government refusing to intervene in order to urge the Colombian government to act appropriately and to establish democratic rules for the election? And secondly, why are they trying to force this agreement through the House of Commons without holding the type of debate that is necessary given the human rights violations that exist in this country? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my NDP colleague for his two excellent questions. In my mind, to his first question, why aren't they helping out with the election? I think that the government wants to help itself for the next election, because there are not many bills currently that are not on law and order. And so this bill would ensure that there is a trade agreement with Colombia, and it could be seen as an opening, because this government doesn't have a lot, it's not very open, but it could be seen as an opening for the next election. So this is a purely electioneering bill, and I don't understand why the Liberals will support it, unless they too are afraid of the voters, and they are preparing for an election as well. And my colleague's second question, I believe, was I believe I've answered both his questions, actually. Questions and comments?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech today. And once again, I guess we cannot address it often enough. The fact that we are here today and this bill is still viable is 100% because of the Liberals. This bill was dead, completely dead, and this government would have never reintroduced it had not been for the agreement that was cooked up between the government and the Liberal critic. And we know that only last year the House Standing Committee on International Trade recommended that a human rights assessment impact should be undertaken. And under the former Liberal leader, the critic of the day was 100% on side with that. He was open to doing that. And then there was this coup in the Liberal Party. They changed leaders overnight. They appointed a new critic. And now the critic has taken the Liberal position from the left over to the extreme right. And now it's indiscernible from that of the Conservative Party. Matter of fact, the Liberal critic has been quoted as saying that Colombia has more robust labor rules than Canada. And other quotes that would certainly question the understanding of what this deal is all about. So I would ask the member to once again give us some ideas as to why he thinks the Liberals flip-flop back and forth so fast in such short a time.
The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Beaumont-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that the concept concerning the laws, before answering this question, the idea that the laws in Colombia, if they are not applied, then it doesn't matter whether the legislation is robust, because, as my colleague said, because it is to protect the investments of Canadians that will be made down there. So even if there is robust legislation, and if it's not applied, well, then it's no good signing an agreement with Colombia. But why did the Liberals flip-flop so rapidly? I think, as I said earlier, it's because they're worried that come election time, that they'll be perceived as people who are not open to international trade, and that the humanitarian problems are not explained, and the perils involved in signing an agreement with a country that is very poor, and it is very difficult to have an equitable agreement with a very poor country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For King's Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have some quotations from Colombian civil society, human rights, and labor leaders in terms of this agreement and this amendment and this requirement to have annual reports tabled to both parliaments and debated in, for instance, our House of Commons Trade Committee. Dr. Roja, who's a civil society leader in Colombia and president of the Consultancy for Human Rights and Displacement, says this proposal sends a strong political message to Colombia about Canada's interest in seeing the human rights situation improve in coming years. Dr. Leon Valencia says, I think it's useful that the FTA between Canada and Colombia includes an amendment which requires both governments to present an annual report to the respective parliaments and the repercussions of the agreement on human rights in their countries. This will provide an important yearly forum to discuss the situation in Colombia and will give Canadian citizens the opportunity to monitor human rights issues in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Colombian human rights leaders actually see this agreement as a step forward in terms of human rights engagement. I would hope that the bloc would stand with the people of Colombia, who are seeking better economic opportunities and better human rights engagement and support from the people of Colombia, and not want to isolate Colombia, but instead to engage them as partners in progress as these fine people move forward.
The Honourable
Member for Bron-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my honourable colleague didn't listen to what I was saying for 20 minutes because he wouldn't have answered that if he'd listened. There are two people from Colombia who have told us that humanitarian rights are a little bit better than they were, but our colleague told us that there are 48 people who work in the union movement who were killed in 2008 alone. Well, I mean, okay, it could be better. Maybe the situation is better, but 2008 is only 2 years ago, not 20 years ago. So even if there's been an improvement for them, when there are people who are murdered, well, you know, for them it's like they don't care as long as they can do international trade. But people in the union movement who are killed, that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague who knows this file like the back of his hand, and I think he'll be able to answer this question. When a member from the NDP asked us why the Liberals had reopened this Pandora's box that is Colombia, could it be because that they have particular mining interests in Colombia, and that there are certain parties in this country who support the lobbyists and the mining owners in country in order to sign that agreement? The Honourable Member for Bron-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And yes, I think it's fairly clear that there are interests that are at stake. And it's not just to do a little bit of trade, because the people in Colombia are poor. So it's so that they can go and work in the mines where they don't have to respect environmental standards. They don't have to respect people's health. They don't have to respect union rules. They don't have to respect the context and the situation in question. So that is very important. And it's not because there are two people in Colombia tell us that human rights are getting better, that we should say all of a sudden, yes, we're going to sign the agreement. So it is clear that the Liberal Party has found an interesting lobby to support, because otherwise we can't understand why it would have flip-flopped so rapidly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I open up this debate, we were debating this bill before the suspension of the House for the government to recalibrate, known as C-23, and now we've brought it back as C-2. And at second reading, I want to participate on behalf of my party on this bill and add a few comments that are not directly affecting the bill itself and what's in the bill, but peripherally, as a result of some comments that were made today during the debate, the minister's response, which I thought was a low blow in terms of our position as Liberals, uncalled for, if I may say. And here we are, as the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, standing up in support of the free trade agreement with Canada-Colombia. Yes, the honourable member from the Conservative Party is acknowledging. Maybe what he should do is tell his Minister of International Trade to be a little bit more mannerous in his response, because, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to allow this party, known as the New Conservative Party, to give us a lesson on human rights. We are noted, Mr. Speaker, as the party of the Charter, the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. unlike this party that had to change its name not once, not twice, because Canadians were literally scared. But I'm going to get to the essence of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I held a roundtable discussion because we were very fortunate to have visiting with us a senior minister from Colombia, Ms. Adriana Mejia. She is the Deputy Foreign Minister, Multicultural Affairs. And in light of the concerns on the human rights situation in Colombia, Mr. Speaker, I thought it would have been a great advantage, a great opportunity for us as Canadians to hear what this minister had to say, to hear of some of their initiatives, and, of course, to question the minister. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to report to the House and to Canadians through this honourable chamber that we had a packed House. And there were members from the government, there were members from the Liberal Party, there were members from the Bloc, there were no members from the Democratic Party, the New Democratic Party. And you say, well, maybe they didn't know. Mr. Speaker, they knew, because I went out of my way to invite them personally. And I'm very disappointed that they couldn't find one member from their caucus, if they were so concerned, to be there and ask questions of this visitor of ours. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the minister went into a very in-depth presentation. She had a deck with her that I will go through and point out certain initiatives that they've undertaken as to how they've addressed some of the concerns that we have and other members of the international community have, and of course the UN. But before I go there, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members that last May, before summer recess, I chaired the Committee on International Trade, and our guest was President Ruby from Colombia. And the gentleman was very gracious and giving us a lot of latitude, where initially they said, no cameras, no nothing. And he said, no, invite the media in, invite the people in, let them hear. We have nothing to hide. And of course, there were some very constructive yet tough questions put to him, Mr. Speaker. I thought the rudeness of the questioning came from the NDP, given that we were inviting a head of state from a foreign country. We might agree to disagree, Mr. Speaker, but I think Canadians are very well-mannered, fine, refined people, and in a forum like this, we should ask the tough questions, but we should ask them in a manner of politeness, civility, and in the Canadian way. And that was not done, and I just wanted to put that on the record today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, signing free trade agreements for Canada is nothing new. Whether it was that party or our party, basically the mainstream parties, if I may say, that have governed this country, and there's no coincidence maybe why the New Democratic Party has never governed and most likely will never govern. Thank God they never governed. And there's not been one trade agreement that I have asked them that they have supported. So what leads Canadians to believe that with all this huffing and puffing that they would even sign this agreement? Zero, Mr. Speaker. But it's such a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement, and I'll quote from an article here, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes the viewership out there puts more credence into what people write as opposed to what politicians say. And it says here, the members of Parliament should also press for an independent human rights impact statement, which we have, Mr. Speaker, as the Commons Trade Committee, that's us, have already urged, and we're moving forward on that. But at the same time, they should also challenge critics of the deal who urge that Canada would set back the cause of human rights by signing this pact. That, yes, let it be known that this pact is broadly modeled, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to emphasize this, on other agreements Canada has already signed with the United States, with Mexico, Mr. Speaker, Israel, Mr. Speaker, Chile, Costa Rica, and it goes on and on over the past 15, 20 years. So this pact, Mr. Speaker, if I can describe it, this agreement, is patterned around similar agreements that we've made with our other trading partners. I've named some of them. What leads Canadians to believe that we are going to sway from these terms that we've said in the past? In other words, we're going to make worse deals? No, Mr. Speaker, I believe we're going to make better deals because we learned from the past. Mr. Speaker, it's not that Colombia is going to be the make it or break it of our economy. On the contrary. But my attitude, and I believe the attitude of our party here, the Liberal Party, is that if there's any kind of business that can be had for Canadians, whether they be conservatives or liberals or otherwise, let's go out there and get it. Now, Mr. Speaker, the CAFTA agreement, the Central America Free Trade Agreement, for whatever reason, I'm not going to go into details, the Americans were off the starting block much faster than us. They ratified it by one vote. Who ended up getting hurt, Mr. Speaker? Canadians. The Canadian pork industry got hurt. The beef industry got hurt. And various other sectors in our economy were damaged, Mr. Speaker, because the Central American countries signed the agreement with the U.S., and then our leverage as a country was diminished. I don't want to see that happening here, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not standing up to defend the government. I'm standing up, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my party to defend Canadians, to defend Canadian farmers, Canadian workers, Canadian manufacturers, Canadian producers. That's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was very impressed, and I know the members that attended the luncheon were very impressed, when the minister came forth and in a PowerPoint presentation walked us through her deck and the concerns that some of these parties are outlining with respect to other countries. Well, the European Community, Mr. Speaker, an organization made up of 27 countries, are signing an agreement with Colombia. And we know very well that they have very rigid guidelines as to their trade agreements. Spain also, Mr. Speaker, is signing an agreement with bilateral agreements with Colombia. Mr. Speaker, with respect to unions, which is a great concern, trade union leaders and workers, Mr. Speaker, in 2002, there were about 800,000. Today, they've doubled to just over 1.5 million. So who is preventing people from forming unions or associations in Colombia? Mr. Speaker, they've doubled in numbers. Mr. Speaker, further on, with respect to trade union leaders and workers that were created, in 2002 there were 99. In 2009, there's 164, Mr. Speaker. That's an 80% increase. To me, these numbers don't indicate that this government or this country is taking away the rights of people to form associations or unions. And I'll go on, Mr. Speaker, to give you other examples of, for example, homicide that they talk about. In 2002, there was just under 29,000 homicides. In 2009, that's a little bit over, just a little bit over 15,000, Mr. Speaker. So you see the concentrated effort that is being made to address the concerns that not only we have as an outside world, but they have as well. Kidnappings, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, they had 2,882 kidnappings. In 2009, that's down to 213, Mr. Speaker. I think that is progress. And as they say, Mr. Speaker, Rome was not built overnight. Now, my colleague from the NDP there just made a comment. Well, maybe he should have been at the luncheon. Maybe he should have heard the minister. And if he felt that the minister was lying, then he had every opportunity to confront the minister, as the president was confronted back in last June, Mr. Speaker, from the NDP. And again, I stress how tolerant the president, the head of state, was when he was literally bombarded and bashed with what I felt was an unprofessional approach. But nevertheless, the gentleman stayed there, he took the questions, and he was gracious enough to respond. Now, maybe they don't like when I present the facts, Mr. Speaker, but I have to deal with the facts. And that's what Canadians must know. Not the huffing and the puffing that comes from the extreme left, that if they have their way, there would be no way. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, victims of massacre. In 2002, there were 680, and in 2009, there's 147. I think that, again, is progress, Mr. Speaker. Terrorist attacks, Mr. Speaker. In 2002, they had 1,645. In 2009, there are 486, Mr. Speaker. I believe they're in the right direction. Displacements, Mr. Speaker, there was just close to almost 440,000 in 2002 people, and in 2009, 114,000. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a success story in itself. Now, is 114,000 the right figure? No, Mr. Speaker, that's even too much. But what these stats are showing us is that they're working towards addressing this most serious problem. I know I was visited by a gentleman by the name of Frank Pearl, who on behalf of the government, and there's a program that the government has invested millions and millions of dollars of how to reintegrate and bring these combatants back into society, rejoin them with their families, retrain them so that they can become progressive, constructive people within their societies, to work for a living, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to going out and doing other unacceptable acts. Mr. Speaker, with respect to women, for example, women's rights, they've got an entire section here of how they are addressing the violence against women. On December 4, 2008, they passed a law, approved Law 1257, for raising awareness, preventing, and penalizing forms of violence and discrimination against women. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not like they've neglected their responsibility towards women as well. The internally displaced persons, I talked about that as well, and how they've been reducing those numbers consistently. And as I said, I met Mr. Frank Pearl himself, who was very kind to share some information with me. Now, children, Mr. Speaker, who we put such value on ourselves here in Canada. And I've often said in this House that unless we address the needs of our young men and women, proper upbringing, early start, good education, then our country is going to obviously miss out in the future. They are our future. Well, Colombia is doing the same thing. They realize that as well, Mr. Speaker, and they are investing heavily in their young men and women. Free education, Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example. As of October 2009, resources transferred to schools to subsidize educational costs for vulnerable groups. Vulnerable groups have provided benefits for 5,230,446 children. The goal to establish for 2009 was 4,670,000, so they have in essence exceeded those numbers, Mr. Speaker. So this government, as difficult as its past has been, is making a genuine effort to address the problems that, as I said, we are concerned about. Mr. Speaker, the way I see it, this nation is going to trade with Europe. If it's not Canada today, it's going to be somebody else tomorrow. At the end of the day, my attitude personally, and I know I speak on behalf of my other colleagues here as well on the Liberal side, is that we have a unique opportunity, not necessarily just to go and benefit by doing trade, not necessarily to go in there and sell them our goods and buy some of their goods as well. That's secondary to me, Mr. Speaker, personally. We have a unique opportunity to go to this troubled spot, if I can describe it, a country that, yes, understands its shortcomings, but yet again wants to do the right thing, that they're dealing with difficult circumstances. Most important thing I see here for us, Mr. Speaker, is we have an opportunity as a nation to go there and show them the Canadian way. Now, if we had taken this very aggressive attitude, as we're hearing from the New Democratic Party and from the Bloc as well, we wouldn't be doing any trade with China. We wouldn't be trading anything with China. And just imagine how many jobs Canada would have lost over the years. Well, what did we do? We know now today, Mr. Speaker, that human rights, labor violations, etc., have been addressed in China. Where 20 and 30 years ago, we couldn't say that. But we went there, Mr. Speaker. As Prime Minister Chrétien used to say, I will go there. And he did go there. And he did engage with China. And he did create jobs and opportunities. But most important, Mr. Speaker, we showed them that there's a responsibility to everything. And it's just not a matter of producing goods and services and making money. It's a combination here. And this is what we're trying to do with Colombia as well. Mr. Speaker, we were ready to move on to sign the CATSA, the Central America Free Trade Agreement. Now, I'd be misleading Canadians, I'd be misleading my colleagues here in this honourable chamber if I said that there were no violations in Central America. I'm not going to name countries because I would be unfair, but I'll just talk about the region. We all know very well that there are some trouble spots there in almost any country, but we were prepared to go there. By not going there, we hurt our textile, our garment industry, our pork industry, our beef industry, and so many other industries have lost out, Mr. Speaker. We also could have been there, as I said, and show them how we do things here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I must say in conclusion, how much time do I have, sir, if I may ask? 2 minutes. I must say, Mr. Speaker, once again, not only that I mentioned Mr. Pearl, who was here to visit, not only the President himself was here and came before the committee that I chaired, not only the senior minister that I referred to was here. It's showing us, Mr. Speaker, that two things. One, that this nation, this country, is not walking away, is not saying that, no, we don't have problems. They're the first ones to say that, yes, we have problems, and we want to address them. But we also need help. And I think if there's ever been a country on this globe that knows how to help, Mr. Speaker, it is Canada. And we have an opportunity to put our stamp on Colombia, Mr. Speaker, by engaging in this deal. Now, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations has also put forth certain prerequisites. The United Nations is monitoring this engagement with Colombia very, very closely. It's not like they're saying, go off and do your thing. That's not how it is. That's not how it's being portrayed right now that's how it's being portrayed by the NDP. And that is totally unfair and inaccurate. I'm permitted to use that word, Mr. Speaker, I believe. It's totally inaccurate. I don't like to use the word lies. But they're totally inaccurate because the UN is on top of it. And if the UN is there, then if we don't respect it, we're also saying that we don't respect the UN. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't chew in whatever the saying goes. I'm not too good at it. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to answering questions from the colleagues. I know from my side, I would ask the government side, the Minister of International Trade, the Secretary of State. They know how our position is. There is no room for low blows or rhetoric at this stage, given the fact that we are more than prepared and happy to work with them to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the member for his speech, and I want to thank the Liberal Party for their support of this bill. And the reason I do it is because this is a much broader issue than simply a trade agreement. I think one thing that history has demonstrated is that where countries enter into trade agreements and enter into agreements to arbitrate these disputes, the rule of law develops. Once the rule of law develops in respect of commercial activities, the rule of law in respect of human rights is not far behind. The one follows the other. And I think that's what, unfortunately, the NDP are missing here, that they don't understand the connection between the rule of law in respect of commercial relationships and then the implications that the positive implications it has for human rights. And I'm wondering whether the member could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Well, I thank the Minister for his comments, his suggestions, and his question as well. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. And he hit the nail on the head, and that's exactly what I'm referring to about the Canadian way. We are a nation that respects the rule of law. We are a civil society. We have shown to be, we've been described to be a model in many, many ways. Now, it's no good having this model just within Canada. We want to take this. You know, Mr. Speaker, my father taught me one thing. I will go and help teach them how to fish. But I provide the fish, but I want to teach them how to fish as well. This is what we're doing. We're going to go there to show them how we do things. I don't believe that we should just keep handing out support and go on. No. We'll hand out support, but but we'll hand out also knowledge, the way of doing things, the rule of law that the minister talked about, the way that we do things. That's what it's all about. And we're not going to do it, Mr. Speaker, by sitting here in Canada and becoming an esoteric society and saying we're good. No, Mr. Speaker, we live in the global economy, we live in the global village, and we have an obligation to the future generations, especially Canadian generations, to get out there and do the right thing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Tupa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it a little strange to hear the member from the Liberal Party so strongly supporting this bill. He certainly must have some interest in those activities when he says that there have only been 213 murders lately. It seems to me that 213 is quite a few. There are many members, in fact over 60 members of the President's family that are under investigation. And there's been an increase of 41% increase in certain criminal activities. And there's also the problem of population displacements. We know that when people are involved in agriculture and they are displaced, it creates great problems. There are murders and threats that accompany these displacements as well. So I would like to know how the member and his party, in complicity with the Conservative Party, can support this legislation that oppresses the Colombian people. The Honourable Member.
The member is right. I do have an interest. I have to be honest with him. I'm not going to hide it anymore. I do have an interest, and that interest is called what's good for Canada. Very simple, Mr. Speaker. Now, on displacements, he's absolutely right. And I guess he really must have not heard when I gave him the statistics, Mr. Speaker, and I'll give them again. With respect to displacements, in 2002, there was a number totaling 437,967 displaced people in Colombia. Today, Mr. Speaker, in 2009, it's 114,602. I'm sorry that is zero. It is zero. It should be zero, Mr. Speaker. But find me one country in the world that is zero, and I'll say, please show us the way to do it. So this country, Mr. Speaker, I can't hold this up. This country, Mr. Speaker, is showing that they are doing everything possible to address this horrendous situation. Surely to God, we have an obligation to support that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member in his own speech referred to Colombia as a trouble spot. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that the Americans who we tend to follow, this government tends to follow, have had this bill before the Congress now for 3 or 4 years, before we had it before this House. And yet it's not been passed. It was not passed under George Bush's tenure. It's not been passed under Barack Obama's tenure. And in fact, it's not likely to be passed anytime soon because, Mr. Speaker, we recently had Republican Congress people just a month ago tell us that this deal will never pass the U.S. Congress as long as the Democrats are the majority party in the United States. And that is certainly going to continue until November. So why is this group facilitating the government in a trade deal that the Americans have decided they don't want anything to do with?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
This is Canada, not the United States, first. Second, our system moves much more efficiently than the Americans do, and we've seen the example most recently on the health care issue. Third, President Obama has given guidelines to move forward on this trade deal. Third, the Americans did beat us, as I mentioned earlier, on the Central America Free Trade Agreement, and Canada lost, Mr. Speaker. One thing he did say that I mentioned in my speech that I called it a trouble spot. I agree, Mr. Speaker. If it wasn't a trouble spot, we wouldn't be having these discussions and in committee going in depth with witnesses, etc., to hear the concerns and outlining, identifying concerns and areas directly to the President and down. The fact that he mentioned members of the President's entourage are under investigation. Well, find me one country that doesn't have some troubles, and I'll say there's utopia. So let's not take the holier-than-thou approach and say that there's total innocence. There's no total innocence here in Canada, and there'll never be anywhere. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is a trouble spot, and that's why Canada needs to go there to do it the Canadian way and show them the Canadian way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member, my colleague and the Vice Chair of the House Commons Trade Committee for his intervention today. My question for him is whether he believes that the amendment that we have proposed has the capacity to make a real difference in terms of human rights engagement on a long-term basis in Colombia. Gerardo Sanchez, the president of the apparel and textile industry of Colombia, has made the following statement on behalf of 8 Colombian unions: fiber and plastics, mechanics, soft drinks and beverages, fruit farming, sewing and embroidery, footwear, flower growing, energy, water, telecommunications, textiles and apparel. So he's speaking on behalf of 8 unions in Colombia. When he says that this procedure is welcomed by Colombian workers, we are thankful to the Parliament of Canada for its position because it helps strengthen a mechanism already in place that will monitor and evaluate the progress in matters of human rights and freedom of association in our country through annual reports to the ILO and the UN. It helps our efforts as trade unions in dealing with the national government to adapt our legislation to international standards. Does he agree with some of these union leaders in Colombia who see the amendment that we have proposed as being constructive?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague, the critic for international trade, the member from King's Hands. And he's absolutely right. I mean, it's all a matter of monitoring, Mr. Speaker. And the recommendations speak for themselves. And the fact that on a yearly basis, it will be monitored and addressed by both governments and the UN involved, Mr. Speaker. It's not just some, paper that has been written or an idea. There's an enforcement mechanism, Mr. Speaker. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, and I close with this, that 8 unions, something that I outlined in the statistics I provided earlier, that the number of unions and membership in unions are on a rise, Mr. Speaker, is indicative of the fact that this country, this government down there, is saying we are not adverse to the protection of workers, child labor, women's rights, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's going to go a long way with these reports. I think it's a statement of confidence, and I can't thank him for that input. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak in the House today, yet again, in opposition to the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. This time, it's Bill C-2, an act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, the Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, and the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Colombia. Before I get into the substance of the bill, let me just say a word about the process. This is the second time that the government has had to introduce this bill. It's been unable to pass it in each of the last 2 sessions of Parliament as a result of the staunch opposition to this agreement by the NDP caucus and by the Bloc, but in particular because of our critic for international trade, the member for Burnaby New Westminster. Unfortunately, the Liberal members of this House have been as keen to get this bill passed and out of the public limelight as the Conservatives have been. They know that when it comes to human rights, environmental and labour issues, this is a seriously flawed agreement. But their friends on Bay Street are pushing them hard to support the bill, and just as they've done on so many other occasions, they've completely rolled over. In theory, therefore, this bill should have passed a long time ago. But the member for Burnaby New Westminster has almost single-handedly out-organized them. Recognizing that people right across this country, and indeed around the world, are opposed to this trade agreement, he has built a coalition that will do anything in its power to stop this deal from coming into effect. And we, in the NDP caucus, have been representing those views in this House. I think every single one of our members has spoken on this bill, many of us more than once. And we're doing it because the only tool opposition members have at their disposal to stop a bill from passing is to debate it. Debate it until there's no time left at the end of a session for the bill to get to a vote. We've done that twice now, once in the spring session of last year and once again last fall. Now we're dealing with this bill a third time, and we're prepared to go to the wall again, because what's at stake here, Mr. Speaker, is nothing less than the protection of human rights, environmental protection, and labour rights. So let me address each of these concerns in turn. Since we're on the eve of Earth Hour, let me start with the environment. To the extent that free trade agreements result in increased investment, there are often corresponding issues of environmental degradation. This danger comes in one of two forms: a lack of adequate monitoring and enforcement of existing environmental regulations, and shortcomings in domestic environmental policies. The issue of monitoring and enforcement relates directly to the conflict in Colombia. The Colombian government does not have an effective presence in all parts of the country. As a result, its capacity to perform functions such as enforcing environmental regulations is limited, and business compliance with these regulations is low. As free trade increases investment activity, there is a corresponding increase in the likelihood of significant environmental damage. The second issue is that Colombia's existing environmental policies and regulations are simply not sufficiently well developed. Environmental groups in Colombia point to the fact that Colombia has some internationally recognized environmental legislation and is a signatory to nearly all major international environmental treaties. However, they go on to point out that there was a struggle between two visions in Colombia: economic and environmental. Many sectors in Colombia have seen environmental laws softened or made of secondary importance to economic sustainability. Much more work needs to be done to build stronger environmental policies and to strengthen evaluation and monitoring standards. For example, Colombia needs to adopt policies to protect sensitive areas and to guard against environmental threats. The Colombian government has not taken any steps to identify environmentally sensitive areas to protect from oil and gas exploration. Similarly, the issue of deforestation of the jungle in Colombia to make room for large-scale agricultural plantations is also of great concern. Nearly 200,000 hectares of natural forest are lost in Colombia every year due to agriculture, logging, mining, energy development, and construction. The Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement completely ignores these facts and fails to enforce environmental protection. The environment issue is addressed in a side agreement here, with no enforcement mechanism to force Canada or Colombia to respect environmental rights. The process is seriously flawed. It's just a smokescreen. We have seen in the past how these side agreements are unenforceable. We just need to look at the North American Free Trade Agreement, Mr. Speaker. There hasn't been a single successful suit brought under the NAFTA side agreement. Now, let's be honest. The Colombian market is hardly a top-tier market for Canada. Only 0.15% of Canadian exports actually go to Colombia. As Glenn Hodgson, Vice President and Chief Economist of the Conference Board of Canada, has pointed out, our annual trade with Colombia is about the same level as that with South Dakota, and is actually smaller than that with Delaware and Rhode Island. Compared to other markets that are much closer, Colombia is not really a major player. 80% of Colombia's imports to Canada are actually duty-free already. The gains from free trade are probably not as great as they would be in other cases. So why is this free trade deal such a priority for Canada? It has nothing to do with trade, Mr. Speaker, and has everything to do with investments. Since this agreement would contain investment protection provisions, it would help Canadian investors in Colombia, particularly in the mining sector. If past agreements are any indication, the investment protection provisions in the Canada-Colombia Agreement would contain provisions that will allow an investor to directly sue a foreign government if it adopts regulations that diminish the output on its investments. That means progress on environmental and labour laws would be actively constrained by the very language of the free trade deal. It puts the interests of Canadian investors ahead of any improvements in the Colombian standard of living. So much for the Conservative government's contention that this trade deal will actually encourage and facilitate improvements to human rights and environmental and labour standards. If I'm right that this deal has much less to do with trade than with protecting the interests of investors, then it all comes down to politics. But I'd like to remind the government that concerned citizens in Canada far outnumber Canadian mining operations in Colombia, and those citizens have made their opposition a clarion call to action. The Prime Minister would be well aware of the literally thousands of postcards he's received from the Canadian Catholic Organization for Development and Peace. I'm proud to have a particularly active chapter in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. They have gathered signatures from petitioners of all ages calling on this government to live up to its commitment on corporate social responsibility. Their message to the Prime Minister is clear, and I quote, "At the June 2007 G8 meeting, you stated that the implementation of the recommendations from the National Roundtables on corporate social responsibility and the Canadian Extractive Industry in Developing Countries report would make Canada a leader in corporate social responsibility. 1 year later, more than 200,000 Canadians told you that they want to see these recommendations implemented. Little has changed. Farmland, forests, and water resources are contaminated or destroyed by some Canadian mining operations. People are denied access to and control of the natural resources they need to live in the just, dignified manner to which all are entitled. Standing with the people of the Global South, we insist that you develop legal mechanisms to hold Canadian mining companies accountable for their actions abroad." End of quote. And here's the line that the Prime Minister really needs to hear. Quote, "We are not going away." That's the real political message. Faith groups, labour groups, environmental groups, Indigenous groups, and human rights groups are all not going away, and neither are we in the NDP. So let's look at some of the other concerns that are germane to this debate. As the Labour critic for our party, let me go next to some of the issues raised by the Canadian Labour Congress when its president, Ken Giorgetti, appeared before the Committee on International Trade on behalf of over 3 million workers from across our country. In essence, he argued that the signature of a free trade agreement with Colombia would condone the country's deplorable human rights record and implicitly endorse the Colombian government. Rather than sullying its own image through its close relationship with Colombia, Canada should work to uphold its reputation as a human rights leader in the international sphere. I think it's worth quoting Ken Giorgetti at length, particularly since he addressed the question of whether the Labour Cooperation Agreement provides for an open and robust dispute resolution process, which is the key to protecting labour rights. Here's an excerpt of the CLC submission. "After close examination, we find no evidence to suggest that the Labour Cooperation Agreement, which accompanies the trade agreement, will increase protections for workers in Colombia. The CLC fully agrees with the Canadian Association of Labour Lawyers' statement that trade agreements are not written to improve labour standards, and there's little evidence that such agreements can become vehicles for the enforcement of labour rights. While some improvements have been made in the Canada-Colombia Agreement, the essential structure of the labour clauses found in previous trade agreements, the NAFTA, Canada-Chile, and Canada-Costa Rica, FTAs remain largely unchanged. All of these labour side agreements exhibit the same deficiencies. First of all, provisions are found in side agreements rather than in the main text of the trade agreement. They focus on the enforcements of existing domestic labour laws rather than on raising labour standards. Enforcement mechanisms are slow and cumbersome. The dispute resolution mechanisms remain entirely at the discretion of the signatory governments. They are premised upon a model of political cooperation among the signatories, and hence the complaint process is not transparent as it should be and depends on bureaucracies of the parties rather than by independent judicial or even quasi-judicial bodies. The dispute resolution mechanism is in stark contrast to the rules established for disputes of investment in that the agreement offers no trade sanctions, such as the imposition of countervailing duties or the abrogation of preferential trade status in the event that one of the parties commits violations of labour rights and standards. Again, our long experience with NAFTA here is instructive. Of all complaints submitted during the 15 years of NAFTA, all have ended with consultations amongst Ministry of Labour. Not one case has proceeded to an arbitration panel. The Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement is different from previous labour provisions related to Canada's trade agreements in a number of respects. It contains a chapter on labour that is internal to the main agreement, as well as a separate Labour Cooperation Agreement, LCA, or Labour side deal. The substance of the labour rights and obligation is found in the side deal, not in the main text. In less than 500 words, Chapter 16 of the CCFTA sets out general statements and objectives with regard to labour. They recognize their obligations under the ILO and affirm that it is inappropriate to encourage trade or investment by weakening or reducing protections afforded in domestic labour laws. Other than that, the labour chapter simply states that parties will obey their own labour laws and will administer the Labour Cooperation Agreement. In Article 1 of the Canada-Colombia Labour Cooperation Agreement, the parties agreed to ensure their laws embody ILO principles. The LCA begins by affirming the 1998 ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, while two commitments refer to the ILO's decent work provisions. This is an important improvement over previous LCAs. However, the obligation outlined in Article 1 does not compel governments to make specific improvements in labour law. Rather, these basic, quote, commitments are basically a statement of good intentions. In acknowledging basic ILO obligations, the side agreement goes beyond the NAFTA generation of labour provisions. Because Canada and Colombia are already obliged to follow these principles due to their membership in the ILO, however, this is not a particularly laudatory advance. As described in the ILO's follow-up report, according to the declaration, all members of the ILO, even if they have not ratified all the relevant international labour conventions, have an obligation arising from the very fact of membership of the organization to respect, to promote, and to realize, in good faith and in accordance with the ILO Constitution, the principles concerning the fundamental rights which are subject of those conventions, namely A, freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, B, the elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory labour, C, the effective abolition of child labour, and D, the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. The parties agree that they will not waive labour laws in order to encourage trade or investment. That's a positive step. The problem, however, is that the word investment is deleted in all subsequent references to this goal in the complaints process. In other words, the LCA will not pursue a complaint that the labour law was not applied in order to encourage international investment. As well, Mr. Speaker, the article allows the parties to waive labour laws for any other reason. Neither is an egregious one-time violation of the commitment to enforce labour laws subject to sanction. Even if a party is charged with not enforcing its labour law repeatedly or in a systematic way, then it is acceptable for that party to defend itself by saying it simply decided to allocate resources to some other pressing labour need. Thus, it shall not be considered in violation of the agreement, and complaints can be dropped. Articles of the LCA provide for submission, acceptance, and review of public communications, which may lead to ministerial consultations between the parties. A review panel may be requested, not by the complainant, but by the other party, and then convened. If it considers that the matter is trade-related and the party under review has failed to comply with its obligations under the agreement, a report is issued. If a party refuses to comply with the report, the panel may then impose a monetary assessment of not more than $15 million US annually, which is paid into a fund to be expended on appropriate labour initiatives in the territory of the party that was subject of the review. This is the only penalty for labour rights violations under the agreement. To paraphrase here, Mr. Speaker, the shocking reality is that in the event of the murder of a trade unionist in Colombia, labour protection simply means that the Colombian government would have to pay money into a development fund. Kill a trade unionist, pay a fine. Over 2,200 labour activists have been murdered since 1991, and the hunt for trade unionists in Colombia will go on if the price is right. Such is this Conservative government's concept of labour protection. The penalty for killing a trade unionist was capped at $15 million in any 1 year, paid by the Colombian government into a development fund. To put this in perspective, 1 year's maximum payment of $15 million equates to $5,628 per trade unionist already killed. How would Canadians feel if the Prime Minister agreed to the same kind of treatment of those who intentionally set out to kill labour organisers within our own borders? This is an outrageous lack of appreciation of human life, and it is no labour protection at all. For all of those reasons, the Canadian labour movement believes that the labour-side deal will not guarantee labour rights and freedoms because even the weak laws that do exist are not enforced, nor will they be enforced as a result of this labour cooperation agreement. Labour rights are not respected, workers are not protected, there's a lack of social dialogue, and violence is being used deliberately against the trade union movement to eliminate it as an effective defender of workers' rights. The labour-side deal provides no enforceable rights for workers. It is subordinated to the main text of the agreement. There are no mechanisms for independent action by trade unionists, and the offending governments have wide sway over what happens in any proceedings that are brought by the other party. Simply issuing a fine when other trade and investment conflicts are dealt with in all seriousness through investor-state arbitrations, judicial or quasi-judicial bodies, and the party-to-party dispute resolution system indicates the cynicism that's embedded in this agreement. To the question of whether the Labour Cooperation Agreement would be considered an historical advance in defence of workers' rights, the CLC clearly says it is not. Mr. Speaker, I know that my time here is winding up, and I haven't even had a chance to address the myriad of other well-documented human rights abuses whose victims are primarily human rights advocates, journalists, Indigenous peoples, Afro-Colombians, and, I said earlier, members of unions. Such abuse is rampant in Colombia. Let me just paint a quick picture of what's happening in Colombia. The Uribe Colombian government has one of the worst human rights records in the world. There are 3.8 million internally displaced people, 57% of which are women. The UN calls this the worst humanitarian disaster in the Western Hemisphere, and it is growing. 955 cases of extrajudicial executions by the army over the last 5 years have been documented. The numbers are rising. Colombian soldiers are accused of executing peasants in rural areas and passing them off as leftist rebels killed in combat, a practice that is known there as false positives. 62 mafia-like ex-paramilitary drug trafficking criminal networks control economic activities and political institutions in 23 of the 31 provinces and are vying with guerrilla groups for control of the drug trade. Despite the demobilization of over 31,000 paramilitary death squad members, abuse and insecurity prevail in the countryside. Over 60 lawmakers, including senators, governors, and mayors representing the president's political coalition, are under investigation by the country's Attorney General and Supreme Court for alleged relationships with paramilitary chiefs and collusion and elections fraud. 17 are in jail, together with Uribe's former head of Secret Services and campaign manager and high-ranking military officials. Given our knowledge of what's happening in Colombia, it is essential that Canada wield a stick to encourage improvement in Colombia rather than offering Colombia rewards. Rejecting the free trade deal would send a strong signal to the Colombian government that human rights are a vital key to gaining legitimacy in the international sphere. At a minimum, before ratifying and implementing an agreement with Colombia, we must develop and implement a human rights impact assessment to ensure that there are binding and enforceable protections for labour and human rights within the framework of fair trade. In fact, both the Canadian and Colombian governments should welcome such an independent and impartial assessment. After all, they claim that conditions have improved and human rights violations have decreased. But in reality, they know that the situation in Colombia would never pass such scrutiny. And if they know that, they must stand up in this House and vote against the free trade deal between Canada and the Republic of Colombia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And also, I want to just ask a question here. And this is something that crossed earlier, and it piqued my interest. Dr. Jorge Rojas Rodriguez, he's a civil society leader in Colombia and president of the Consultancy for Human Rights and Displacement. And what he says, succinctly, is this proposal sends a strong political message to Colombia about Canada's interest in seeing the human rights situation improve in the coming years. He also points out on several occasions here where civil society, in preparation of this innovative proposal, he calls it innovative, believes the amendments have the potential to set an important precedent for free trade agreements, but he also links that to the improving of human rights in this particular situation. Dr. Leon Valencia says much of the same thing, providing an opportunity, yearly forum to discuss the situation in Colombia, giving Canadian citizens the opportunity to monitor human rights violations in our country, unquote. I sincerely ask that what is it so wrong about what these people are saying that compels you to shut down the negotiations and to call out this particular agreement, which a lot of people do feel that it could be the vanguard towards better relations with Colombia, in much the same way that some people will say that with China we've also improved the record there as well through initiatives around free trade. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really welcome this question because the plan that the member just asked me about is the Liberal amendment to the bill that's before the House, and what that amendment suggests is that both parties have to table reports in Parliament here so we can debate whether the conditions, quote unquote, of this trade agreement are being met. Well, you know what? I know that my Liberal colleague loves such reports, but I also know that the Conservative members of this House love those report cards even more because they laughed themselves silly when the Liberal leader said, I'm going to issue a report card on this Prime Minister. Nobody took those reports seriously in this House. That's what's wrong with the Liberal amendment. We don't need report cards. We need action. And you can't say, let the abuses happen, and then we'll report on them after, and we'll think about them, and we'll see how we can improve them. We need action now. You need to stop the human rights abuses before they happen. This trade agreement is flawed because, in fact, it exacerbates those tensions, those issues in Colombia, and we need to take action to stop them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that there is a great deal of ridiculous statements in the air. I've heard the Liberals talk about an amendment with respect to improving the situation of human rights in Colombia. With respect to that, I can say that since we have been debating this agreement, we've done it off and on for some 3 years now, at least, the situation in Colombia in terms of human rights certainly has not improved. In fact, it's gotten worse. And now they're telling us that we're going to sign an agreement and there's going to be a wonderful evolution in the area of human rights. I find it aberrant. I must to read the amendment that is being prepared by the Liberals in the House. You see very clearly in the media, through the unions, that there are still assassinations, there are still displaced persons there. I would hear comments on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with the honourable member. You know, either you believe in human rights or you don't. And to suggest, as the Liberal and Conservative colleagues are saying in this House, you know, human rights are getting a little bit better. Well, that's like saying somebody is a little bit pregnant. Either you believe in human rights or you don't. And if, in fact, the Liberal and Conservative members in this House are so sure that their perspective on human rights in Colombia would stand up to scrutiny, then why would they not agree at the front end to implement a human rights impact assessment so that we know exactly what's happening in an objective way instead of statistics that are being thrown about here with absolutely no validators to support an agreement that is seriously flawed. And it's not just the Bloc and New Democrats who are saying that. People who've been on the ground, like Amnesty International, like Human Rights Watch, like unions from right across this country, including the CLC representing over 3 million workers, have all arrived at the same conclusion. People might say that I'm wrong, but I would suggest that those groups are definitely not.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for her insightful speech on this issue. Given that she's the Labour critic, I know that we can certainly depend on her to bring Labour's view forward. She's talked about environmental and labour laws. She's talked about no trade sanctions for violations and for a waiver of labour laws And she also talked about NAFTA, and that's the one that I want to touch base on, because the results of what happened with NAFTA had actually created a lot of problems for Canadian industries and companies. So I was at the Cattlemen's Association dinner last night, or reception, and you know, they indicated that they're not against trade deals, but what they want to see is a fair trade deal. They don't want to see what happened with NAFTA. So I'd like to ask my colleague from Hamilton Mountain, can she maybe advise us as to what is the biggest import from Colombia into Canada at this point? Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'm sorry I missed that reception last night with the cattlemen. I'm really glad that my colleague had the opportunity to go. And, you know, I'm really pleased that she's asking this question, because much of the argument here, particularly on the government side, has been about the need for this improved trade relationship. In reality, if you unravel this agreement, what's being traded here, what's coming into Canada, is cattle and grain, beef and grain. Some Canadians who are watching here today might actually think we have plenty of beef and grain of our own, and we don't need a free trade agreement with Colombia. So what's really at stake isn't trade at all. It's not about beef and grain. It's about Canadian corporations having the right to invest in mining operations in Colombia. And that's why we're so worried about the displacement of Indigenous people, of Afro-Colombians, about the degradation of the environment. That's why Canadians are so profoundly worried about corporate social responsibility and this government's inaction on those important issues. People are rallying together around what's happening in the Global South, and this trade agreement does absolutely nothing to enhance those objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gander, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls,
Windsor.
Windsor.
Thank you, sir. Well said. Her colleagues and her have mentioned in the past about the labor agreements that have been agreed to here. And I noticed just yesterday the government also tabled prospective free trade agreement with Jordan that also includes a parallel agreements regarding labor. Some of the things that interest me very much would be things like workers' compensation and the like. Now, she takes specific aim at these measures as being not just the specific measures, but also outside of this agreement. And one of her colleagues mentioned yesterday about including this within the text of the free trade agreement. I'm assuming what she means is that will have a far more beneficial effect, but does she know of a free trade agreement that does that? And in essence, how would that be more powerful than the parallel agreements we speak of here?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain, a short answer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
He is ready.
First of all, as I said in my speech, the side agreement is completely inadequate on its own.
Right.
So just moving that inadequate side agreement into the main agreement would do absolutely nothing. If you're serious about protecting labour rights, you have to have that comprehensively addressed in any trade agreement that you sign. But more importantly, it's not just what you have on paper. It's that as part of that, you have actually set up a mechanism for enforcement. Otherwise, those rights aren't worth the paper that they're written on. And so from that perspective, as I just spent 20 minutes talking about, this agreement between Canada and Colombia is seriously flawed.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Mesquinongé. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm speaking today about Bill C2, and it's not the first time I've talked about it. I'd like to tell you that I was a part of the Standing Committee on International Trade, and before the accord was signed, I went to meet with union leaders and NGOs and women's groups and labor groups and business groups in order to assess, this was during our travels, this bill, in order to assess this agreement and to decide whether it was valid and appropriate or not. After having had these meetings, and it was the committee that at the time was studying the bill and the potential agreement, In our report, in our recommendations, because the government had decided to earmark a significant amount of money to have us go and look at the situation on the ground, and then we produced a report, and there were recommendations that we had made following all these meetings with these various groups. But the government signed the agreement. Absolutely incredible, Mr. Speaker, because when you see how a government can be so irresponsible and waste public funds in this way, because it costs money to send members of parliament to Colombia with a mandate to study things on the ground. And in my opinion, if this government had been the least bit democratic, the least bit respectful of the democratic approach, and the least bit respectful of recommendations by MPs in this House, they would not have signed the agreement before seeing our recommendations, the recommendations of the International Trade Committee. So we did have our recommendations, and it must have been shelved somewhere in some corner of Parliament. And all that was said in this House by members against the agreement, and they had agreed on the recommendations and the analysis that we made. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that at the time, the Conservatives talked about the hijacking of the debate, which had turned to dealing with human rights rather than international trade. When I spoke last about this, I understood that the Conservatives would be suggesting an amendment in accordance with the situation in Colombia. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Colombia, since Colombia has been negotiating various accords not only with Canada but with the United States, with European countries, most of which are against signing this agreement because human rights are not respected in Colombia. And I think it's been 3 years now, or over the past 3 years, the situation has not improved. Now, if I want to sign an agreement as a country, as a representative of the government, and at the present time, there is a government that was under being investigated for possible criminal acts, the government in place in Colombia. And this was linked, they were linked to crime against unions, union members, and there were all kinds of people who had been relocated, displaced, because the mining, which is the main activity of certain Canadian companies in Colombia, made it such that thousands and thousands of Colombians were displaced. And these people were left homeless and started to live in ghettos outside Bogota. And we saw them, Mr. Speaker. And as I speak, these ghettos still exist. These slums still exist. And trade unionists continue to be murdered. And entire populations are displaced because mining companies want to develop new pieces of land, and they want to develop resources in order to meet their needs. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that Colombia has not been making any efforts to improve the situation. And we know that the Americans at the present time are, in large part, are against the signing of this accord. I have some information from Belgium where we see that Flemings are against agreeing are against signing the agreement. In Luxembourg as well, because of human rights violations and environmental problems. So the Belgians don't want to sign the agreement. But we here in Canada, at least the Conservatives, with the help of the Liberals who will be putting forward a so-called amendment, which is hardly a threat, because proposing this amendment doesn't necessarily mean they'll vote for it. And the amendment, in our opinion, is meaningless. So the Liberals are not being very aggressive in opposing an agreement which does not respect human rights. So we don't like this bill. And it was the same case during the last session of Parliament. And on the International Trade Committee, the Liberals brought forward an amendment which was ludicrous, Mr. Speaker, because we've seen the situation in Colombia, we know the statistics, we know of the number of trade unionists who have been assassinated. There is no decrease in violence towards workers who are trying to defend their rights. There have been no new standards established since the agreement was signed. We thought that new environmental standards might make mining companies respect the environment a little more, but there's nothing. The situation has not changed because the two parties involved have made it such that the government of Colombia will be both judge and judged party. And it's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. We are all aware of the situation in Colombia. There is the longest internal conflict that has ever existed in South America. It's a persistent conflict which has given rise to all kinds of violations of human rights, kidnappings, targeted assassinations, and the displacement of entire populations who live in ghettos, who live in slums. And this was something that was witnessed by the Standing Committee. And I was there with people from the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, and the NDP. And I see my Liberal colleague. I don't know if she was there with us at that time, but I'm convinced that if she had been there, if she'd been able to see the situation and to see how many people had been bereft of their homes and their land and everything, she would have been very touched by it. So thousands of people are forcibly displaced, and all kinds of trade unionists are targeted for assassination. Now, this is a very worrisome situation, but it seems that the Conservatives and the Liberals aren't worried. They seem to think that by coming to an economic agreement with a country, an agreement which they say will help the Canadian economy, and which, in fact, really helps investments in the mining sector. So they've already been making money in Colombia, these mining companies. And for Quebec and for Canada, the economic spin-offs are minimal. But it is this idea that all these assassinations are carried out in complicity with the Colombian government. I don't know, perhaps the Conservative government, Conservative members don't want to hear about this, but facts are facts. So the Conservatives, with the complicity of the Liberals, think that things have improved in Colombia. I don't know where they got their statistics or their information, but when I read the documents that we got in the Bloc Québécois, and when I listened to some colleagues in the NDP talk about the same data that they had read, it's clear that the situation is no better. We've read in international papers and in papers like La Presse that there shouldn't be an agreement with Colombia because of the human rights situation. But the Conservatives and Liberals seem to be reading something else. I don't know. I know that for the Americans, there was a free trade agreement signed in 2006. So that's 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And it's been there, the bill has been there, but the Americans don't want to sign it. And the Americans are hardly the most avant-garde people in terms of human rights. But they say we can't sign this agreement because it doesn't respect human rights. If it had to do with fair trade, truly fair trade, well, that would mean that there would have to be rules and labor standards and environmental standards that Colombia would have to respect. But in a speech made by a Liberal member, we learned, or we heard, that things would be improved in the human rights area, that we were signing an economic agreement that would allow Colombians to not only improve their living standards and environmental standards would improve, but let's not be fooled, Mr. Speaker. It's not for signing a free trade agreement with a country that will make for a better distribution of wealth, especially when the government in place, and I can think of about 30 people in that government who are being prosecuted, or at least being accused of criminal acts, of corruption. They are responsible for the displacement of people who have lost their means of subsistence. Listen, Mr. Speaker, let no one think that we will believe just anything at all. We're not fools. We in the Bloc Québécois, we always say there's one way or another to come to a compromise, but there are some cases where, there is no way of coming to an agreement or a compromise. We're not imbeciles. And we are dealing with facts, social, economic, cultural facts, and facts having to do with criminal acts which are rampant in Colombia and which don't seem to be taken into account by the people here in the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party, and that's simply because they seem to want to safeguard the investments of mining companies that want to exploit resources without any respect for environmental standards or human rights. Mr. Speaker, they talk about 80% of the imports to here in Canada, there's no duty. There's no customs tariffs. Now, 80% of our exports are not even subject to tariff. So that gives you another piece of information. In the United States, they keep saying that they don't intend to sign the agreement with Colombia unless they come to an agreement on labor standards and something is done about the non-respect for workers' rights. And there are people in Belgium who do not want to sign this agreement. But here, Conservatives and Liberals don't seem at all concerned about human rights. And that, Mr. Speaker, is of great concern to us because these are political parties who have been governing parties and who still, unfortunately, have an influence on Quebec's economic development. And, about 50% of our taxes still go to the federal government, but we want our own economic and social policies. And what the government is doing here runs counter to Quebec values. Mr. Speaker, working standards, labor standards, the right to strike, the work to unionize, respect for women, justice in all its, in every way, is not being respected. There should be solidarity. There should be a concern for justice for the people in that country. But that's hardly the case with Colombia. 49 trade unionists were assassinated last year compared to 46 in a previous year. So the government says it will be following the situation in Colombia. And I'm just giving you a few figures here. You might want to take note of them in order to perhaps assess the situation. Now, Colombia wants to sign an agreement with Canada and with other countries, but it's not improving the situation at all. According to Human Rights Watch, there are gangs that are continuing their acts of intimidation and violence. So, Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I want to say that this is a very important file, and I will end by saying that in each bilateral agreement, we have to look at the situation on the ground in the country we're dealing with. We have to do this not only for ourselves, but for our partner country, that it's not only trade aspects that are important, but human aspects. And in the case of Colombia, especially because of the chapter on protecting investments, well, Colombia has protected these rights, and this to the detriment of its own people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before questions and comments pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt, Industry. The Honourable Member for Labrador, Status of Women. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Just have a comment, or a question rather, from my colleague. I won't throw in my comment at this point. I believe I've covered that earlier. I would like to ask, though, if that is in the future, some of the complaints being brought up in the House today is the lack of attention being brought to human rights, obviously, but more for the labor standards by which that they contend that they're not as great as they should be. So how in the future, say with Canada, Jordan, or even with the Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement we're now negotiating with the European Union, which I'm sure my honourable colleague from the Bloc wouldn't have too much concern about that one, how would he propose changing future free trade agreements to allow stronger labour standards and also stronger record for human rights?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the question is very interesting, and I would like to remind him that there was a motion presented by the Liberal Party concerning the social responsibility of corporations. Their social responsibility with respect to economic activity in other countries like Colombia.
I know the member quite well who introduced the motion, who is a good member of Parliament. It is important, of course. We have the whole issue of the environment. We also have labor conditions because often these workers are exploited. We're talking here about assassinations of people. So all of these conditions should not be in a side agreement. It's not the sort of thing we need to worry about in a free trade agreement with Europe. In Belgium, France, and other parts of Europe, unions are respected. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague from the Bloc a question. He talked about mining companies earlier, and in my riding of Nickel Belt, I have a mining company from Latin America. Recently, last week in fact, we had a demonstration involving some 5,000 people. There were dozens and dozens of labor representatives there, union members. And if those union members had been in Colombia, that demonstration would not have taken place because they would have been killed. So I would like to know from the Bloc member why the Conservative government and the Liberals want to have these kinds of relations with a country like Colombia where there is no respect for human rights. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague who has just asked this question. Of course, as I said in my remarks, the rights of unionized workers are not respected in countries like that. And the problem arises because Canadian mining companies undertake operations in those countries and often exploit workers. There's a kind of mentality that has developed in commercial relations, in our trade, and sometimes this can come back to haunt us because those companies don't feel that they have to respect unions or workers. They can use violence instead of negotiation in their dealings with workers. So in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, in Colombia, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I met with union officials when I visited Colombia. And these people were very courageous. They fight very hard to defend their rights. We have union alliances, if we can call them that, ties between Canada and Colombia, and they have to be strengthened because this is important. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask you how much time I have for my question. 10 seconds, 20 or 30? Very well. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to my colleague that he gave a very good speech. He fully understands the problems that people face in Colombia. He's a former union worker himself, and he is aware of what is happening. I heard the Liberals a little earlier, who are trying, as usual, with the Conservatives to play down the importance and the problems with this agreement. Everyone is happy, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that human rights are being respected. But in fact, that is not the situation. We've just heard how many people were displaced last year? 115,000 people. And that is to leave room for the mining companies. So 115,000 people, that means a whole federal riding was displaced from one place to another. That is much less, of course, than the over 400,000 a few years before. And when we know that these people are displaced, it isn't in a gentle way. There is pressure, there is violence, threats, and so on. So that's the way that things are done in Colombia. So the question that I have for my colleague, and I'm sure he will give me a good answer, is this. What interest does Canada have in seeking an agreement with Colombia? What is our interest in this? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Shefford, who also did remarkable work as a union official in the FTQ for a number of years. He's always fought for human rights and the rights of workers. So I would like to thank him for his excellent question. There are, in fact, two questions bundled up in his query. There are some 30 members of the Union Central that are in prison right now, and we see increasingly a link between the members of the Colombian Congress and the paramilitary. It's interesting for the government that it seems to be perhaps participating in the murder of these union militants. We saw an increase of 9% in this violence last year. And I would respond to the second part of his question, which is what interest does Canada have in signing an agreement with Colombia? What interest does Canada and does Quebec have? In that agreement, which we looked at in the International Trade Committee, there is protection for investments, and that is the heart of the matter. These mining companies can develop resources in Colombia without meeting environmental standards or protecting labor rights, and yet have their investments protected there. So the precedents aren't taken into account. 80% of the imports from Colombia don't have any tariff barriers in Canada. So it seems to me that we know what the interest is.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak today to Bill C2. And I want to thank the member for Berthier-Masquinongé for his presentation. I did have a question for him a month ago. He and the member for Kings Hants and myself were at a congressional visitation program in Washington, and this topic actually did come up, Mr. Speaker, in some of our meetings. And I have to tell you that even though this bill has been before the United States Congress now, as the member just indicated, since 2006, it did not pass Congress while George Bush was still the president, and it has not passed the Congress since Barack Obama became president, and it will not pass the Congress any time soon. We were told in our meetings by Republicans who support Uribe, who support the free trade agreement, that they knew that it was dead. We weren't getting this from Democrats. We were getting it from Republicans. So it makes you wonder from a group, the government, the liberal opposition, who tend to follow the United States like little trained seals, little puppy dogs, following the Americans and not doing anything the Americans wouldn't do. It seems rather strange that somehow they have quickly put together a little agreement here to get this deal on its way. And the question is, why? How does this benefit, how does this deal that's been made here benefit the Liberals? What do the Liberals have to gain by this? This whole agreement has caused them a lot of grief within their own party. Under the previous leader, they were on side asking for a human rights assessment. And all of a sudden, the leadership changed, the critics changed, and they flipped totally the other way, supporting the government. But once again, we managed to remove this bill through our efforts last year, and the only way, Mr. Speaker, the only way it could have possibly been brought back is with the Liberals' compliance. And the Liberals have now agreed to have made an arrangement and put an amendment that is acceptable to the government. And the question is, for what? After all the grief they put up with in their caucus, and we promised them much more grief as the days progress, there must be a lot at stake here for the Liberals to be doing this. And I don't know what the government had to promise them to get them on side. Perhaps nothing. But I just see this a lot of effort for very, very low returns. You know, it's been pointed out by one of the speakers in the debate, earlier today, that this bill is nothing more than a red carpet for mining companies. Mr. Speaker, currently there is $1.3 billion in trade between the two countries. That trade is not being affected by a free trade deal. If we don't pass the free trade deal this year or next year, the $1.3 billion in trade will continue. So what's this trade deal supposed to accomplish? Do we have projections? Has anybody seen any projections? I think I asked the question last year. Has anybody seen any projections from the government as to what they project the two-way trade is going to be next year, the year afterward? We haven't heard anything from the government on that. We haven't heard any speeches from the government in the last 2 days. We haven't heard much from the Liberals either. Reminds me of that old song, and I don't know who sang it, but I think it was Peter, Paul, and Mary of, where have all the flowers gone? I just substitute Liberals. But I hear some comments from their bench. But the fact of the matter is that we have a lot of issues, a lot of bills, a lot of things that have to be done in this Parliament. And I have to question, the government is tough on crime agenda is something that they talk about incessantly as something that has to be done. It's as Mulroney used to say, the sacred trust. So what do? Prorogue the Parliament, wipe out all the bills. So much for the sacred trust. Now we get back in Parliament. Are they bringing back the crime bills? No, they want to talk about free trade with Colombia. So clearly there's an agenda here that certainly I don't understand, and I don't know that we're really clear about it either. But the members for the bloc, the previous speaker and others, have certainly alluded to the fact that this is a red carpet for mining companies, that this is all to support investment, it's all to support big business and mining companies, presumably friends of the other two parties, because I haven't been lobbied lately by any big lobbying mining companies. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I should take a couple of minutes here to because most of the details of this agreement in terms of why we shouldn't be signing it have been spoken to by other speakers. For example, Colombia itself is not a significant trading partner with Canada. It's only our 5th largest trading partner in Latin America. We have dealt with the whole issue of 2,690 trade unionists having been murdered in Colombia since 1986, and the number in 2008 was up substantially the previous year. We had one of the Liberal speakers say, well, you know, it's been reduced, so obviously we're clear to go now, right? But I did want to talk about fair trade, because that's what the Conservatives constantly, whenever the NDP opposes one of their free trade deals, they ask us, well, you know, what sort of a deal would you support? You know, what would it take to get the NDP to support a free trade deal, a fair trade deal? And of course, that's how we respond. And the fact of the matter is, there's more people than the government thinks waking up to the possibilities of what could be in a fair trade deal. You only have to look at the cooperative movements. You know, even Starbucks sells fair trade coffee. So the younger people growing up, I think, are getting a good education in what it means, what fair trade is all about, as opposed to the, quote, free trade. The free trade is all about exploitation, multinational exploitation, essentially flooding, for example, the Colombian agricultural market with cheap agricultural products, displacing farmers who have been on the land for hundreds of years, putting them out of work, forcing them to go to cities where just more problems are created, and now they become dependent on foreign food. Now, how could that possibly be a good idea? The whole idea here is to develop products in your own environment and not import things. I mean, trading is great. You can't grow bananas in Manitoba, so we have to import those from somewhere. But, you know, if we could grow them there, we should be growing them there. So you should be self-sufficient. Economies and communities should be self-sufficient wherever they are, and they should be always striving to do that. So we are certainly in favor of trade, but we want to have fair trade. We just don't want to be flooding markets with cheap products, putting people out of work, ruining the environment in the process. And then when the environment's ruined and on all of the damage is done to the environment, the companies simply walk away. Just walk away and let the government clean up the mess. And that's great for investors if you can buy shares at $20 and they go to $100 and you can pocket your gains. I'm sure you're going to be supporting that type of economic activity. But we in this House are supposed to be thinking a little more deeply about the matter than simply holus bolus rolling over and accepting what some corporate group wants us to do, Mr. Speaker. So on that basis, the question is, what do we mean by fair trade? We mean, Mr. Speaker, new trade rules and agreements to promote sustainable practices, domestic job creation, and healthy working conditions, while allowing us to manage the supply of goods, promote democratic rights abroad, and maintain democratic sovereignty at home. Under the free trade agreement, it's my information anyway, that I believe farmers in Mexico were put out of work. I believe tomato farmers were put out of work by the thousands when the free trade agreement was expanded to Mexico. And those workers are basically out of jobs. And what people are doing now is they are not able to support themselves anymore on their farms, and they're buying cheap imports. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is how we can promote fair trade, and certainly we can promote it by making speeches in the Parliament, but I think educating the public to the elements of fair trade, and so that they can in turn put pressure on their MPs and not grow up and develop the way the government MPs have. I think to that extent we will show some progress, but it will take some time to do that. For example, Mr. Speaker, new trade agreements should encourage improvement in social, economic, or environmental and labor conditions rather than just minimize the damage of unrestricted trade. Federal and provincial procurement policies which stimulate Canadian industries by allowing governments to favor suppliers at home. Mr. Speaker, supply management boards and single-desk marketers like the Canadian Wheat Board can help replace imports with domestic products and materials. The Wheat Board has been under constant attack from the old Reform Party, from the beginnings of the Reform Party, and even under this government. They continue to take whacks at the Wheat Board. It seems that that's one of their pet peeves that they intend to follow through on, in particular to get a majority government, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is yet another reason why we could never, should never, allow these Conservatives to form a majority government. Because we wouldn't recognize the country. If we gave them 4 years in government, we wouldn't recognize the country. And by the way, that's why the public have not given them their majority government. And the public will never give them the majority government, because they know at the end of the day, that what this government would do with that majority is something that they would not want to tolerate. Mr. Speaker, local, community, and individual initiatives to buy fair trade imports and locally produced goods are certainly another aspect of this. And when I talk about local community and individual initiatives, we see that. We see different people, even in my own community, offering fair trade coffee. And it causes people to think about this. And that's what we have to do. If we can't beat them at the boardroom level, I guess we never will be able to do that, or beat them in advertising, we'll have to beat them on the streets. And that's, at the end of the day, I think what we're going to have to do. Now, the question is why fair trade and not free trade? Fair trade policies protect the environment, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging the use of domestically and locally produced goods. There's less freight, less fuel, less carbon. Why would you take product and ship it across the continent? It just makes no sense to me to be sending, truckloads of produce to, halfway across the continent, all the way across the continent. And when you can produce the product locally. And by promoting environmentally conscious methods for producers who ship to Canada, the environment is a huge issue here, where I think companies hide behind free trade agreements. If they can get into an environment, into a country, into a jurisdiction, and hide behind a structure that doesn't require them to take care of the environment. If they can use all sorts of pesticides without the proper controls and proper usage, then essentially they gain in the short run because they make some more money. But at the end of the day, they leave pollution in the environment, and they perhaps are selling a product which is not as healthy as it should be. By promoting environmentally conscious methods for producers who ship to Canada, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, free trade policies, even those created with the environment in mind, do little to impede multinational corporations from polluting the environment, which I'd already indicated. The environmental side agreement of NAFTA, for example, has proven largely unenforceable, particularly when compared to other protections for industry and investors. Now, Mr. Speaker, a system of fair trade can encourage the growth of Canadian jobs, both in quality and quantity. Fair competition rules and tougher labour standards will put Canadian industries on a level playing field with our trading partners and slow the international race to the bottom that's resulted in the loss of Canadian manufacturing jobs. We've seen this. over and over again, with manufacturing jobs leaving North America, moving to other countries because of the, quote, free trade deals. Free trade rules, on the other hand, have hurt Canadian job quality since 1989. Most Canadian families have seen a decline in real income. Fair trade, Mr. Speaker, can also protect labor rights by fostering the growth of workers' cooperatives and labor unions. Like the Environmental Side Accord, the NAFTA labor agreement has gone mostly unenforced, giving industries who are willing to violate workers' rights incentives to relocate Canadian jobs. Fair trade policies which favor co-ops, unions, and equitable pricing will protect workers in the developing world who might otherwise be exploited and take away reasons for Canadian producers to export the jobs. That's all part of rebalancing these agreements, making them more fair than where they are right now. Mr. Speaker, fair trade rules will also protect societies and human rights around the globe. And certainly that's the big issue that we are dealing with, not the only issue, but a big issue we are dealing with here in this Bill C-2, the Columbia Free Trade Agreement. Although some predicted a human rights benefit from unrestricted free trade, and we hear that from the member for Kings Hants over and over again, this is yet to be seen. In contrast, conflicts between locals and multinational corporations, such places as Peru, have become violent, and a fair trade policy that aims for benefits for all parties can protect the most vulnerable from human rights abuses. And that, Mr. Speaker, what it's all about. We've already dealt with this issue with many, many people saying that this is a minor trade agreement in the whole scheme of things. And why this government would drive it to the top of its agenda and take have the Liberals roll over the way they have, but I guess they're used to that, and drag them along. I thought that this is, tantamount to putting lipstick on a pig. The member for Kings Hants has, dressed it all up, and he's just happy to go along with this. But his members in his caucus are not so happy. We know that there are members here. I don't know how they're going to vote, because we saw the other day 2 or 3 Liberals on a matter of conscience vote against their own motion, and we saw a number of other members skip the vote. So I really don't know what's going to happen with this vote, because there are several members in that caucus who are probably going to vote with us. There are some members in that caucus who will probably miss the vote, because there's probably more for them to be gained by not being here or voting against than standing up and voting for. The previous leader of the Liberal Party and the previous critic had it right 2 years ago when they are on the International Relations Committee, and they opted for the review that we all wanted. And what is wrong with the review? If in fact there's no, thank you, Mr. Speaker, in fact, if there's no human rights abuses in Colombia, then why are you afraid of an independent human rights examination? Because if there's no abuses, it'll pass with flying colors, and we're on our way. So to have the Liberals, simply change leaders, change critics, and flip their policy is very, very strange. And I think that it's certainly aided to the divisions that currently exist in the Liberal Party. And we'll be happy in our party to watch this drama unfold over the next few days and weeks to come. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't finish my speech, but I'll deal with the issue later, I guess, in question period.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, Le Métis, Matapédia. You? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank our colleague for the elegant, very eloquent speech, the colleague from Transcona. I have a question.
It was communicated to me by a coalition of Quebec agencies that are the following: the network of intercontinental associations, an association that works with Latin America, metal workers that work in Colombia, and the Catholic organization that also works in Colombia. The Amnesty International and a UN report have indicated that there is a spike in violence in Colombia, and there is an increase in the forced evacuation of the people from their lands. This is ongoing. They mention as well in the report that they sent me that there is still a lot of corruption in Colombia. More than 60 members of the Congress have been charged or are being investigated for ties to the paramilitary groups. My question is this: how can you trust a government like this to respect human rights and to respect a free trade agreement, particularly with respect to the provisions that deal with protecting investors?
Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. He's absolutely right. This is not just made up. It's documented. It's been documented that the president and his family have been implicated in corruption. There have been charges, and why the Liberals would want to hop into bed with to support a government like that. The Uribe government is basically up for re-election right now. The president himself can't run because he's finished 2 terms. And the Supreme Court did, and the member for Kings Heart says, well, member for Kings Hand says, see, the system works. The courts decided he couldn't run for the 3rd term, right? Well, the reality is he simply got one of his henchmen in as his substitute he's got a replacement president that he supports. And the fact of the matter is, the Americans don't want to touch this. The Americans are staying away. The Belgians are staying away. The Norwegians are staying away. Nobody wants to make the step. Nobody except this government and the geniuses on the other side here who are running the Liberal Party.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
On behalf of the collection of geniuses, otherwise known as the Mensa Group over here, I'd like to compliment my Honourable Member on his speech. I don't want to raise some of the contentious issues that he brought up, but I do want to say, novel concept for you. I do want to bring up some of the points that he made about trade, and let's just bear down on what is fundamental in a free trade agreement, which is to bring a nation in all aspects of labor, and also all aspects of human rights, and of course for economic opportunity and poverty, to bring this country up. Now, he proposes that this particular situation does not fare well and therefore it has to be called off. But many people here, and many experts would agree, and some from the country of Colombia are basically stating, look, this is going to bring us out of levels of poverty we haven't seen before. It's going to help us get above what we were before. It will allow us to create a situation whereby the standards in our country will improve. Now, isn't that an example of fair trade to be pursued by this particular agreement?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that the Liberals were on the right track in the beginning. When, in 2008, the House of Commons Standing Committee on International Trade recommended that a human rights impact assessment be undertaken. That's all they were going to do, the committee. And the Liberals supported that. And that's all we're saying. If there's an independent review being done, and there's no abuses over there, as the members seem to suggest, then why are they afraid of the study? Why are they afraid of the study? Why won't they let a human rights impact study be undertaken? Nobody's saying there won't be a trade agreement with Colombia in the future. We're saying not now. let them clean up the human rights abuses, and let's have an independent body say that that's so, and then I think by all means that the United States, Canada, other countries will put him back on the list. But to the member, there's a lot of other countries out there that are more worthy of a fair trade agreement right now than Colombia.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Elmwood Transcona for his very thoughtful comments. And, you know, I kind of like the idea that this bill is getting so much debate. I know the government is now hopping mad because they think it's had too much debate, but so often these agreements are so dry and so clinical, and that they're conceived by bureaucrats and they're put together in wordy documents. And the fact that it's here in the House and that parliamentarians here in Canada are fighting this bill in solidarity with the people of Colombia, I think is something pretty important. So I just wanted to ask the member a little bit more I think he made some very good comments differentiating between free trade and fair trade. And I think more and more people in Canada are wanting to be proactive on the notion of fair trade, and that you can't separate trade from other issues of human rights, labor rights, environmental rights, social justice. And so gone are the days when these trade agreements can just be ran through as this government thinks it can do. So I'd like the member just to elaborate on that we now live in a different world where people are much more proactive about these agreements and saying, no, they're not going to go through.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an excellent question. And, you know, I just wish that we could somehow teach this concept in the school system, or have a way of getting the point across to Canadians, because I know that Canadians watching the debates yesterday and today, by and large, would probably be well educated now in the fact in the human rights record of Colombia, the bad human rights record of Colombia, but they might not be up to date about what constitutes a fair agreement. And I think that people have an open mind and they're willing to learn about this. But it's a hard concept to explain in a media that is not receptive to the idea in the first place, because we're always all about, you know, earning money. If it doesn't make top dollar, then it doesn't make top spot in the discussion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier. Masquinongé, a very brief question. Well, Mr. Speaker, very quickly. The government is repeating that it says that there is a parallel agreement on labor, but not within the main agreement. It is a side agreement. The parallel agreement, they say, would allow Colombia, if it does not respect the environmental standards or human rights, it would allow for 15 million in fines a year. Well, I would wonder whether or not there'd be would be room for larger fines. Perhaps the investments of the companies are being protected, but yet there's only $15 million fine for human rights. How much is that worth when there's billions in profit made by the companies?
Transcona, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our critic has called that provision "kill a trade union as pay a fine," because that's basically what it is. The government has said, well, if people are killed, then we will put money into this fund, but only up to, I think it was $15 million, no matter how many people are killed. So it's sort of the wrong answer, Mr. Speaker, because the government should clean up the whole area, the issue of human rights abuses in Colombia, before it starts to promote and push an agreement like this.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today to denounce Bill C2, the trade agreement between Canada and Colombia. My colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, raised issues of human rights and also talked about the ineffectiveness of parallel agreements. So I'd like to go back to these issues. For Quebecers, for people in my riding, we want to see the environment protected. We want labor rights to be protected. We want the basic human rights of people in Colombia to be respected. Please allow me to explain why I fear the adoption of this bill. The Canadian government's participation in this debate has nothing to do with trade, but rather has to do with protecting investments in mining in Colombia. It's to protect, in fact, Canadians' investments abroad. And this is obvious. And it seems so obvious to me that this should not be done because it harms the Colombians' human rights. We need to understand that achieving free trade agreements should not be the government's only motivation. This kind of agreement should contain clauses allowing us to have negotiations in order that things benefit the people in the country, that the environment is respected, and that workers' lives are improved. If we're to go by other agreements to protect investments on the part of Canada, the free trade agreement between Colombia and Canada would be a bad one. It allows Canadian investors to take the government of Colombia to court if their investments are not protected. Mr. Speaker, more specifically on this point, we believe that this can be very deleterious for a country where human rights and workers' rights and environmental standards are minimal. But in order to place certain interests, the government is putting this ahead of the protection of environmental standards and human rights. I'd like to emphasize this and thank my colleague who actually went to Colombia and studied what was happening on the ground. Colombia is one of the worst human rights offenders in the world, certainly in all of South America. It needs legislation protecting its environment and also the human rights of its citizens. So if these measures could be brought in, things would be different. But we have to think, is this possible? And I think it would be. What we need is protection of uncompensated nationalization. I agree. But this would mean that there should be provisions that would allow Canada to put pressure on Colombian authorities. What we would like is that this bill not go forward as it is right now. We cannot trade our ability to put pressure on in favor of human rights and environmental standards in order to protect Canadian investments abroad. I would point out that the free trade agreement between Colombia and the United States has been delayed because they want to fully deal with the human rights aspect. Mr. Speaker, this is a justice matter. Now, as a representative of the constituents in my riding, I cannot vote in favor. I cannot accept this bill, which runs counter to environmental standards, labor rights, and human rights. The advantage of a trade agreement with a country really is proportionate to how much this protects and increases human rights. But what we're seeing here is an increase in trade between the two countries. That's usually what we want, is usually an increase in commercial activity, but this seems unlikely. By looking at data on imports and exports between Colombia and Canada, we see that most Canadian investments are in the mining sector. Imports from the sector in 2007 represented 31% of imports from Colombia. This is about $38 million. Canada only buys resources, natural resources, coffee, bananas, and other natural resources. If we include food resources, it is again a matter of some millions of dollars. What we sell to Colombia is about $1 million, or rather $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, the data on these kind of agreements are as follows. In 2008, our exports have been up. Colombian exports are up, and Canadian exports are up. But these increases are happening at different rates. In Quebec, imports are about $88 million, which represents a decrease. Imports by Colombia of Quebec goods are also up a bit. There are some millions of dollars. Quebec exports have also increased by a little less than 2%. Canada has trading partners who are to be preferred over Colombia in South America. There are trade agreements with other South American nations have increased. The direct trade exchanges are growing exponentially, and it's happening in countries who will see things nationalized without compensation, or people who will be dispossessed of their home or their goods without compensation. Under Chapter 16, there is a dispute settlement mechanism, but there's been no case of discrimination against investors. During the time that this agreement was in effect, our exports have increased by 41%. With Chapter 11, I think the foreign investors can go beyond the government. Anything that decreases an investor's profits can be matter for court action. And all this is completely abusive. Everyone has denounced this particular agreement. If foreign investors' profits fall, the government is exposed to court action. Now, I don't understand why the Liberals have done this turnabout on what was their position previously with the Conservatives. Ottawa is going on the offensive again and is trying to increase the number of these agreements. They are giving over to multinational corporations the power to decide these trade disputes. And there are provisions like Chapter 11 in NAFTA. They want to go back to the former formula, or we want to go back to the former formula, which did not favor multinationals over governments and people. There are internal conflicts in Colombia. There are paramilitary and guerrilleros. And there are also many people who have been displaced. It is now 5:30 in the House. We'll move to private members' business according to the order paper today.
Board state.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business. Bill C-288, an act to amend the Income Tax Act having to do with workers in designated areas, presented by Madame Deschamps.
Proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Madame Deschamps.
Ms. Deschamps, seconded by Mr. Bouchard, moves that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
On division? On division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Debate? Ms. Deschamps, seconded by Ms. Bouchard, moves that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions, be now read a third time and do pass. Débat, l'honorable député.
Debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are here to debate Bill C-288, which is a bill to implement a tax credit for new graduates working in designated regions. This augurs well because it means that the bill has passed the committee stage. Let's remember that in October 2007, my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Leflore, presented a similar bill, Bill C-207, and this bill got the support of a majority of members in this House at all stages and even got to the Senate. And I've committed to my colleagues and to young people in the regions of Quebec to show how determined I am to have this bill adopted. Thank you. Bill C-288, to create a context, is a bill to implement a tax credit for graduates working in designated areas. Since it was tabled in the House, this bill has come quite a long way and has all kinds of support. It has support from different groups and different generations Quebec-wide, including the College Student Federation of Quebec, the university organization HoC, which represents up to 50,000 students in Quebec, and also the Quebec Federation of Municipalities, which represents 972 municipalities. They've all fully supported this bill. Further, this bill is supported by the Chamber of Commerce and youth groups. Further, and these are very important areas of support. In last November, my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Leflore, and myself tabled 3,000 postcards supporting this bill. So there are some who say or who imply that these postcards were perhaps not signed, but they were in fact signed by people who were interested in this bill. Before going further in my speech, I'd like to thank two colleagues, the member for Honoré Mercier and the member for Churchill, who since the very beginning of this enterprise have supported this bill. I'd also like to thank representatives of the University Federation of Quebec who came to appear and support Bill C-288 before the Standing Committee of Finance. Their support is very dear to me because it is for these thousands of students, these thousands of graduates who work in major cities and who want to work to set up and work in regions that this is being done. The objective of this bill is to attract young people to remote regions, and it's meant to counter the exodus of young people from these regions and to help deal with a lack of labor. And we want to encourage young people to come and settle in the various regions and to begin their professional career. These young people, or these regions, need the help of young graduates to help develop their region and increase their ability to innovate. It's clear that a tax credit that could be up to $3,000 a year and could go as far as $8,000 in a period of 3 years would help new students or new graduates settle in the various regions. The exodus of young people has negative consequences for the social and economic development of a region. It accelerates the aging of a population, and it also decreases the education level. And sometimes it has to do with an industry that's failing, because some regions are one industry towns. The time when regions could base their prosperity on developing natural resources to be processed elsewhere is over. In order that these regions develop, they have to make the shift, the technological shift, and try to develop their industry towards processing. The forestry crisis struck Quebec very hard. 26,000 jobs have been lost in that one sector. Since the Conservatives came to power, the forestry sector has lost more than a third of its jobs. In some regions, it's an absolute massacre. Since 2004 in my region, les Hautes-Laurentides, which has been harder affected by the crisis, 58% of forestry jobs have been lost. Of the 17 forestry industries in my riding, 14 have had to stop operating. Heavy machinery or heavy equipment operators, engineers, technicians, and truckers have all been affected. The most educated people, those with a specialization, and we're talking here about engineers, have had to leave this very beautiful region in order to find a job elsewhere. And the government of Quebec says that in order to work to diversify the economies in this region, we will have to develop new businesses in other areas. Right now, this is putting the brakes on development of activities, of value-added activities, and leading-edge industries in the region. Now, they have to expand their labor base, and as long as business remains small and constrained, they won't be able to undertake the activities that would require professional or technical knowledge. If business grows, it will have to hire new staff, new specialized personnel, and they would be more likely to go and try to find qualified workers. Bill C-288 has proved to be a very advantageous tax measure for all young Quebec graduates and Canadian graduates. The phenomenon of the exodus of young people is not unique to Quebec. Everywhere in Canada, economic activity has gradually been relocalized in regions, from the regions toward the major centers. Some provinces, including Quebec, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba, have a tax credit for their graduates. The Quebec government has now brought in one. It brought in one, in fact, in 2003. It was then amended. And now it looks like the bill that I am discussing today. The Conservatives have tried to change the debate on this bill by increasing, or rather by blowing up unduly, how much it will cost. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in his report of November 24th, assessed things differently, and I'd like to make certain clarifications. The regions targeted by this bill would be set by regulation by the Department of Finance after consulting the concerned provinces. And then they would have to choose designated regions, and they would make this choice according to the number of people affected and by the needs of the regions. Thirdly, this bill will target resource-rich regions and rural regions with a long-term unemployment rate, which indicates poor job perspectives. Finally, we've used the social, economic, and social regions as a geographic criterion, and we've used unemployment rates, long-term unemployment rates, to define those regions which are struggling the most. Among these regions, we have only considered those regions whose percentage of people living in rural areas was above 12%. In all, we've identified 34 social regions responding to the criteria, representing 8.24% of the Canadian population. According to the estimates of the PBO, this kind of measure would be between 230 million, would be around 230 million in a year, contrary to the 600 million put forward by the Conservatives.
Of course, there may be other regions when we deal with the federal government and the provincial government, but they would have to be in keeping with the spirit of the law, that is long-term unemployment and low urbanization. The addition of other regions with meeting these criteria would not substantially change the cost of the bill. We hope that the Liberals and NDP will continue to support this Bloc Québécois initiative. We hope that the Conservative members will put aside their partisan ideology and act in the interests of young graduates and the rural regions. This bill is something that is supported by many young people who are in university or have professional qualifications. Probably many of my colleagues who represent rural areas have been approached by young people who want to know if there are possibilities to work in the region and to be compensated for that. We also are aware of the types of labor and qualified staff that are needed for added value opportunities. We are talking about young people who are often from rural areas who want to go back and live there because they cherish the quality of life that is possible there. A young person may well settle, start a family, and contribute to the area and the prosperity. As I mentioned earlier, members of the Conservative caucus from Quebec, in particular the members for Pontiac, Courbeval, Lac-Saint-Jean, Joquier, Alma, and our independent colleague, the member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier, need to understand that the well-being of their region must come before their partisan interests, and they will be supporting all regions of Quebec and young people. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite. I'm on the Finance Committee that reviewed this bill that came in front of us, and I take some obsession to the characterization that this is partisanship, and I really want to encourage our colleagues from the other parties to really look at this. And my question to the mover of the motion: how does the mover of the bill, considering it fair and fairness in the tax system, does she not believe in fairness in the tax system, where we treat one student who happens to be from an area that's over 200,000 people to those students who are from areas that don't have 200,000 people. How is the Canadian tax system fair when we give a tax bonus to a student starting out their career just because they're from a larger urban center than those who are not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you can see how we have to deal with these very differing visions here. We are not talking about an unfair advantage. The very meaning of Bill C-288 is to encourage young people to go back to their rural areas who have had to migrate to urban areas to get their education, and they want to go back. We have a situation in Quebec where we have had the forestry crisis and a number of other factors. As I mentioned, there are many regions that are dependent on a single industry. If we want to develop added value industries, we need the skilled workers to do that. So we need these young people who go to urban areas and develop a life and contacts there, are able to come back. So it doesn't take away at all from the other opportunities that young people might have. It's just an additional opportunity, and it would help them be able to come back. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her remarks and for introducing this bill and bringing it to second reading. In my riding in Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, there are a lot of rural communities where young people leave and decide to stay in larger urban areas, and it is a major problem. So I think this is important for our communities. Young people want to have opportunities. We need to look at this bill and support it. The idea is not really to create inequalities, as our conservative colleague suggested, but really to try to address the problems in rural areas. So I would like to hear from my colleague a little bit more about her views of young people, concerning young people who want to come back to their original regions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. I would like to thank my colleague, and I would really like to understand, or I do understand where she comes from. I have family actually in the Kapuskasing area, and I would like to say hello to them. And I'm sure that you are very keen to promote economic development in your region. We aren't reinventing the wheel here. In various provinces, there are already incentives and measures such as this one. Many young people take advantage of such tax benefits, and it is quite natural if workers pay both provincial and federal tax. It should be possible to get a tax credit like this. I think it is perfectly reasonable to expect that part of the taxes should come back to these young people.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start out by acknowledging my friend and colleague from across the way, the member for Laurentides-Labelle. I have the greatest respect for this individual, and I'm sure that her original intent of this was very appropriate, and we're all concerned about education, getting our young people to work. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this bill misses the mark drastically. And I stand once again to plead with this House to recognize the many problems and tremendous cost of this proposal and suggest that we must defeat it. Let's be clear, this proposal is very bad policy. It would grant preferential and unfair tax treatment by way of a special tax credit to a chosen few graduates. These graduates would need to reside in an ill-defined and allegedly economically depressed designated region and take up vague, qualifying employment for a limited period. And let me put in a very quick example, Mr. Speaker. Just this afternoon, we've done a little research on this, and we find that within the parameters, even with this vague amendment, Fort McMurray qualifies as an economically depressed region. I'm sure the member from Fort McMurray would stand and vociferously argue that, simply because Fort McMurray's population is 65,000 people. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that if you haven't been there, you know the wage structure in that community. Truck drivers bring home over $100,000 a year. Somehow this isn't making sense, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we need to defeat this bill at this stage. For the record, our Conservative members at Finance Committee fought to have a thorough study of this flawed proposal. We suggested we should wait and hear from the witnesses at committee to help identify the countless deficiencies in this. Unfortunately, the opposition didn't agree. As a result, with only 2 short hearings and some minor tinkering, a Bloc NDP Liberal coalition, where we heard that before, of committee members adopted this approximately $500 million proposal. However, in that brief hearing, we did get the opportunity to have the Parliamentary Budget Officer appear before the committee. Conservative members of the committee had requested in advance that the Parliamentary Budget Officer cost this proposal. That's one of his mandates, Mr. Speaker. You know that very well. We were happy to see him step forward and do that. In his report, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that we as the government have been saying all along. This is a costly proposal. Let me quote directly from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, and I quote, "Overall, assuming no behavioral change on the part of graduates, and based on the foregoing assumptions, these ranges suggest that a full phase-in program could have a cost estimate of between $100 million to approximately $600 million per annum. Let me repeat, $600 million per year. Over the course of 10 years alone, that would be a cost of about $6 billion. All that, and I quote again, assuming no behavioral change on the part of graduates. A $6 billion proposal that could very likely be even more expensive than what we are actually debating here today. The alleged merit of the proposal aside, which are certainly in doubt, I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, how the Bloc member and her party might be thinking that we would pay this $6 billion cost. What programs would they eliminate? What would they cut? Would they cut transfers to provinces? What taxes would they raise? Or would they pay for it at all? We unfortunately have no answers to these questions because we didn't have time to pursue it properly at committee. I will share with my colleagues in the House who had questions as well and who suggested Finance Committee ask more questions of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Let's read from the report released this past November, and I quote, "Given the sensitivity of the tax credit's estimated cost to the size and number of the designated regions, committee members may wish to further refine this proposal to set policy boundaries around key cost drivers." Unfortunately, as I indicated earlier, that did not happen. If the Bloc NDP Liberal Coalition on Finance Committee had looked a little more closely at this flawed proposal, it would have understood why it raises so many concerns. First, this proposal would basically provide preferential and unfair tax treatment to literally any recent post-secondary graduate working in a designated region. This would happen regardless of whether there is a surplus or a shortage of workers with that particular skill. The proposal makes weak assurances that a graduate's work should somewhat relate to their training, but does not specify on what basis this would be determined. For example, any graduate could claim that their employment made use of the general problem-solving skills that they acquired at school. Second, the list of designated regions expressly referenced in this proposal hasn't been updated or revised in close to 3 decades. Even with the minor tinkering I had mentioned, that would mean the entire province of Saskatchewan. The entire province of Saskatchewan would be one of these designated regions, excluding Regina and Saskatoon, of course. And it would be classified as an economically depressed and designated region. And I know one member of our committee, the member from Saskatoon Bigger, would be quite offended by that. In fact, I believe she was. This would be comical if it weren't carrying a $6 billion cost. I am at a loss how anyone would imply Saskatchewan is currently a depressed region. In February 2010, Saskatchewan had an unemployment rate of 4.3%, nearly half as small as the current national average of 8.2%. What's more, according to CIBC World Markets, Saskatchewan will lead other Canadian provinces in economic growth this year, well ahead of Canada's overall projected growth. Listen to CIBC economist Warren Lovely, and I quote, "Oil, potash, agriculture, uranium sector are again in demand, with ongoing development paving the way for production increases. Expect Saskatchewan to lead all provinces in 2010, end quote. Yet this block proposal would characterize Saskatchewan as largely having limited employment opportunities. It would give those workers in booming Saskatchewan a preferential tax treatment. How is that fair? Why would we provide preferential tax treatment for select new graduates, but nothing for others? For example, a new graduate working in Saskatchewan in a designated region and earning around $33,700 wouldn't pay a penny of federal tax for 3 years. Alternatively, a new graduate working outside these ill-defined designated regions, everywhere from Winnipeg, Halifax, Windsor, Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, and more, would pay nearly $3,000 per year in federal income tax. Again, this is a deeply flawed and poorly thought-out proposal. Third, there is no guarantee that new graduates attracted to a designated region would remain there once their eligibility for the credit expires. It would encourage young workers to make employment decisions based on temporary, preferential, and unfair tax treatment, rather than seeking their best opportunities for employment. In other words, where their skills best meet the demand. On the other hand, a large number of new graduates who are currently choosing to freely work in designated regions without this special tax credit would be provided preferential tax treatment for little or no compelling reason. Clearly, the problems with this proposal are critical. The cost is astronomical, as high as $6 billion in the first 10 years alone, and as the Parliamentary Budget Officer noted, that is assuming no behavioral change on the part of graduates. I see my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No question. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to debate Bill C-288, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, a credit for new graduates working in designated regions. I would like to say that as the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Finance for several years now, this bill has been studied for on a number of occasions by our committee, and I think that after consultation and amendment, the committee has almost reached perfection.
Imperfect, and as is the case with most private member bills in this place, it's no fault of anybody, but the private member bills that are brought forward, there is going to be some imperfection because of the limited resources we have as individual members of Parliament. We are not the government. We don't have the bureaucracy behind us, so some of the bills are limited in terms of detail, and we have to try and work those out, and that's the reason we send these bills to committee. But I feel that this bill does address a crucial area of the Canadian economy, and that this Conservative government has chosen to ignore. We talked about the parliamentary secretary spoke about what happened in committee. The government could have taken steps to propose better legislation. They could have tabled legislation using all the resources of the government to address this issue and table a more complete bill. A bill that would have considered the needs of regions, that would have tied regional development along with job creation, what we've been talking about, innovation, green technologies, and all this to consider the needs of students and their employment futures. But instead, this government decided to shut down Parliament and go on vacation for a couple of months and come back with nothing more than a vision to change the national anthem. So, given that the failure of the Conservatives to work for all Canadians, I think at this point, Bill C-288 is the best option we have on the table.
To obtain a prosperous national economy, it's very important that wealth does not only come from the major cities. We need a broad variety of skills and professions throughout all the regions of our country, and the fact that I represent a riding on the island of Montreal makes me very sensitive to the many challenges that the people in regions face. And with some of these reasons are represented by a shortage of manpower, the high cost of transportation, the absence of mass transit, and many others. And this is the reason why I'm in favor of the bill.
Propose long-term solutions to strengthen the economies of our smaller regions has led to entire communities being left behind. The costs associated with regional economic failure are too great to completely catalog in the short time permitted for me today. And of course, these include the stagnation of economic development and growth in smaller communities, the breakup of communities as the most capable of young people migrate elsewhere, the departure of industries as the local talent pool dries up, increased burdens of our EI system as unemployment in the region increases. Now, these students sometimes not only move away from the regions into the cities, but they also move away from the cities to other places and to other countries. So
Bill C-288 will create a tax credit for young graduates who go to live in one of the geographical zones mentioned in the bill, where there will be a subsidy for regional development if they work in an area that they are familiar with. It can be some $250. This is an amount that is quite a lot for a student who has just graduated. So I don't think it's going to break the bank like we say, as far as the government is concerned. It's not something that the government cannot absorb in terms of economic growth. It would be helpful for these young graduates to work in these areas. Many of these new graduates, if they want to go back to their hometowns, do not do so at the present time because they can't afford to accept the lower wages that are often offered by regional employers due to the debt that they incurred to pay for their education. And so I do believe that this will certainly be advantageous to students who will be able to go back home and work there. The bill has helped many Canadians go back to their home region after finishing their studies, and it represents an amount of some $8,000. That is a 40% tax credit of their salary, up to $8,000. I wondered why it would be over 3 years. For example, if a student were to go back to the region for a single year, well, then they'd be able to take advantage of the tax credit. But in committee we decided that it should be over 3 years, 3,000, 3,000, and 2,000, the third year, so that those new graduates would have been able to have acquired their first job, set up a home somewhere.
Graduates who want to apply their trade back home, an adequate financial reason to do so, and again, at a very minimal cost. The provincial government in Quebec has already instituted a measure similar to the one proposed in Bill C-288, and it's been quite successful so far. While the bill has much potential, we also talked about cost, and we've had all kinds of cost, and that's why the Liberals introduced an amendment to that it be applicable to communities of $200,000 and less. We had a cost of $600 million, and I think the Bloc came up with $160 million. We're comfortable with $160 million, so we're ready to support that. Les membres libéraux du comité permanent.
Liberal members of the Standing Committee of Finance moved an amendment that was approved by the member who is the sponsor of the bill. The Liberal amendment is intended to see the bill target those rural regions, but to exclude students who set up their new life in cities where the population exceeds 200,000 people. So,
the amendment will ensure that the tax credit is extended only to those students who choose to settle in truly small communities, not like the member opposite, the parliamentary secretary, just suggested, and thus helping the bill to better achieve its stated goal with minimizing the cost associated with implementing the bill. We understand that in committee we try and improve some of these bills, but the Conservatives did not help or make any suggestions, when in fact we did try and work out regional areas where this bill would be applicable, and hopefully places like Fort McMurray would not be one of those areas. But if there was all of a sudden a downturn, I like that one, a downturn in the Fort McMurray area, I think the MP for Fort McMurray would be more than happy that we went ahead and passed this bill into law. So the Liberal Party believes that the federal government can significantly impact regional economic development, and that's why in 2005 we invested over, the Liberal government at the time invested over $800 million over 5 years through regional development agencies across the country.
And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this is the thing that is most interesting. The Bloc Québécois was the only party that voted against the bill, Bill C-9, in 2005. It was a bill that targeted the creation of an economic development agency for Quebec.
Before the Finance Committee and assured us that Revenue Canada has the capability to implement these changes and administer it quite easily. The bill does not actually do much to promote significant job growth in the regions, but it's a beginning. So we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that it can help to stop the bleeding in regions where jobs are available but are not being filled because of their geographic disadvantage. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of a true strategy for regional economic growth by the current government, this bill is a good option, and I do believe it should be supported by all the House. I will be voting for it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin my deliberation on Bill C-288 by setting a stage. I was born in a town called Thompson, Manitoba, a town of 15,000 people. Like most people that I went to school with that chose to follow on to post-secondary education, I had to leave my home community. The closest place where I could achieve a post-secondary education and follow my educational path was 800 kilometers away in Winnipeg. Hundreds of young people leave my community and communities like mine every year. Most of them don't come back. They don't come back because they go to a place to get an education and they put down roots, whether it's by meeting other people, establishing a family, finding a job, liking where they are. I was one of the few that decided to come back. And for me, it was important to come back to give voice to the exact issues that we in northern and rural Canada face. the bleeding of our population, of young people leaving to pursue opportunities that might not be supported in our region. The challenges that we face in accessing services that Canadians in urban centres take for granted, whether it's healthcare, childcare, infrastructure, recreation, basic services that so many Canadians have in abundance in urban centres. For me and for our party, this bill is about responding to one of the biggest challenges that rural Canada faces, which is losing that capital, losing the most valuable resource, which are our young people, which is that human resource that continues, that allows for our communities to continue to exist, to build, to prosper into the future. This bill is fundamentally about investing in rural Canada. And as the rural and community development critic for the NDP, I am proud to stand here to say that we are supporting our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and certainly glad to see the cooperation with the Liberal Party. And I'm very dismayed to see that the Conservative Party, a party that claims to represent rural Canada, and in fact has members of Parliament that span certainly the Prairie region, and yet when it comes to a bill that looks at responding fundamentally to one of the biggest challenges we face, not only are they not supporting it, but they are criticizing an innovative step that would go to the core of encouraging retention of people, of young people in our rural communities. And I think many of their constituents would be dismayed to hear that as well. This investment in rural Canada is a beginning and ought to be one step as part of a broader strategy in the way we continue to build our country. Many people talk about how urbanization is the new, of course, wave, and we've got so many people, and not simply from coming from rural Canada, others moving from other urban centres, people immigrating to Canada, increasingly going to urban centres. Well, while that may be true, rural communities still exist. Rural communities exist because people have laid roots there, but they also exist because some of the most fundamental economic drivers in Canada are based in rural communities. Resource extraction, whether it's mining, oil and gas, whether it's certainly the minerals that are found in the soil, forestry, based in rural Canada. So much of what our economy depends on comes from rural Canada. And without people to live in these communities, that extraction, that economic driver would not exist. So what we need to be looking at are steps of investing in our rural communities. Looking at encouraging young people to come back is a key step. This needs to be followed by other steps that we in the NDP have been fighting for quite some time, and certainly are fundamental values that our party was built on in terms of the investment in healthcare. The disparity between healthcare services that exist in rural Canada compared to urban Canada are shocking. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities had a report that came out earlier this year that talked about, last year in 2009, that talked about how, in fact, the quality of life in rural Canada is less than that in urban Canada, something that is unacceptable. And one of the main ways in which it is lesser is in terms of health care. I am saddened to stand here and say that I don't have a family doctor like so many people in my community and in my region. We have fewer doctors in terms of the population needs. We have less ability to access services, certainly when it comes to a more acute care and specialized services. We also don't have child care. We have less spaces than many urban centres per population. And when you have young people that want to make a go, that stay in their communities, that want to work in the industries that exist around them, without those fundamental childcare spaces, many of them women, can't pursue those paths. We also have substandard transportation infrastructure. I rose in this House last week to talk about how I represent communities that don't have all-weather roads. In the year 2010, I represent 22 communities that do not have an all-weather road, not because they can't have one, but because the federal government has not partnered and not been part of an innovative strategy to look at that. I am pleased to hear that they have heeded calls from the province and certainly from at the federal level from advocates to look at a solution around all-weather roads, something that I hope in the very recent future that we will be looking at. Recreation infrastructure, looking again at that fundamental question of quality of life, looking at the need of basic services that keep people in their communities, keep them healthy, and certainly in general allow for that community to grow in a much better way. And so this step here, Bill C-288, is part of that investment, that reinvestment that we need to be seeing in rural Canada. And I'd like to now respond to some of the claims that I heard from the governing side today, and I've heard on other occasions. We heard the comment regarding this undertaking to be too expensive. Speaking of offensive, I think that statement is offensive, to use some of the language that was used earlier. It seems to me that a lot of investments in rural Canada would be seen as being too expensive. It's too far away, not enough people, etc., etc. A couple of weeks ago, we saw a quite substantive flip-flop come from the Minister of Industry, where organizations in my riding and across Canada were told that the community access program that allows them to access the access internet, something that many Canadians take for granted, was going to be cut. A seniors organization, the Golden Agers in the Pas Manitoba, was told that they would no longer have money to invest in accessing internet. And yet we saw that after substantial pressure, and I'm sure significant pressure from their own constituents, then we saw the government turn around. So was that initial claim, was it because it's too expensive to invest in something as fundamental as internet service in rural Canada? Was it because it was too expensive? Once they did hear, though, the voice of reason and how fundamental this was, it seemed that they realized quite abruptly that there was a need for a change of course. Well, we certainly hope that that there will be a similar sentiment applied to this bill. The recognition that this investment is key to it's key to the way we look at building our rural communities and the way we look at the future of our country. The other statement that really struck me was the reference that certain regions were being referred to as being economically depressed. My question, Mr. Speaker, is what's offensive about being called economically depressed? I come from a mining community, and I know communities where generation after generation people have given everything for the benefit of not just that community, of that company, of our country. So to turn around and say that Fort McMurray or some region in Saskatchewan might be conceived as being economically depressed, we need to change that language. Because these communities, we need to be looking at alternatives. We need to be looking at ways in which to support them, diversifying that economy, looking at other opportunities, rather than letting people who've given everything to our country suffer. And a start to one step to start that support for rural Canada as it builds to the future, despite what economic situation it's been in, is by supporting this bill, a bill that gives back and it gives to the future, Canada's rural and northern young people.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like once again to thank my colleague for Laurentide Labelle for having defended the bill for 15 minutes. It's a bill that had gone to the Senate before the election was called in October 2008. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my Liberal colleagues who have spoken to this point on the bill. that is to say, on the previous bill 267 and now the new 288. And I would like to thank my NDP colleagues.
Now, this tax credit would target graduates who, in the 2 years following their studies, they would begin to work in their area of specialization in a job in one of the regions. This means a tax credit of up to $8,000 over 3 years to a young graduate. Concretely, this bill is meant to counter the exodus of young graduates to major urban centers and to encourage them to move to the regions to take up their professional careers to the benefit of the regions. The tax credit would target citizens who, in the 24 months after successfully completing studies leading to a recognized diploma, would be able to begin working in their area of specialization in a designated region where they would settle down. At second reading, certain members raised the point that this would need an overall regional development plan, and I agree with that statement. And this bill, C-288, would be a way to start, which would allow our regions and our regional businesses to recruit and keep qualified workers. I'm very grateful for all those who have spoken in this House in favor of this bill, and also those who have come to support us, including the University Student Federation of Quebec, the College Student Association, FADOC, as well as the Liberal member for Honoré Mercier, and the New Democratic member for Churchill, who took part in a press conference organized by the Bloc Québécois in favor of this measure. They all supported this very concrete and effective measure that would see a tax credit being accorded to graduates who went to work in the regions. A similar tax credit has already proved its worth in Quebec. It was implemented in 2003, so this means that we're already in the 7th, almost the 8th year of this program. It's a program to help new graduates who settle in resource-rich areas, and the Quebec government saw the number of young people benefiting from this tax credit. They saw it increase by 2,000 to then 10,000 people. The positive effects in the regions were felt immediately, and I can tell you that in my region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, we had negative job growth, but now it's approaching zero. So this is a means of helping our regions, our rural regions, our regions that are struggling and losing people. It would be a way to help our young people. We have to put an end to the hemorrhage of jobs and the loss, the exodus of young people, and these are extremely important issues for the regions. We have to allow processing industries to develop by giving our industries the opportunity to have qualified workers they need. I won't surprise anyone when I say that in the regions of Quebec, as well as regions in other Canadian provinces, are really struggling. And they were so even before the recession. I think of the north of Ontario, parts of British Columbia, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and parts of Prince Edward Island. These areas have been suffering economically for years, and I think it's quite obvious that a tax credit that would encourage people to settle or to remain in these regions would be extremely beneficial. I think that what we are witnessing now is a real tragedy before which this government remains silent. Now, my colleagues across the way can show a little more humility and a little more sensitivity by listening to this cry for help of the regions and the people who live there. I'm especially disappointed by the Conservative members from Quebec, and especially by the two ministers from my region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, who understand these measures that were brought in by the Quebec government and have been in place since 2003. Once again, I call on the Quebec members, the Quebec Conservative members, especially the member for Saguenay, from Jonquière-Alma, who well understands this program, and I want him to get the message to his caucus on the positive aspects of this measure. For those members who aren't yet aware of the fact, the government of Quebec is not the only province to have brought in this sort of program, and the provincial government of Saskatchewan has for some years now a similar program which entitles graduates to a credit that can be as much as $20,000 over 7 years as well. In the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, he talks about 5 provinces in Canada, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, who have implemented incentive measures to attract young people to the regions that are struggling economically and that are losing their populations, their people. This would help to deal with a significant problem. These areas are in economic distress, and this recession is only accentuating the exodus. I think that the worse things get, the more people leave. So governments like that of Saskatchewan have supported measures that would help deal with this affliction. The exodus of young people and the depopulation of regions are not new phenomena, but for decades now have been compensated for by a high birth rate. But because the birth rate has decreased, the challenge now is to keep young people in the regions and to get others to settle down there. And since the 90s, this trend has been maintained in place, and in various, I think, 7 administrative regions that are struggling with losing their people, and I'm talking here about the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the Gaspé, Mauricie, and others. These are regions who need young people, especially qualified young people. The exodus of youth is accelerating the aging of the populations in these regions, and the exodus of qualified people means that the level of education is even lower, and this undermines their capacity to innovate. This factor severely compromises the means of improving things and further draws these regions into a descending spiral, and this is a spiral that we can't stop. The lack of qualified workers is not unique to Quebec. The people in the regions are not less educated than those in major centers. The problem is that people who come from regions tend to not live there. So people suffer from this exodus and from the loss of specialized personnel. And I'd like to remind members in this House that when this was studied in the Finance Committee, we added an amendment so that this would be an area that would target most regions. Those of 200,000 people and more would be excluded. And I'm directing what I'm saying to all members, especially Conservatives. I hope that they will look favorably on this measure whose objective is to help young people and the regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La Chambre était prête.
Is the House ready for the question?
I think the time is. Yes. Sorry. Time for private members' business has expired for today. And the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today and continue the NDP's attempt to get answers from Industry Minister on the issue of FedNor. It seems the Minister doesn't think Northerners get it. But, Mr. Speaker, they do. They understand perfectly that FedNor is an in-house economic development program situated within the Industry Department and completely under the control of the Industry Minister. At last week's Industry Committee, the Minister's contempt and ignorance of all of what matters to Northerners was in full display once again. Here is what the Minister said about FedNor being an accountable, transparent, independent agency. I quote, "They don't care whether it's a standalone agency or it's a division of this or that, or whether it's a director or a captain, or whether we call the executive director of FedNor the Queen of Sheba. It doesn't matter." End of quote. It does matter, Mr. Speaker. Northerners understand that the 4 independent regional economic developments departments are not subject to ministerial interference. Rather, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, the Western Economic Diversification Canada, the Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions, and the Southern Ontario Development Agency, SODA, are all standalone agencies with budgets and reporting obligations to Parliament. The Minister can't have it both ways. He can't defend and promote the other economic agencies to those regions and then, in the same breath, tell Northerners they don't deserve their own standalone agency.
Right.
That is simply unacceptable. It is also an insult to our communities. The Minister loves to jab the Liberals in the eye with the fact they only have 1 seat left in Northern Ontario because of their neglect of our region when they were in government. But I want to point out to the Minister that his party isn't doing any better for precisely the same reason, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of the hard work being done by Northern New Democrat MPs on behalf of our region. Our team will not let up on this government until they give our communities what they deserve, a standalone agency equal to those in other deserving regions of Canada. Nothing less will do. We don't want the Queen of Sheba. We don't want clowns and jugglers. We don't want decisions made in Toronto and Ottawa alone. We want an accountable agency situated in Northern Ontario with decisions being made by Northern Ontarians. I don't believe that it's too much to ask, and his government knows that. It has simply chosen to turn a blind eye to this inequality. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, Northerners will hold this government accountable. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his comments. Allow me to speak a little bit and highlight the great news for Canadians living in Northern Ontario. I'd also like to correct, if I could, some unfortunate misinformation that's being circulated about the future of FedNor. Canada has returned to economic growth following the deepest economic recession since the 1930s. Budget 2010 aims to contribute to this recovery and sustain Canada's economic advantage now and for the future. It will do this, Mr. Speaker, by continuing to deliver on commitments outlined in Canada's Economic Action Plan, by investing in a limited number of new targeted initiatives to build jobs and growth for the economy of tomorrow, and by returning to budgetary balance once the economy is recovered. However, it seems that some of my honourable colleagues in the opposition are choosing to ignore the very real positive results we are achieving for those in Northern Ontario, and are instead focusing on gossip. Recently, rumors, Mr. Speaker, about changes to FedNor have been spread recklessly, creating uncertainty in Northern Ontario communities and anxiety among the dedicated staff at FedNor. I don't understand why or on what basis these rumors have started. The budget 2010 does not affect FedNor. Its budget remains untouched. Let me be very clear. FedNor will continue to operate at full capacity in Northern Ontario and will continue to deliver programs as it has for municipalities, businesses and entrepreneurs all across the region. 4 years ago, the Minister announced that the Government of Canada was providing FedNor for the first time in the organization's history with stable, ongoing 5-year funding. This unprecedented funding commitment has allowed FedNor to develop and implement longer-term planning and has helped the organization deliver for the people of Northern Ontario. Since then, FedNor has invested more than $209 million in over 1,000 projects to benefit Northern Ontario's economy. In addition, this government has made major investments in Northern Ontario through our Economic Action Plan, such as $31.4 million under the Community Adjustment Fund, $25.2 million under the Recreational Infrastructure Canada Initiative, and $36.6 million that has gone to improving infrastructure at Northern Ontario institutions through the Knowledge Infrastructure Program. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me reassure my esteemed colleague that our commitment to FedNor, and indeed our commitment to the economic well-being of Northern Ontario, has never been stronger. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's great news coming from the other side of the House, but there's only one thing missing: an independent FedNor. A FedNor that is independent from the minister's interference, like they have in Atlantic Canada, like they have in Quebec, like they have in Western Canada, like they have in Southern Ontario. All we want is for this FedNor to be independent. We want the bureaucrats in FedNor to make the decisions for FedNor, for people of Northern Ontario. Right now what's happening, the bureaucrats from FedNor make the decision and send it on to the minister, and then it sits on the minister's desk for weeks, for months. That's not acceptable. The only thing we want is for the infrastructure is there right now. It wouldn't cost the government any more money. FedNor is there. All we want is for them to be able to make their own decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can't say this with any more conviction or clarity. This government stands fully behind the people of Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I named a couple of initiatives that the government had funded. I mentioned, of course, that FedNor, for the first time in the organization's history, has a stable, ongoing 5-year funding thanks to this government. I mentioned that FedNor has invested more than $209 million in over 1,000 projects to benefit Northern Ontario's economy. I mentioned $31.4 million under the Community Adjustment Fund, $25.2 million under the Recreational Infrastructure Canada Initiative, $36.6 million gone to improving infrastructure at Northern Ontario institutions through the Knowledge Infrastructure Program. You know, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that all of these investments have in common, the one thing that has continued to happen time and time again, is that the NDP has voted against them every single time.
The honourable member for Labrador and Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to continue my questioning around an issue that was raised on March the 18th to the Minister for Status of Women. It was around her ungodly behaviour at the Charlottetown airport. At that time, she threw a tantrum. There was a ruckus caused by the Minister, who threw her boots, berated security personnel. She yelled that the province of PEI was a hellhole and that she was working her stern off, as we say in the province, stern off for these people or those people. The question also spoke to the matter of whether the minister had breached aviation regulations. And the regulations are very clear that if you have persistent and consistent belligerent behavior, you're a level 3 threat. And so those were the nature of the two questions. but it speaks to a broader attitude on the part of the opposition, not the opposition, but the leader of the opposition, Mr. or now Prime Minister, when he says that those in Atlantic Canada had a culture of defeat. And when he was quoted by our Premier Danny Williams, that we don't need Newfoundland and Labrador to win an election. So there's an attitude expressed by those in the Conservative Party who hold very high positions, one being the Prime Minister and one being the Minister for Status of Women. I can say that as a proud Labradorian in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, as a proud Atlantic Canadian, we take offence to those types of comments. It denigrates who we are and our contribution to not only our own communities and our own region, but to the country as a whole. I would say to the Minister for the Status of Women that instead of having tantrums, instead of denigrating people and provinces and regions of this country, that she should focus her attention on some very important issues. She should be focused on what is happening under the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, when the shelter, the women's shelter of Montreal, is losing its funding. A shelter that provides fantastic services to Aboriginal women, children and communities. She should be focused on the issues of murdered and missing Aboriginal women and moving forward to make sure that file is addressed in a proper way through a public inquiry. She should be concentrating on the loss of funding that's going to native shelters for women on certain reserves. And she should be focused on assistance for women in third world countries. These are the things that the minister should be focused on, not denigrating, not calling down the people of one of our small provinces, but certainly one of our very important provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary Parlementaire pour le...
Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State for the Status of Women apologized. She apologized sincerely, and the members of this House must accept that apology.
Mr. Speaker, is it a fact within the Conservative Party that all you have to do is make a major mistake, give an apology, and all is forgiven? That you make a mistake and that all is forgiven? Well, I look at an example where the government sometimes says, oh, that organization has made mistakes in the past, we won't fund it anymore because it's made mistakes in the past, like the First Nations University of Canada. Maybe all the university got to say is, hey, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, we'll get our funding back. Are those the nature of the consequences? There are consequences when people take certain actions in certain positions. And what we're saying is that the minister has not been fully accountable for her actions, for what she said to the people of PEI, and how she denigrated that province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is so difficult to understand for the Liberal member when somebody says, I'm sorry. He isn't even able to apologize when he heckles our members.
The House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.